off on saying that.
We got a mathematical construct, didn't we, as well, to explain
Tried
the
that.
limit of the expansion of gas?
Yeah, he kept saying mathematical surface. I was going to ask him to really get into defining what that is, a mathematical.
I wanted him to equation on a piece of paper and then build the actual physical container for it. It'd be nice to look at the container with the formula written on the side of the box.
This is the insane reification level of it. So he's going to say, oh, the mathematical surface would just be, for instance, if we had an actual container, we mathematically describe that container. But then he's trying to insinuate that with the absence of the container, you could still just create a mathematical container, and somehow that would be sufficient to actually do something in reality with regards to the gas.
It would.
But that's where he was going to get stuck, because we were obviously all calling that out. But that's ultimately what he was trying to do with that. Just say, well, it's a mathematical construct.
It makes perfect sense.
So to ask the question, what comes first, the mathematical construct or the Earth?
Are you talking about the requirement of a container for pressure?
Well, yeah, because if the Earth was created, right, the Earth had to be created with a container before the mathematical construct could be invented to actually justify the container. This is the point in observing the madness that's trying to be explained.
The point of using a quote-unquote mathematical, mathematically constructed surface is just saying, right, if you have a gas, how much force would be applied on a given surface if there was one there, hypothetically.
Okay, we'll ask you the same question we asked the guy. What can limit gas expansion?
A surface could, of some kind.
A physical surface, like a container.
Yeah, or a force applied to it could do.
Okay, or a force.
Yeah, well, I mean, a force is the most general answer, right? Because a surface is a way of applying a force, essentially.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Let's imagine we're in a room, right? We've got a room and we've got a container of air, and we've managed to color the air, and it's in a container. So when we open the container, the air comes out as a color and we can see it. So we open the container in the middle of the room and the gas starts to expand. Now we say, okay, show us how you will limit this gas expansion, and you can use whatever you want. So you can construct yourself a container around that apparatus and it will contain the gas. And then we say, okay, how else could you do it? Now, we're not going to let you use a container. We're going to open the container of the air and it's going to start expanding into the room. Tell us how you're going to limit that.
Well, you could like electrically charge the gas and then use a like an oppositely charged object, and it would kind of be attracted to the charged object.
Talk about ionization.
What, sorry?
Ionization of the gas.
Yeah, precisely. If you ionize the gas in the right way, it will become like negatively or positively charged. Then you charge another object, the opposite charge. Opposite charges attract. So the gas would kind of be attracted to the oppositely charged object, and then
you could do that with air.
Yeah, well, you could do it with some gas of some kind. I mean, I don't know exactly how you do it.
Well, the reason we're talking about air here is because the globe model depends on being able to limit the expansion of air.
Yeah, I think you could do it with air. You could probably do it with nitrogen, for example, which is like most of the air, and you could do it with all the different components of the air. I don't know, for example, if you could take an actual bit of air and ionize all of that together. I don't know how that process would work, but you could certainly you could ionize lots of gases and then add them back together to something that is equivalent to, like, chemically equivalent to air.
So what would that look? Well, you got a demonstration of something like that?
I probably could find someone do something like that. I don't know.
Well, limiting the expansion of gas is the key here. This is what we are saying you cannot do without a container. So in order to say, no, you can do it without a container, someone would have to be able to demonstrate this. And the mechanism. And even then, you would then have to say, well, is the mechanism that I'm talking about here, is that what they're claiming is the mechanism at play with regards to our air that we breathe? Or do you understand that ultimately the claim that they make about our atmo being contained, quote unquote, by gravity, you understand that's not something that can actually be demonstrated or proven? Or do you think it can?
I'm just trying to find an example of what you were asking about a minute ago, so just give us a sec.
Would that ionised gas be also classed as a plasma?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you could do it with a plasma. I mean, that's how, like, hypothetical, real fusion reactors work. Although obviously fusion reactors aren't actually, they don't normally use
a reactor, though. That would be a container.
No. So the way that it would work in that, so there is a container, right? Because there has to be the fusion reactor itself is a container, right? Because it can't interact with the environment. But it's not like the plasma. The plasma doesn't fill the container up. It is confined to a specific area by like the use of magnetic fields and stuff like that, which is sort of similar to what I was describing. A plasma is, of course, not gas, but
to be able to measure all of that pressure in those different areas to be able to say that it's not actually going towards the container, that it's all contained in this one little space. I don't know how you would do that. But either way, it doesn't really sound like what they're saying is going on for our air, does it?
Well, I mean, so it proves the general. It would, hypothetically, it's not exactly the same. I mean, obviously, that's a different demand you're making there, right? Because a minute ago you were demanding just some kind of demonstration that you can like confine a gas to a particular region of space without it expanding by using something other than other than a container.
Yeah.
No, air. Well, no. I mean, originally you said gas, and I mean.
Well, no, I said the example was air. Remember?
Well, yeah. No, I know, but I mean, if you can do it with like any gas, it seems pretty reasonable that it could happen with air. I don't know why
the claim is specific to air, which is why. I mean, yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
You could show
like
it with another gas, but
yeah, okay. So, but when flat earthers, when quote unquote globe earthers say, this thing about how gravity keeps air to the Earth or whatever, which is obviously the kind of claim that you guys are doubting. It's not something special about air. It's just that gases can have forces applied to them that keep them confined to a region of space in general.
No, but the claim is specific to, well...
It's not. It's in general.
Fundamental gas that we're dealing with on Earth here is air.
No, it isn't. Air is composed of many different gases.
Oxygen,
and the air that we breathe is that gas that we are breathing.
Yes, which is composed of many different like pure
which
gases.
We know expands into available volumes unless contained. And yes, you've got a gravity story, but then we ask about this gravity claim and it all falls apart. Like most people can't even define it.
Why does it fall apart?
Well, because, there's no experimental validation of whatever claim of gravity they're actually making. There's no observation of the air being pulled down to the surface of the Earth.
Well, there are loads of observations and experimental verifications of it. It's just that you guys
so which
you think that all of it lies.
No, which experiment?
It's like the Cavendish experiment, a famous one.
Awesome.
That's been repeated many, many times.
Cool. So you know that was superseded in 1915, right? Mass does not attract mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Yeah, but mass does attract mass as a result of the bending and warping of space-time. Yeah, it does.
No,
yeah, it does.
Excuse me.
It does.
Excuse me.
Very quickly, before you continue, Jedi, just very quickly. Remember when you were asking me where does it all fall apart? This is exactly where it's already falling apart.
It's not. It's wrong.
Go on, Jedi.
Okay, so to be clear, mass attracting mass, Newton's idea, that is the mass, that is the amount of substance in a space instantaneously and over distance attracting another mass substance in space. Mm-hmm. Now, that is different to Einstein's idea. So that's different from Einstein's idea, where the mass has no inherent properties at all, apart from the amount of it distorts space-time fabric. And then because of another body of mass is entering that distorted space-time fabric, it will fall into that gravitational well. The masses have no attraction on the other masses.
Well, so they have an attraction in virtue of the warping of space-time. It's an indirect
there's two different mechanics then. One supersedes
they are.
You have to understand,
they are sort of different.
You have to understand that they are different.
Yeah, they are sort of different, but...
Good. So Einstein superseded in 1915 Newtonian mechanics and physics.
Yeah, but it's not true that mass attracts mass is not like it's false now. That's not the case. That Einstein it's not Einstein's theory still it's not. Let me explain why. Einstein's theory still predicts that if you have two masses, over time they will get closer to each other. That's the point. That's all it means.
Yeah, but the masses aren't attracting the masses.
Well, they are, in effect, they are actually, yes.
No, the masses are distorting space-time.
Yes, and by distorting space-time, end up closer to each other than they were before, which is just attracting.
Cool. Awesome. So, can we have an experiment that proves this then?
Right, okay. So let it be known that the contention you had before, which is that some kind of radical conceptual change that happened made gravity poorly defined, made gravity poorly defined or confused, has now been changed to a request for experimental verification. So I'll consider that a win. I'll consider that a win on that point.
Okay. Still waiting for the experiment that proves your claim, though.
Yeah. So there's a very famous experiment which I've spoken to people about here before, which is Eddington's observation of gravitational lensing.
Okay.
And repeated observations.
Okay, so a repeated observation. That's not an experiment, dude. In an experiment, you have to very manipulate what you presume the cause to be, not stand there and make observations, declare based on your bias.
Nope.
Yes. What is the fuck me? What are the constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
I've had long conversations about this on this chat
That's
before.
lovely. So you should be able to.
There's no point rehashing it. There's no point rehashing it.
Very quickly be able to quickly show off the answer, then, shouldn't you? Being as you've had the conversation many times, it's a very simple question. What are constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Here's the point that really matters.
I wonder if he's going to answer the fucking question.
No, because it's a pointless question.
He's not.
No, you said it's an experiment. You said it was an experiment, so I just want to know what a constituent parts of an experiment.
I said it was an observation. I mean, depends how you define experiment, right?
That's good. I asked for an experiment, not an observation. So try again.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Why are experiments?
Okay, you can just say you don't know, bro. You don't have to do this. We just dealt with this on Mage for like 10 minutes.
Why are experiments important?
Okay, do you know what an experiment? Do you know what a scientific experiment is? Yes or no?
Yeah, I guess I could characterize it.
No, he's asking a new question. He doesn't.
Right. Well, if you're going to say yes, then you do have to define it.
I have to define what an experiment is.
Well, since you're saying because Jedi's challenging you to define what an experiment is, you say you know what it is, so tell him what it is.
I'll tell you what it is, but I think this is besides the point. An experiment is some kind of physically manipulatable setup where you can control certain kinds of variables. And I guess the point of an experiment, I mean, it doesn't always work out this way, but the point of an experiment is that you then observe some kind of consistent relationship between the variables that you control and the variables that you measure after the fact, right?
Okay, cool, fine.
But here's the point, right? This is why the reason that an experiment actually matters in the first place is that you have presumably you have some kind of prediction that you make, right? A theory makes a prediction about what the outcome of an experiment is. This isn't always what an experiment is for, but often it is. But you can make predictions about things that you can observe in the natural world that aren't like in the lab, right?
Right, but you need to be able to manipulate a variable.
Well, sorry?
The prediction's the hypothesis, isn't it?
I guess, yeah, prediction is a kind of hypothesis, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So within the hypothesis, you'll observe something to happen, and then you'll make a prediction as what caused that to happen, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
No, all the time. If we're building a hypothesis and doing natural science is based on hypothesis and experiment of those variables within the hypothesis. So, can you give me an experiment where, no, all the time?
No.
We're doing natural science here, Sunshine. I don't know what you're doing. So, without just the observation, can you give me the experiment that proves the cause of whatever you're suggesting?
Well, I just denied what you just said, right? So,
I know. I don't fucking know why. I'm just asking you for the experiment.
Let me explain why.
I just want the experiment that proves gravity. That's all I want.
Yeah, well, I can explain why if you want.
Yeah, but you look like a meatball with legs.
Good. Just want the experiment, dude.
I can explain why if you want. That I deny the thing you just said, and then maybe we'd make progress in the conversation better.
Is this just going to be so you can't give me an experiment for gravity?
Are you shaped like a traffic cone?
No, that's not why. I want to explain to you why.
Is it because you're shaped like a traffic cone?
No, you're going to give me an experiment eventually that shows that gravity is the cause of things, right?
I might not.
That's what I want.
Definitely not. He asked for experiments twice.
A minute ago, I tried to give you
experiments. You like to interrupt people. Observation, but not experiment. He asked for something very specific. Very specific.
I'm not interrupting you. We started speaking on my end. We started speaking at the exact same time, so apologies for that. But I gave you the Eddington gravitational lensing observations, right? And you said that you didn't think those were like, you thought those were meaningless and not useful to the discussion. But let me explain what they are.
It was an experiment.
Yeah, but it's not only experiments that are important to science, right? Observations of things that you don't necessarily control can be useful to science.
Yeah,
so let me give you an example.
So how do you validate the thing that you're studying?
Yeah. So let me give you an example. Here's a really, really rudimentary thing that you might think is not an experiment because you don't get to control the input variables, but is nonetheless really important for doing science about the natural world. Every 24 hours, the sun rises and then sets again. That is an observation, not an experiment, right? But you might think, reasonably so, that our kind of theories about the world ought to be able to account for that observation, right? That if you need to be able to make predictions about things that happen in the sky sometimes in order to say you understand the natural world.
Yeah, you prove them with science, not observations.
Well, no, but you prove that the sun rises every 24 hours. We quote unquote prove, but you demonstrate that the sun rises every 24 hours by looking at the sky.
Yes, now we're
the sky. Right? Am I wrong about that? That seems really obvious.
Yeah, you're wrong because you have to add in variables. You have to go to different locations. You have to do an experiment, not just observations.
Oh yeah, the gravitational lensing stuff has been observed from many different places, and at many different points in the sky. It wasn't just once that it happened.
What's the cause of the phenomena?
I guess you could characterize it that the cause of the phenomena is like the fact that it's typically speaking in these kinds of observations, it's the sun that's doing the lensing, right? Because that's a big object in the sky, at least according to mainstream astrophysics. So the cause would be the fact that the sun is in between us and the object that is being lensed. That's the cause, right? The intrusion of the sun between us and the object.
Which variable
sun is cause of lensing.
Yeah.
Take it didn't very manipulate the sun.
No, you didn't. But I've just been over that. You don't have to vary manipulate things for observations which you can't vary manipulate completely.
Yeah, you don't have to. You're correct. For observations, you don't have to. For experiment, you do.
Yeah, but observations can still support theories.
That's nice, but not scientific ones unless they're also backed by experiment.
Oh, of course they can.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're going to need experiment for a scientific theory.
No.
Yes, scientific theories come around after the scientific method has been demonstrated. You have to prove something to then build your theory upon it. Theories come after hypotheses.
Yeah, but you're thinking
about ideas.
No, I'm talking about reality. You observe things in reality and you explain them with a theory.
You have an idea. But we're doing science here, and we're going to use the words how they're meant to be used. Scientific theories come after experimentation.
No.
You're just thinking about ideas. Colloquial theories. Or I think this calls that without any experimentation.
This guy really doesn't want to do experiments. It's almost like he can't, or they just won't show the outcome that he's looking for, or I don't know. Either way, he's a pseudoscientist.
No, it's just that general relativity, the kinds of effects that you would... Well, I mean, so look, here's one, right?
Just cite an experiment for relativity, or else we don't care.
Yeah, so you could do gravitational redshift type experiments.
Really?
Yeah.
DV and IV, please.
DV and IV. Oh,
yeah,
right.
D is an independent variable for your hypothesis.
Here's an easier one.
That one. Okay.
There are examples, right? And this is as a result of gravitational redshift, in a sense, where atomic clocks...
Redshift is your independent variable, then.
Well. So no. I'm changing the example because it's an easier one. Where atomic clocks. So these things are just clocks that are really, 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 really precise, right? One is left on Earth. One is sent in a plane, right? So it goes high up in the sky, and then when it returns, the two clocks are brought back together and compared to one another. Consistently, it is shown that the clocks have not kept time with each other. They have not remained synchronized, right? The clock that goes up, I can't remember if it goes quicker or slower. I think it goes slower. Ends up behind the clock that stays on the surface of the Earth, right? This is something that general relativity explains, because the gravitational
It's a natural observed phenomenon.
What? Sorry?
It's a natural observed phenomenon.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
What is?
What?
What was observed in nature?
I don't understand what you're saying. What are you asking me?
The natural observed phenomenon that you're going to base a hypothesis on? What was that?
I'm telling you it. I'm explaining it to
Clocks
you right now.
in nature?
Well, no, but I mean, a clock is used to measure time, right? Time is the thing that we're talking about right now. That's the phenomenon.
Okay,
so the gravity thing you were talking about earlier. Okay, got it.
The phenomenon is the vibrational rate of the cesium 323. Just to be clear, the observation of phenomena is the vibrational rate or oscillation rate of the cesium atom.
Yeah.
So I'll give you that. So what causes the change?
Well, so the cause of the change is that the clock that goes on so it's an atomic clock that has the cesium atom or whatever, like you said. The cause of the change is the fact that it gets on a plane and goes up into the sky where the gravitational field is weaker.
You're adding that part.
Or you might say, in the language of general relativity, space-time is being kind of warped less as you go higher up because it's further away from the...
You're adding too many things.
Yeah, more statements without proving the thing in question.
I'm not adding too many things. I'm just explaining the experiment
right now. Yeah.
Dude, look, I don't know, man. Jedi is the one that's engaging with me properly. So, Jedi, what do you think about that? I'm not adding too many things.
I mean, this is going to be an affirmative consequent fallacy. You have to very manipulate, and all you've done is change. I'm just going to finish. All you've done here is changed altitude.
Yeah, well, so the dependent variable would be the difference in the two clocks when they come back together on Earth, right? That's something.
The variability of the cesium atom. We already told you that's what it actually is.
Well, yeah, but between the two clocks, right? So there's the cesium atoms that are in the clock on Earth, and then the one that goes in the clock in the plane. But then, so that's the dependent variable, and the independent variable that you get to vary yourself is how high up, and well, there's actually a few variables, right? How high up, and for how long does the atomic clock on the plane stay in the air? How high up does it go, and how long does it stay in the air?
Cool. What changes the vibrational rate of cesium atoms?
Well, so I mean, the thing that changes the kind of relative rate between the two clocks is not an absolute thing. It's in comparison between the two. Is the fact that it's gone high up, further away from the Earth, and it's in a weaker part of Earth's gravitational field. That's what happened. That's
you
the
added that.
But it's in a higher magnetic field. You understand that
gravitational field.
You understand that magnetism, electromagnetism, like the field that we're in, the electromagnetic field of the Earth, changes the vibrational rate of cesium atoms.
Is that true?
Have you isolated this? Is this one of your control variables?
Yes. I don't know. Is it true that magnetic fields account for this effect? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, positive. I can go and get the citation if you want, dude.
Are you going to get the citation?
Yeah, I can get your citation, but just to be clear, is this one of your control variables? Is this mitigated for somehow?
You probably could mitigate for it. Yeah. I'd have to look at these particular experiments.
Yeah, okay. If you could, I'll go and get the citation. You get the experiment. No problem.
What would the experiment be called?
Would you like him to repeat the question?
No, I'm doing it now. It takes a second, mate. Chill out. Oh, yeah, here we go. So, according to the wiki, so I found the experiment. According to the wiki page, the clocks were put in special containers that isolate the objects from magnetic fields and other sorts of stuff, like temperature variations and things.
Yeah, because as we understand, temperature, as you brought out, which is another thing, and the magnetic
vibration,
that's definitely going to change the vibrational rate. There's quite a few changes in the vibrational rate to cesium atom.
You haven't.
I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. But at the moment, we're not very manipulating gravity. We're just changing altitude, dude. With the presupposition.
But that counts as varying a variable, right?
But altitude. So the cause is altitude.
In a way, yeah. Well, the cause is, according to the theory, right, which we're testing, that where you are in the Earth's gravitational field, which will change as you go higher up. So yeah, you are varying altitude, and in virtue of that, you are varying the gravitational field strength.
Yeah, no, I understand completely what you're doing, but you're still not isolating the gravitation is the cause. Like I said, you're unaffirming the consequent at the moment.
No, I mean, according to the experiment, right? People who did the experiment. So it says on this wiki page, right? I mean, it's just a wiki page. You can check the citations on the page yourself if you want, but I'll just read. I'll read the wiki page. I'll paste the quote. I'll paste the quote, and then you can find the bit yourself.
Cheers.
No, it's all right. Here we go. So I'll read it for everyone's benefit. 5 flights were carried out, each of 15 hours duration. Special containers protected the clocks from external influences such as vibrations, so like, from the wind outside the plane or whatever. Magnetic fields, like the magnetic field of the Earth or any other magnetic field. I'm adding bits to this, by the way. But or temperature variations. The time difference was measured by direct clock comparison at the ground before and after the flight, as well as during the flight by laser pulses of 0.1 nanosecond duration. But the comparisons during the flight, I don't think are actually necessary for the point I'm trying to make. It's just the before and after that really matter. But yeah, they talk about it quite a lot here, this experiment. And it is predicted by general relativity, actually, yeah. So you can think of this as an experiment, confirming it.
So you read a definition that makes it true. How have you validated it for yourself?
I haven't read a definition. This is an experiment. An experiment is not a definition. It's an actual thing that happened in real life.
Okay, so you read about an experiment. How have you validated it for yourself?
Are you? So is this just going to be? Are you claiming that it's a lie?
No, it's just a simple question for me. I'm not in your conversation. I just had a question for you.
I believe it happened on the basis that there are loads of publications about it. I think that the teams that were working on the experiments aren't likely to have lied about it. I don't know why. These are just ordinary people, after all, like physics professors and stuff. They used a commercial airline flight. They didn't use like a fucking military jet or something like that. I mean, I get that the government lies about stuff sometimes, but these were just like nerds working in a physics department.
No, I see.
I have no reason to believe that these guys were lying, and if you give me a reason to think they were lying, like fair play. But as it stands, I have every reason to believe that they were just telling the truth about what they did.
So what was the basis for that experiment again? What did it prove?
Well, so it proved that so you have the 2 clocks. I mean, if you go on the wiki, it will explain more, and if you find the paragraph from the quote I pasted, it will explain more.
Sorry to interrupt. I remember now about the time.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So the point is, right? The point is that the gravitational field of the Earth actually affects how time kind of flows, if you like, right? Because time is measured by clocks, naturally, and it affects how time flows. In a sense, the explanation for this, in a kind of more theoretical language, is that like I said earlier, the gravitational field of the Earth bends time differently depending on like where you are in the gravitational field, like how close to the Earth you are, like how strong it is. Because obviously, as you get, at least according to mainstream physics, which I know you guys have your doubts about it, but according to mainstream physics, gravitational fields get stronger as you get closer to the Earth. And actually, this is something you can measure on Earth directly, like quite close to the surface of the Earth. Like when you're on a mountain, gravity is slightly weaker. No, it's all right. Sorry.
All right. So that was the thing in question, the gravitational fields. The Jedi tried to explain to you that we have the magnetic field that's been tested, proven. We can prove that that's there. I believe he was questioning you about trying to figure out what experiment proves the gravitational effect.
Well, yeah. So this experiment, if you look at the quote I pasted, it talks about how they used containers to isolate the apparatus from external magnetic fields influencing anything that was going on inside. So you can't really explain it by appealing to magnetic fields unless you think that they fucked it up somehow. But I don't know. You'd have a hard time proving that because it's been the effects were repeated many, many times.
So how's the gravitational effects proven?
Say again, sorry?
So how were the gravitational effects proven, the one you claim?
Well, so I mean, if you just look at the
other than the time deadly experiment.
Well, so if you just look at the way, so I mean, there's only so much I can say in like natural language. If you look at the way that the mathematics works out, if you the idea is in general relativity that if you go higher up, then clocks will tick slower. Like you can actually just derive that prediction with like mathematical equations and stuff. And it's actually not. They're actually not that difficult equations to like look at. So you guys could go have a look at them yourselves. But I couldn't really tell you off the top of my head how they work.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. What was the independent variable manipulated to prove the gravitational?
So the height and duration of the flight, they set that variable. They set it at what does it say? 15 hours. I forget. I don't know what height they did it. The plane, it says plane was flying only at 5. Oh yeah, they also vary the speed, I suppose, and the height of the. So the duration, the height, and the speed of the plane. Like, there's a bunch of different variables that they, the kind of quote unquote independent variables. And then the dependent variable, which they measure at the end, is the difference between the two clocks.
So the difference between the vibration rate of the cesium atoms. That's the only thing.
Essentially.
Clocks powered by the cesium atoms. That doesn't mean that time's changed. That just means the vibrational rate of the cesium atoms has changed. It's not time, dude.
Well, I mean, it actually is time, right? Because if time is what you measure with clocks.
Dude, what makes the clock go?
The vibration of the cesium atom. Yeah.
Cesium atom. So what's changed? The vibrational rate of the cesium atom
being higher up in the gravitational fields. That's what the experiment shows.
Yeah, the cesium atom is the vibrational rate that's changed, which shows the difference in the clock. That doesn't mean that time changed. It just shows that the cesium atom vibration rate's changed.
Precisely.
I think this actually might be a linguistic kind of disagreement, like a verbal disagreement here. I don't think it actually matters. The general relativity. So general relativity, we could say it like this: general relativity predicts that the clocks, the cesium atoms in the like make the clocks work, will vibrate at different rates depending on where in a gravitational field they are. You can think about that as it bending time if you want.
Or the altitude, the difference in altitude, not the gravitational force.
But
thing we're trying to prove, right? So
well, it's not. I'm not. This isn't trying to prove the existence of a gravitational field. It's trying to prove that the gravitational field has the kind of effects on clocks that general relativity predicts, right?
I see.
But I mean, so it's not a magnetic field, right? Because, like I said, they use special containers to isolate the magnetic fields. To isolate the clocks from the external magnetic effects. And we know anyway, right? Like even flat earthers should agree with this, that gravitational field. Well, so I mean, maybe you don't believe in quote unquote gravity, but whatever force it is that pulls things down to the Earth. It gets weaker when you get higher up. Like people on mountains, you can measure these things, right? There are small changes, and in fact, there are small changes depending on where
you label it wrong. There's no downward force. There's nothing pulling everything down.
Whatever. I label it wrong. I don't care. The point is that things are pulled down to the Earth weaker. That the pull is weaker.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are.
So what's? You just ignored my question. Cool.
I don't really hear a question. So. Anyways, anyone got anything to say about this experiment? Because it does confirm a prediction of general relativity, which is exactly what you asked for. All right, cool. I'll consider that a win. Thank you very much, guys. I've got to get some work done, so I'll see you later.
But so if general relativity, then the clocks, the CCM atoms decay at different rates. Good so far?
No, heretic. He had to get out of there before anybody responded. He had to leave and take his win that he confirmed by himself.
Okay, fine. Yeah, well, he's got to take it while he can get it.
Yeah, sorry guys, I was a little bit busy juggling kids at the moment, so couldn't get in on the conversation 100%.
That's fair.
You good? He's a nobody anyway.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask him that question. Well, he'll be back.
I doubt it. He may make a YouTube video claiming he beat Flat Earth or something, but he won't be back.
He's been here a few times. I think he's in a bit of a cope spiral now, so I think we'll see him again.
Okay, cool. Britt, what's going on?
Chilling in Australia.
Yeah, my bad. I was asking about Crit. I haven't heard from him in a while. Seen him in a while. I just sent him a message yesterday. Where's that, Reese?
Brisbane.
What's the temperature like up there?
Like 80 degrees. Just waiting on some room service. I'm hungry. No, that's it. Thank you. This fancy. I got my shit.
Is that room service, bro?
Hell yeah. I don't want Crit to get all upset about my video. He gets very angry when I show shit.
Yeah, limits the room, bro.
Yeah, I get it. I tried to do it only when there's like less than 20 people.
Yeah.
Australia is beautiful, man. Gotta say.
especially beautiful on the flat Earth map where it's flat as a pancake. It's the most beautiful shape of Australia I could imagine.
I'm sorry, but flat's not a shape, so unless you're going to tell me the shape of the Earth, don't tell me.
No, I'm talking about the shape of Australia. If you look at the azimuthal equidistant map, Australia is flat like a pancake. It's like white.
No.
In fact, it's so white, it's as white as Africa.
Mm-mm.
Mr. Triggered has entered the chat.
Who the fuck are you talking about? I just saw that MMA guy that got on Jesse Lee Peterson, and he's a flat earther. And I said, well, I'll come down here and find out what the hell y'all actually talk about. I never come into this place because I don't understand you people. Why don't you believe in climate change like everybody else? Why can't you get a normal job, son?
I got a normal job.
God damn it, Bobby.
I'm retired.
I know the emperor has no clothes, but I'm not going to tell him.
I'm a
Oh, he's the comic relief. I get it.
How many people we got? Let's see.
Do you have any empirical measurement of all of the horizontals, or at least two horizontals at different places being parallel? Or are you just preaching the first commandment from the Bevite religion?
Mr. Confused has entered the voice chat. Embo, aren't you a flat earther now?
Yes, I am a flat earther. But I'm a self-centric flat earther. Like actuals.
Wait, so what's shape?
Are you playing games? You playing games with us, Embo?
Yes, he is.
No, it is a completely serious scientific hypothesis. The South Pole being in the center is equivalent to the North Pole being in the center of the flat plane. There's no reason to believe one over another.
Oh, is that what you guys are saying now because of the final experiment?
Yes. Even before the final experiment, because there's less videos of the 24-hour sun in the north than in the south, even before the final experiment.
What? That's not what you guys have been saying.
Absolutely.
Embo, how long have you been a flat earther?
Since a year. No, it's actually since my birth, because we are all flat earthers.
It's not true. Embo, last week you want flat earther last week, but today you change your mind today.
No, do you have any proof that I was?
Stop playing games, Embo. Not good.
You don't have, exactly. It's begging the question fallacy.
I gotta say, this is probably the nicest hotel I've ever stayed in.
So, if you want to keep the north in the center, right, then the only viable hypothesis that was created was actually created by me and Peter, because we are the major geniuses in the flat earth community. We are the ones who make advancements instead of like repeating what everyone is told.
In my mouth. Horrible.
So Antarctica.
I started this. I'm sorry.
Antarctica could be just like an island continent that is orbiting around the North Pole, because it's made of ice, so it can be like a gigantic iceberg which orbits around the North Pole on the ocean. And follows the sun because of that. If it orbits once per 24 hours, and it does that next to the sun, then you will always see the sun. And additionally, this is a viable explanation. It explains the observation of the 24-hour sun better than anything previously, so it's more viable. And additionally, because that sun isn't like at constant place in that sky, so additionally that Antarctica, it rotates around its own axis also once per 24 hours. That's why you can see it spinning in the sky around you.
Nonsense, Embo, you know it.
Do you have any proof it's nonsense?
How come? Did Nathan Oakley refuse the free trip to Antarctica?
Yes.
He's not here. We're talking about people that aren't here right now.
Yeah, he probably has better things to do, like spend time with his children.
Oh no!
It's funny that you laugh at that, right? Those who build families and have children and meet women, right, have wives and things of that nature, that's what's most important in life versus sitting trying to like prop up yourself saying, I came up with an amazing theory that the north is at the middle. No, it's real life and you're trying to figure it out.
No, you don't know a lot.
Well, what do you think Witzett's going to say?
You have no idea what's the context. Didn't Nathan Oakley say that 24 hours and it's impossible on flat Earth before the final experiment?
I don't know, but he was here yesterday. You could have talked to him yesterday. He's not here to talk about something else.
Yeah, but I would first need to find that video and play it right to him, so he cannot run away from it. This could be actually.
He's definitely.
This could be actually an idea for a funny situation to make him look stupid.
What time is it there, Jay Reese?
It's tomorrow. Just turned tomorrow.
Early midnight. Cool.
Yeah. Talking to you from the future.
Just a question. If you're in the current reference frame, how can you still refer to it as tomorrow?
Because I'm talking to someone that's in the past. Like, what day is it for you guys? Is it the 7th or is it the 8th?
Yeah, but aren't you the one that's present in your
It's the 7th at 9 a.m., so I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm talking to you from tomorrow. Because
it's just like the fact that you would take the future upon your own shoulders and say that you're speaking to us from the future. It's really a poor formed circumstance that you're trying to form.
Shut up, Gillian.
I'm speaking to you from December 8th. Is it December 8th near you, or is it December 7th?
Now, relative to you, is it not December 8th?
Yes, that's what I just said.
Right, so is December 8th the future for you, or is it the past for you?
It's the present, past.
Right, very well done. You just caught up to the turnip truck.
Okay, is December 8th the future for you?
This is the proof of special relativity because it proves that time is relative.
Relative to the person experiencing it, but for you to insinuate that it's actually the future that he's speaking to me from, not actually it. It seems as though we're experiencing the ticking of time at the same rate, are we not?
I know, I'm making a joke. Stop taking life so serious. You gotta enjoy yourself a little bit more, man.
That shut him up.
Dude, I'm enjoying it fine. I'm just keeping you accountable to the words that you're saying.
Dude, it's a joke. Stop taking life so serious.
Did Nathan Oakley ever, like even a long time ago, participate in a debate on an independent platform without the assistance of his precious mute button?
Possibly. Maybe one time.
If it happened, then it's like lost archives, probably.
Yeah, he has, and he was constantly talked over and muted by the so-called impartial platform
moderator.
Oh, maybe this is why he started his villain arc.
Ask him all these questions next time he comes in, Ambo, instead of talking shit about him when he's here.
Kind of hypocritical. Like most of you guys usually talk shit after you server mute someone.
Why were they server muted? I'm not a moderator, but why were they server muted?
That J.
I've never been a mod.
Oh, annoying.
I see what you did there.
That's funny.
See, have a sense of humor. Stop taking it so serious.
Going into 2025, believing that everyone's a flat earther. Either you're fighting against it or you aren't. So everybody's cool in my book.
I just don't take people serious that can't even name the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so what is the shape of the Earth then, genius?
An oblate spheroid.
Okay, how do you prove that?
Reciprocal zenith angle test.
So you're going to take measurements to stars in order to verify the fact that the surface is in fact curving, is that right?
I'm not sure where you heard pictures of stars there.
No, I said measurements to stars.
Man, he's backpedaling halfway through the forward pedal.
Well, Grizzly, I thought I was answering or getting into a conversation here. Sorry, if you want to go ahead with the conversation,
let Kelly do it. Let Kelly do it.
Yeah. Reciprocal zenith angle has nothing to do with stars.
Okay, explain to me the process of it, or how it works. I'm obviously terribly mistaken in my thought of it.
You use survey instruments, you set up on one point, you backside another, then you set up the machine on that second point, you backside again, and you compare the reciprocal zenith angles. And on the Earth, you always get an excess of 180 degrees because levels are not parallel with each other. And as you go further distances away, you get more of an excess of the supplementary.
Okay, so these stations... Oh, did someone want to go in ahead with the conversation? I can withdraw.
Yeah, Kelly is talking. Everyone else, be quiet. Kelly and Jay Reese is talking.
Thanks.
I'm not a
So from
moderator.
the standpoint of setting up the stations that you're referring to in order to conduct these measurements, do these stations have a level built into them? Okay, so you have to in fact confirm that you're observing level locally before you proceed with your measurement to the stars, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Question being, before we start measuring to the stars, when we
nothing to do with the stars. Nothing to do with the stars.
How are you confirming the difference between the two base points in order to confirm that there's in fact a spherical excess?
Oh, do you want me to show you?
No, you just talk to me about it. Because again, I'm trying to confirm that your base point, where you're starting from, right, actually has a level, like you confirm that you've got the level.
Yeah.
So the difference between these two level places, you're saying that the angular difference between these two confirm that there's in fact the spherical axis above 180 degrees.
Yeah, I'm posting the pictures again. There you go.
Okay. So my question to you then becomes your understanding of level. How does level? How is level ascertained?
It has a. What do you mean? It has an internal level bubble. What do you mean?
Okay. So the bubble level. So you agree that what is the bubble level? How does it work?
Well, you have to get the machine calibrated every couple months, but I don't understand. How do levels work?
No, I'm asking you, okay, let's strip it down to a construction level, because you believe, a construction level works on the same principle as your...
Look at my pictures.
No, I'm speaking to you, brother. I looked at your pictures. I looked at your pictures, now I'm speaking to you about the principle of level and the construction level, and how these two things, because a construction level doesn't need calibration. That's the point. So I'm asking you if you actually...
Yes,
You're telling me a construction level, a steel girder with a canister in the middle that has liquid inside of it and an air bubble needs calibrating.
Of course.
How would you calibrate what I just explained to you, a construction level?
What do you think they do before they sell it?
I would like to know. You said it requires calibration every few, I think it was years or something like that. How do you calibrate a construction level?
No, that's not what I said. Not the construction level. I said my instrument. My instrument.
So again, we're coming down to the base point of figuring out level first before we proceed to your machine that you're using. So I'm asking you, right? The aspect of level. You have the construction level, or construction level as an example. It has a canister with water inside and an air bubble. This doesn't need calibration, right?
No, before they sell it, yeah, I'm pretty sure they do tests on it before they sell it. You know,
to make sure that the air bubble, aligns with the two black lines drawn on the canister, which holds the green liquid. I agree with you.
Well, that's not like a very accurate level compared to my machine.
But your machine needs calibration every few years. So what's more accurate? Something that requires calibration every few years, or something that literally works? Pick it up and it works.
Something that gets calibrated.
Okay, so coming back to again your level, this machine. How does your machine walk out the observation of level?
How accurate is the construction level? To what second of a degree?
I don't have that measurement. I know that the construction industry uses construction.
Mine does.
Okay, but I know that the construction industry uses the construction level.
Just stop interrupting him, Jay Reese. Just let him finish his sentence and then respond.
Thank you. So from a standpoint of knowing what the construction level is and the fact that the construction industry uses construction levels in order to verify that they're in fact constructing level, I need to know how your machine falls in line with the aspect of observing level.
So, my machine is more accurate, and when you actually have a construction site that you're building on, who do they call to make sure that they're setting benchmarks? Oh yeah, that's me, a surveyor.
You didn't answer his question.
I did.
Yes, you insert yourself as an authority in the machines that you use to justify your foundation as an
Is he robotic to everybody else? Or is it
you're cutting out, Philly. Philly, you're roboting and you're cutting out. Philly, you're roboting.
Apologies. From a standpoint, let me know if I'm roboting or not. But from a standpoint of observing what level is, right, we know for a fact that all of these built forms, regardless of what you surveyors do out there, confirm that all these built forms, these buildings that are built, are all built observing level. So again, I need to know from you.
What degree of level?
What degree of level? Level to have a level building, level enough for people to walk around and not fall into corners because they are able to maintain their vestibular system alignment where they're walking.
Yeah, that's not that level. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Oh, okay.
Like, you can have a pretty unlevel room and still not fall into the side of the walls. So, that's not that level. So, when I ask you, like, to what degree of level, I'm asking is, like, to what second of a degree. Literally, the seconds of a degree is what I'm asking you. Do you know that's how level is determined? Like, what level is? By seconds of a degree?
Nah, I literally thought that level was the thing that is shown to us when we build things upon this realm.
And it gets measured by degrees and by seconds of a degree, or by minutes of a degree.
Right. So where is your? I'd like to know where your spherical excess is that you bring in order to say that it's. Well, you said spherical excess at the beginning of this, did you not?
No, I didn't.
I thought you said spherical excess is how you confirm through measuring the zenith angles.
No, reciprocal zenith angles gives you excess of 180 degrees. I didn't mention spherical excess.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, good to go, Sandra. Thank you. Sorry, I just got on my bus. So from a standpoint, again, of observing level and coming up with these percentiles, what is it that you're going to on your machines to show these this excess?
Yeah, so I got about 12 seconds of a degree difference between 1,500 feet.
So 12 seconds of a degree, which would equate to what? That's 1/10 of a degree, isn't it?
No.
Or is that 1/60th?
No.
Okay, what is it?
12 seconds of a degree is about 1/300th.
So 1/300th over what distance?
1,500 feet.
1,500 feet. And this is what you're using to say, okay, so what would you say that equates to over 100 miles?
Why limit it to that?
Pardon me?
Just a question.
Why limit it to that?
Because it's a good sample set, right? Average city township has an approximate spread of about 100 miles. We look at New York as an example, which has a 250 miles spread across it. I'm just trying to figure out what is the number that is actually shown for the drop over distance that would equate to a spheroid that you're claiming, right? Because your numbers have to be consistent in order to demonstrate this drop over distance.
Sorry, Kelly, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to ask Keely. Are you asking what are the numbers for the drop over distance?
Yeah, the drop over distance has to be there in order for us to analyze the spheroid, right? Because the thing is, if we're hold on a minute, let me say this. I'll withdraw after this point. I'm on the bus. It's kind of noisy. All I'm saying is this built form we see level everywhere we go, right? So I need to know if over 100-mile distance that there's in fact a required drop over distance that would back up the spheroid.
Okay.
Yeah, this doesn't happen.
And how will we go about measuring that? Like, if I threw all the equipment in the world at you, how would you measure that?
Well, that's the measurement that's the equipment that we're investigating right now. That's being presented by our friend. Is it not?
No, this doesn't have to do with drop over distance.
So I just want to point something out, Keely, with regards to the drop over distance. All drop over distance formulas are purely estimations. Terrain isn't level as per se. Terrain is not constant, so terrain is constantly changing, perhaps. So those drop over distance formulas, as I said, are simply estimations at all types of levels. And if we're measuring drop over distance using lasers diffract much like light. They're a form of light, you know? So I think that it's very hard to actually calculate the curvature of the Earth. It's not just, let's look at the sea and see ships go over.
Okay, Smarty Pants, it's not a question of you coming in and saying, this is it. I'm asking you again from a standpoint of I'm appealing to the construction industry because all of us have a built form that we live within. At least most of us are blessed with this, right? And this built form, no matter where you are, observes a principle and was created on a principle of observing level. So I'm just trying to figure out from what Jay Reese is pointing at how we have a drop over distance that brings us to a point of having literally upside down people reference to other people, depending on where you're located, north or south of the equator. This is ultimately my question. Upside down people, how do we get there? Upside down built form, how do we get there?
So Kelly, the question you're asking now is how are things truly level? Is that essentially what you're asking? How are things truly level on a flat Earth? How do I live on a flat house if we live on a round Earth? Is that essentially what you're asking?
Yeah, go ahead with that one. Because again, I think Jay Reese was coming in to try.
Earth isn't the size of a fucking balloon.
So let me finish. So okay. I said 12 seconds of a degree over 1,500 feet. Now, obviously, that's a very small sample size of the entire Earth. But what you can do is you times 12 seconds times 5 to get 1 minute.
That's what I want.
Then you times 1 minute by 60. And then you times 1 degree by 360 to get 360 degrees. So now you have a factor of, so you take 1,500 feet, you times it by 5, then you times it by 60, and then you times it by 360, and then you compare that to the known acceptance of the circumference of the Earth, and you can see how accurate my measurement was, considering such a small sample size.
Right. So this is where I want to know if that you're going to make a microcosm claim. I would like to walk it out of a 100-mile distance sample set in order to verify if we. No, it's your point. You can do that because I observe I observe a plane.
So 1,500, right, times 5, and then you do that times 60. And then you do that times 360. What would you get?
Dude, it's your example. You need to walk it out, bro. I'm not sitting in front of a computer. I'm having a conversation with you, and you can't walk out your criteria, right? Your evidence in order to stand upon a firm foundation. Because here's the thing: I know that the mainstream narrative claim. No. Wait a second, B. I know that the mainstream narrative claim is a 3,959 mile radius claim from the epicenter out to the crust. This is what I know. Now, in order for that to be true, the drop over distance for 100 miles has to be 1.25 miles, which is 6,600 feet. You're telling me I'm going to go across the city of New York or the state of New York, and I'm going to verify from one point I start from, walk out that distance, and it's going to drop a total of 6,600 feet in order for your bullshit spheroid claim to be true. This is the foundation you're attempting to stand upon, brother. That's my script. What's yours?
I love it here. Tristan, it's times 360, not 260. And it's also times 60,
Yeah,
not
see,
50.
you guys are over here checking yourself on the mathematics, and I just read it for you. I gave it to you because you don't understand the numbers that you're trying to stand upon. The numbers mean stuff, just like words mean stuff. But when we check for your numbers and the the principle of level, which resides comfortably with the construction industry, your bullshit claim of a spheroid falls apart on its face every single time. And it also defies the law, or not defies the law, flies in the face of the law of second law of thermodynamics being entropy. Puta.
You don't know what that means. Anyway, so
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry. Whoa. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the second law of entropy being second law of thermodynamics being entropy means.
This has nothing
Check me
to do
further
with
on it. I just walked you out on your own numbers that you were trying to bring forward in this conversation. Schooled you on your numbers. I'm still sitting comfortably observing level. Where are you on this, boy?
Does level mean flat?
So how's this work? He gets to interrupt me whenever he wants?
Yeah,
Is that how
because
this
you're
works?
lying. Because you can't even read your own damn script. I'm out of here. Peace.
That wasn't very constructive.
You ran away pretty quickly, Killy.
Wait, are you talking to me?
No, Killy.
I'll love
Good job, Killy. Good job.
Is there anyone I can talk to? I'm just interested into where the flat Earth logic comes from, I guess. Hello?
It's a measurement. It's not debatable. It's a measurement. It's proven measurement. Operated flat, traversed flat, measured flat.
So, can we measure the flat Earth?
It is often measured using elevation angles to stars like Polaris.
Mm-hmm. So we measure Earth's flat nature. So can you give me one of the examples? I'm just wondering. Because
Say again?
Can you give me an example of where we measure Earth's flat nature?
In celestial navigation, we measure the Earth flat by the ground position of the stars, most likely Polaris in the north. That distance to the ground position of the stars to where you're standing is measuring the Earth flat, because you're measuring across the flat baseline.
So we use
to perform.
So the round stars in the sky that constantly change depending on where you are standing on Earth and the time of day tell us that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's why we most likely use Polaris, the North Star, which never moves.
So I think it was the Indians. I think it was like the I think it was the Indians who actually used Polaris for navigation.
No, it's the Native Americans, my people. We use the North Star for celestial navigation. Yes, the Native Americans.
So because Polaris always appears in the exact same locations, evidence that, I guess, Earth is flat or or stationary?
No, because it doesn't move and everyone can measure to it.
Just a methodology.
In the north.
Yeah, we can measure Polaris using parallax. I don't see how we can measure Polaris
No, we can
using
measure the ground position of Polaris to the observer, me or you looking at Polaris, that ground position that you're measuring to across flat plane is measuring their flat because you don't account for curvature, right?
I'm just trying to comprehend what you're saying.
I know.
Because are we measuring the distance to Polaris?
Maybe you can talk to Jedi.
Okay.
Do you know what?
I'm just trying to understand and interpret.
Cool. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah. There's like the angle of elevation, angle of depression. Is that what you're referring to, like basic trigonometry?
So this is how we get a latitude system, for example. So we measure an elevation angle of Polaris. So, for example, if you're at the North Pole and you've got Polaris directly above your head, you're at 90 degrees north. If you were to continue moving southwards, but turn and face Polaris and measure with a sextant the depression of the angle, this will relate to your latitude on the Earth because it's an angle measurement. Those angle measurements are taken from a horizontal baseline. That horizontal baseline is mean sea level. Mean sea level is a horizontal reference datum for us to get elevation angles from.
So we use Polaris to get all our elevation angles.
To get our latitude, yes. Latitudes are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris.
So Polaris is what decides the coordinate system of Earth.
The latitude system. The sun gives us lines of meridian, so longitude. Okay. Again, within the same process of measuring angles to it.
So I guess... So the angle or like the altitude to Polaris approximately corresponds to the latitude of the observer.
Yeah, so for example, if I was to measure with my sextant a 45-degree angle of Polaris above the horizon, my latitude is 45 degrees north.
But doesn't that not work on a flat Earth model? Because if I'm standing under Polaris and someone is standing thousands of kilometers away, their angle is going to be different. It's not going to be in the same position.
Exactly. So at 90 degrees, when you're standing directly underneath the star, at the ground position, this is expressed in 90 degrees. That's an angle measurement, straight line down from the star to where you are on the Earth, perpendicular to the horizontal plane. As you move away south, in this example, from Polaris, you measure a declination angle. The angle recedes downwards towards the horizon. So the distance between the equator and the ground position of Polaris is 5,400 nautical miles. That's a straight line distance measurement based on the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, better known as 0 degrees at the equator.
So where we stand changes the actual, I guess, the angles of Polaris we're looking from.
Of course. Let me give you an example. Stand underneath your light in your living room and then walk away from your light. You'll notice that when you point at the light, the angle's changed. It's based on perspective. It's based on how the observer, you, me, or anybody else, observes the world. And based on this fact, we can measure an angle.
I've never heard of this. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
No, that's fine, buddy. It's fine.
Yeah. I'll come back to you on that. It's very interesting. I'll do some reading.
Cool.
Batman?
What's going on, Kinos?
So I did some research, and pretty much from what I've seen from, I guess, this round of logic that you guys rail against is Polaris, I guess, is in kind of the same position with regards to North Pole due to the rotation of Earth. But I guess beyond the science of that, I'm just trying to understand if I'm standing at the equator, right? I am at 0 degrees latitude. Do we agree on that?
Sure.
Right. So if I'm at 0 degrees latitude and I'm looking straight ahead, I'm not looking at Polaris, am I?
Which direction are you facing? Straight ahead you could be facing south. Which direction?
Any direction whatsoever. If I'm standing at the equator, I'm looking 0 degrees. I'm tilting my head 0 degrees. So I'm looking forward in every direction. I'm not going to be looking at Polaris. However, if I'm standing 0 degrees on the equator on a round Earth, I'm looking straight up at Polaris.
So you have up on a globe, not in and out. So you have up now.
So this is a separate conversation, I guess. What is up and down? And I guess if we're speaking from a relativistic or philosophical,
there's no need to go
up and down.
Yeah, there's no need to go into it really. There's with respect to a flat plane, there's only an up or down with respect to a flat plane. You only have in and out if you believe you live on a ball. So up, straight, forward, you don't have those words.
So from a theoretical standpoint, what you're saying is correct, but we live on a round Earth with something called gravity, and gravity defines our direction of up and down. So my perception of up and down is
flat. So back, guys. Round is spherical, or can round be flat in shape?
I guess when I'm referring to round, I'm referring to a 3D sense, a spherical object.
Yeah, just try to be more specific. I believe you know what you're talking about, but yes, got to be more specific.
Specific with what regards?
Just terminology. So on a sphere, you don't have up, you have in and out.
Yeah, I agree. But we're speaking with respect to gravity. When I throw something in the air, it's going to go down. Do we agree on that?
No, that's the thing in question. You have to prove gravity.
Okay.
Well, that's easy. Like, if you want to prove that.
Yeah, we're having a conversation, Mage. That's very stand up of you.
Oh, okay. My bad, bro. I'll just put it in the side chat, the proof that you're asking for, if he can't find it.
So there's a nice experiment. It's called the Cavendish experiment, and it shows that mass attracts mass. And this is a feature that is present on Earth. When you jump up, you have mass. The Earth has a lot of mass. Newton's third law states that a force acting on a force will act on that force. I think it's when one force acts on another, that same force will act on the force. I forgot the terminology exactly, but pretty much I'm pulling on Earth and Earth is pulling on me.
Okay, I'm with you. But the bottom line is the thing in question, the gravity is the thing you're using to prove the thing in question. So how are you proving your shape when celestial navigation, measurements of a flat plane, you're measuring the ground position to the star from where you're standing, you're measuring a flat earth already. There's no need to go into this skepticism.
What skepticism?
Unproven things. It's called a gravitational theory because it's a theory, unproven.
Mm-hmm. Well, because gravity is a theory doesn't mean it's not useful. I mean, engineers use gravity every single day. If you've done
you can say that. You can say that with your words, but it's still unproven. It's changed multiple times. It's unproven. You can say that, but there are things that are proven, which engineers actually use, like sea level references to the horizontal plane we live on.
Yeah, well, there's something called mean sea level. So sea level, this is a different conversation.
Yeah, so
we know the effect of gravity. We don't know its cause. We know what we have to appreciate is we know the effect. We don't know the cause. So the cause we believe is
proven because you don't. So it proves something because you don't know the cause. Is that proven, or is it still a theory at that point because it hasn't been proven? Okay, indeed. So when we're discussing the nature of Earth, there's no need to go into theoretic, especially when you have a measurement, things that can't be refuted, especially when you don't have to account for curvature, things in your claim. You can say things go up or things go down and use gravity, but yeah, you can't refute the measurements in reality.
So we're shifting between conversations. I think what we have to appreciate here is gravity is extremely demonstrable on Earth, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the point. It's not proven. It hasn't been proven. We're talking about reality, measurements.
We have
So
measurements.
the idea that mass attracts mass hasn't been proven.
Have you looked into it? Maybe Mage can take over from here.
Yeah, so I can actually so oftentimes flat earthers I think have not to make any presumptions on you, but oftentimes they make maybe a philosophical blunder in saying that like science changed its mind when it went from when we evolved to general relativity from Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah.
Newtonian mechanics is just an incomplete version of relativity, but they make the same predictions.
Yeah. No, it's like
So no conclusion, no proof whatsoever. Just
not necessarily. I think you have to appreciate the idea that
even though it hasn't been proven in the first place. I understand.
Yeah, Alec, let me try.
So I just have to ask you, what do you want to be proven? Like, what are you asking for?
I'm not asking for anything. Hence, me going back to the subject at hand. The measurements in reality, you can do whatever you want and believe whatever you want about how gravity reacts, but that doesn't negate the fact that it's measured flat, traversed flat. Yeah.
It's not measured flat. Here, I'll send you a study in the site, or not a study, an experiment in the side chat.
We have celestial navigation. It saves lives, so there's no need to show me more equations and calculations not in reality. We're talking about reality, measurements. There's no need to
this is
anything.
measurements.
Yeah,
I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Just tell me about it. I'm not going to look in the chat. Just tell me about it. I'm busy right now. Just tell me about it.
Oh yeah, so essentially, what these I guess researchers did is they made a prediction. They said that if we shine like a laser of light across this body, then we should expect to measure this amount of drop if there's a globe, right? And that's what they found. So the prediction was found to be true. It's measured.
What was the distance in that experiment?
Oh, I mean, you could take a look at the experiment.
No, just tell me. My hands are full, bro. Just help me out.
No, I got you. It's just whenever I engage in this server on 24/7, they always ask me to do the same thing. So I'm just
we don't have to talk about that right now, bro. We're talking about me. What's happening right now? My hands are full. Just help me out.
Yeah. So whenever your hands are not full, I'd be more than happy to break it down for you.
All right, this is my point. We have measurements of 1,000-mile bridge. We build and traverse it using the reference frame. You know, the flat horizon. You know, the flat surface that we live on. That's 1,000-mile bridge using that reference point. I'm sure that laser didn't go that far. That's my point. So we don't have to get into it.
Okay. Where was this done? I mean, if that's true, then that's like slam dunk. You know, flat.
1,000%. Yeah, I presented it a million times. You can just search it for yourself. It's the Dang Young Bridge in China. It's 1,000 miles. Just type 1,000-mile long bridge and it'll pop up. There you go.
Bet. Okay.
Game over.
Thousand Islands Bridge. I see the bridge. I don't see the
1,000-mile long bridge. Just let me know.
No, that's what I typed up. 1,000-mile long bridge, and the first thing that came up was Thousand Islands Bridge. Wikipedia.
Cool. Just type 1,000-mile long bridge, China.
Bet. Okay.
So the assumption you're making is that we can't have things flat on a round Earth.
Still nothing. I don't know what you're.
At all. I don't know where that came from.
Okay. Well,
you see that 1,000-mile long bridge? Yeah, they use the reference frame the entire time, a flat surface, and they adjust it accordingly based off that reference frame, the surface of the Earth. Over 1,000 miles. Excuse me. Now, how far did that laser go, and what did it prove? Thank you.
Oh, I'm still looking for the 1,000-mile line. I can't find it.
Yeah, let me know when you get it.
There's nothing coming up, so I don't.
You've made the claim. Give him the evidence.
I gave him the evidence.
Oh no, I'm talking about Flat Earther. He's made a claim.
Oh yeah.
Our bridge. So give him the evidence. We've given you the evidence.
He's going to ask for clarificatory details probably about that. I would just prefer that whenever he has time, that he just takes a look at it first.
You didn't hear me, did you? There's no need. I see they changed it, though. It used to just pop up. That's strange.
Do you maybe have the link saved?
No. I'm just give me a second.
Okay. I know your hands are full, but... No.
Precisely. Just give me a second.
Diagram in your citation is using a horizontal plane.
With reference to what? Could you be? Oh yeah, for the flat model, or not model, but like for the prediction that they're making, they suppose that if the Earth were flat, right, then from a certain observer height of 1.85 meters, then all the Bedford targets would appear exactly aligned with horizon and eye level, which is what you'd expect on a flat plane.
Now, if I could interject, it's Dang Yang. Maybe.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Over 1,002 miles. You see that?
Yeah,
game over.
I see it.
Game over. Game over.
Sorry, what's the game over? Where's the slam dunk?
Check it out. Just check it out. How far did those lasers measure in your example?
Flat Earth Ranger. Is the bridge flat?
Let me double check. The lasers measured varying distances, but the farthest distance was 9. Oh, let me see. Kilometers. 5.68 kilometers.
So nowhere near almost 17 kilometers. So nowhere near 102 miles. 1,002. Sorry, 1,002 miles. Nowhere near that. Correct.
Wait, you did laser experiments on the bridge?
No. They tell you, they reference the station, the flat plane. You know, they tell you for 1,000 miles. That's their only reference. So
I don't see in the article where it says that distance is flat. It's a flat plane.
It's level. It's not flat. This is what they don't understand. They think level and flat are interchangeable. The bridge is level. It's not flat, however.
No, the whole bridge.
The bridge is level.
Frame,
but the thing that they're building it on, I don't think that's completely level. Like from start to finish.
Frame,
yeah, exactly.
It's over water. What sea level? The ground is level. Is the reference. You have to build off of it.
Wait. You just made an assumption there that the water is level?
I made an assumption that the water is level. Wow.
No, water is level. He's right about that.
It's level at a local point. So like it's level, like if you're making like 5 feet, 10 feet, 30 feet stretch of water, that's going to be level.
I have to cut you off, Mage. For this 1,002 mile long bridge, most of it's over water, which is flat, which is level. So there's no need to
not true.
Okay.
The body of water curves. So that's just not true.
Yeah. So you say that while they're referencing it level at 0 degrees.
Wait, but I'm looking in the Wikipedia.
For 1,002 miles, it's level.
I'm in the Wikipedia article. It doesn't say it's level at that.
It's distance. Over water. It's level. They say it themselves. They have to keep reference.
No, water is not level
0 degrees. All right, let's change our terminology. So they have to keep referencing 0 degrees. They have to maintain that reference of 0 degrees and build off of it. So it goes up a little bit, goes down a little bit, but the reference is 0 degrees across 1,002 miles. No nonsense or belief in the water curving can change that, sir.
No, the water. So over enough distance, the water is just going to curve under like whatever level you're measuring from.
Curving doesn't change the fact that it's 0 degrees for 1,002 miles, sir.
Where like the Wikipedia article you sent doesn't prove that. So I'm just going to ask for proof.
I didn't send anything.
Oh, okay. So someone sent the Honorable Slow Muggy sent Dang Shank Kuchan Grand Bridge. I think. Maybe that's the one you're talking about. It's 102 miles.
1,002.
Well, this one says 102. So if you have a different one, then I'm waiting for that evidence.
Banyang. Banyang.
Banyang.
Use your fingers.
Banyang.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's 102. Okay, so this is the one you are talking about. I'm looking at the Wikipedia article someone else sent.
Yeah, that's the wrong one. I clicked on his. That's the wrong one.
Okay. Look, I'll just whenever you have it, just let me know.
That shit isn't showing up now. Wow, as much as I've posted it here.
That's why. So yeah, that shit is shady. That's why we save links and download shit. Because like I remember the Flat Earth Core. I don't know if you know about Flat Earth Core. They made some. Well, I guess quote unquote measurements, but when I tried finding it, the link was just boofed. It was gone. So that's
Does
why you
that
should
happen
download
in
everything.
any other? Does that happen anywhere else?
Can I put
Absolutely.
in?
Yeah. When you start questioning vaccines or COVID, they start shutting you down. When you start saying like trans women aren't women, they start shutting you down.
Why do you think that is?
Because there's a strong left wing bias, or was.
No, that's due to terms of service. Like Discord mods allowed us to keep our server up only if we kept it on topic. If we deviated from that, then they were going to take us down. So Discord itself is allowing us to be there as long as we can moderate to stay on point. That's all it is. Carry on.
Yeah, I was definitely getting off point, but I mean, I can't find 1,000-mile long bridge, but I've posted it several times in here. But maybe
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying if you can find that, then that's a slam dunk for flat Earth. Then we don't even need to.
There's no need. There's no need.
Just flat Earth Ranger, bro.
You're take my word for it.
No, I'm not going to take your word for it. You guys are skeptics. You should discourage that.
Skeptics. And can I explain to you, Flat Earth Ranger? They do account for the bridge's curvature when they are building it over the long distance, and it doesn't operate the opposite. So pretty much,
is that one website
engineers design these bridges? They account for what's called
That's completely fucking false. I'm tired of hearing both of you guys talk bullshit, dude. Stop. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's not
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. You never built a bridge in your life. Shut the fuck up. You're lying right now. You can't say. You can't say.
He's not lying. He's not lying. The article does say that, but he's just quoting the article. So yeah, we can be reasonable, but the article does say that, but it doesn't in reality. They don't account for curvature.
They don't account for geodactic calculations. So when the bridge is going through a mountain, they don't account for that.
Dude, you don't know what the fuck they're doing when they're building bridges. You never built a bridge in your life. Here's the point. What you're saying, when you're saying they're accounting for curvature of the Earth, then you don't know what the fuck they're doing. And you're just saying that because you've been told that. Probably, I'm pretty sure you subscribe to Professor Dave on YouTube.
Sorry,
I love that guy.
I haven't been told anything. I googled it. So when you build
that's even worse, bro. It's even worse. So here's the point, okay?
And I'll explain my position.
Here's the point. When they're building, when bridges are built, the only time there's going to be any curvature on the iron, okay, is when they're creating this to be an engineering purpose. Like there's a reason why, because they want to make sure that there's a structural integrity on the bridge itself. They're not curving it because the Earth is curving and water's curving like a fucking, like the way you guys were saying it earlier was ridiculous, dude. Oh yeah, water's curving. Dude, shut up. Because there's bridges that you can take a side picture from, and they're going up and over, and they look like a pretty little rainbow going up and down, and the water's completely flat on the bottom of it if you take the photo from the side. Now, if you take your bullshit bridge picture from down the barrel of the gun, and then you see that the bridge is curving way at the end because of refraction and all these crazy other fucking optical phenomenon, well, that's not what we're talking about. All you have to do is just take a picture from the side of the bridge, look at all bridges, and take a photo that are going over water. Even the San Francisco bridge, when people are like, oh, the bridge is, the two towers are leaning, they're diverging from each other. Bullshit, get the fuck out of here. You don't you don't know that, you don't even know why they do that. There's a reason why bridges are built that way, by the way, because it's called cant. And they don't want the towers to fall in on themselves. If for some reason all the weight was supposed to just stop in the middle of it.
We're not talking about the bridge being curved. The bridge isn't curved. We're talking about the water underneath the bridge.
Either way, the water's at 0 degrees. So yeah.
No, it's not.
Thank you. So you just admitted that the bridge isn't curved, which you're wrong, by the way, because bridges do. Bridges
I didn't say bridges don't curve. I said that bridge. That bridge we're talking about is not curved. It's flat.
Okay. So here's the point, though. When you're building a bridge, just as he's been saying for the past fucking 20 minutes with you, that they're building it from a certain position, which will be a transferred line that's horizontal. Okay. And yes, as he said earlier, they'll go a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but it's still going to be from that original degree, which we will call that 0. So if you're
that's just
building
false.
a bridge,
You need evidence for that.
So if you're shut the fuck up. If you're building a bridge that's 50 feet above the water, okay, and you're going to have columns all the way down for miles, okay. He said there's a many mile bridge. Doesn't matter how many miles at this point. We're just talking about the way they build them, okay, the way we build them, okay. As an iron worker, iron workers build bridges. So shut the fuck up. Okay, we know. I know. I took classes on it. So shut the fuck up now. Okay,
See, 54 minutes past the hour.
So
There's some evidence.
As you're transferring lines horizontal, it's going to be like, if you could envision it, it's like hyphens and underscores, dashes and underscores. Now you have these straight lines that you're going up and down and over across horizontally for as many miles as you need to go. But you're not going to be curving away from that original degree. So whoever said that water's curving down away from you, and they have to account for that, that's bullshit. Because when you're transferring lines horizontal, how many straight dashes and underscores does it take to make a circle on your computer? Just think about that logically. You will never have that. You'll just have an infinite amount of dashes and underscores because you're never going to deviate. You're transferring lines to an elevation, right? When you set up your vertical and you set up your theodolite and you shoot that and you benchmark the next position, you're going to have a straight line, not fucking curving. So stop with your fucking bullshit. All right, I'm going to mute myself. I'm getting too angry. It's too early for this.
No, you're good.
Hold on. I'll just leave it at this. I'll just leave it at this.
Just a second, Mage. Just a second. All right, that's your game over. Mage, just a second. That's your game over. We were having a conversation with Kinos. Maybe we can finish talking to him because he had genuine questions. You came in with proofs that failed, Mage. So we'll continue talking to Kinos.
Wait, what's my game over? How did my proof fail? This guy has yet to present evidence that the water does not curve underneath you. He's just saying that.
We've both presented the evidence. Sea level, 0 degrees. Across.
No, you didn't present any evidence for that, Flat Earth Ranger.
I didn't have to. I did. He did. There's no need to continue talking, Mage.
Where's his evidence?
Answer Keynote's questions because he has genuine questions, not fake proof that fail. So thank you.
This isn't fake proof. You haven't done. Okay, where's his evidence?
As a guy who builds bridges, he debunked what you claim, that the water curves. So there's no more talking to you, sir.
So he has no evidence.
Oh my God.
His evidence is that I'm an iron worker. That's his evidence.
Do you build bridges, sir? Do you build bridges in the example that we were all talking about?
Okay. Yep.
Do you build bridges? Yes or no?
Yes or no? What?
Do you build bridges, sir?
No.
Okay.
It's like
over for you.
The Quran to have a talk about it.
Now.
It's the same argument.
That's just an appeal to authority, but whatever. I don't care.
It's not just an appeal to authority. It's the fact that when you actually do this shit, you can come into a room and hear someone saying some dumb shit and stop them because you have to realize, as I just have to realize, that you don't get it even logically. And then if you were to be put into a position where you actually did the work, maybe then it will kick in. That's why I used, I'm talking to a child using dashes and underscores for you to visually picture you transferring lines that are horizontal from a dead position, which we're calling 0. And if you still don't get that, then it's the fucking cog dis in your brain, bro. That's not letting you understand it.
Yeah, sure. The longer you talk, the more it's revealed to everyone else that you're actually just an idiot.
We didn't hear you, Mage or Kinos. One at a time.
I'm happy to speak, but we do take the Earth's curvature into consideration regarding bridges. I think a perfect example, I was just speaking about
54 minutes past the hour. Does anybody care to use this?
Amish, was that you? Amish, was that you calling me earlier while the other guy was talking? Were you trying to say something earlier? I thought I heard you.
54 minutes past the hour, APOC. Go ahead and use it.
Oh, okay. When you talk to the guy, awesome, perfect. Okay, so here we are, the Lake Pontchartrain. This is the #1 fucking bridge that you got Stingray on TikTok.
It wasn't. It wasn't that one.
On there.
It was the Verazio Narrows Bridge in New York.
Oh, that's 1 mile long, right? 1 mile fucking long. You think there's fucking curvature? Guess what? In the fucking people mover that we built at LAX, which is a 2.2, I always say 2.5, but technically I guess it's only 2.3 miles. We never accounted for curvature. So which bridge do you think should be accounted for curvature the most? The one that's twice as long? Or you want to call the little 1 mile New York, the Verazio? Come on, bro.
Wait, you're the architect?
Rain is
Wait,
different.
so in other words, you're more than hold on, Kino. So you're more than just the iron worker. You architected this bridge such that they didn't account for it?
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. When we are reading the blueprints, okay, and we're seeing what the engineers have created for us to build, and nowhere in the prints will you ever find anything to be representing for the curvature of the earth, because we have a thing in our trade. We build shit plumb level square. So if you can imagine, right, use your brain logically, if you're building a bunch of squares, right, that are going to be plumb level and square and placed next together, because that's all you're building, a square next to a square next to a square all the way down. And then if you have change in elevation, it's still a fucking square, right? The fucking, your verticals aren't diverging like that bullshit fucking dumb fuck globers always say. No, imagine a bunch of squares laid out in a big ass fucking football field. How many squares does it take to make a circle, to make a sphere?
Yeah. What APOC, you know what nobody likes to bring up anymore? The Eurotunnel plan maps showing a horizontal datum.
Yep.
Where they built a tunnel and they didn't assume any earth curvature.
Exactly.
And it's all over the freaking internet.
Yeah, that's another good one too. It's the problem is these baby globers, they don't know we fucking been in this discussion for fucking years, and they think that they are onto something new. But I'm actually glad they come though, because then we could fucking tell them the truth, and then hopefully they go back and then they actually think like, oh shit, we've been lied to. Maybe they start.
Unless they have strong delusions and cognitive dissonance, like me.
Oh yeah, there's those for sure.
And fallacious reasoning.
Dude, you're projecting so hard, Flat Earth Ranger.
Cool beans. Fucking bridge builder. Not a bridge builder. Shut up.
Not a bridge builder. He doesn't architect bridges. He just does.
No. You don't understand, bro. We physically build the bridge, bro.
That's so like saying we're working on a factory line
designs it, right?
Computers.
An engineer designs it, right, on a screen, and guess what always happens?
This guy's a clown.
You know what a change
management and project management. You ever deal with change management? You come up with an architectural design, you give it to the builders, and they go out and they try and build it and it doesn't work.
Yeah. I was just getting there. I was saying, do you know what a change order is, bro? Do you know how many times engineers are fucking wrong, and it's the people that are fucking building it that catch it? So get the fuck out of here with your bullshit, bro. We don't need knuckleheads like you that don't know their ass
you
from
know
their
anything.
face.
I guarantee you the bridge that you built, quote unquote built, is still up.
2.3 miles.
Were fucking right, weren't they?
2.3 miles, bro.
Fuck out of here, dude. You
call the people movers.
You're making an assumption that Earth's curvature is constant. You're not accounting for the change in terrain.
Okay, so once
the
again,
terrain isn't the curvature of the Earth, you know.
Terrain goes with curvature of the
How
Earth.
about the thermal expansion and contraction of all the building materials throughout the whole length of the superstructure? You know, if Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, you've got what, maybe 8-inch flex over a mile? You really think they can build to that insane engineering tolerance and specs?
And 2.3 miles is what, 32 inches? So what's that? Yeah, that's or 36 inches maybe. It's like a 3-foot difference.
Barely. Yeah, barely.
The bridge flex under load more than 8 inches. Like the tolerance for error here,
right?
That you have to claim for the globe is much narrower than the flex and expansion that happens in reality. So it's up to you to then demonstrate us that
where are you getting
curvature can be sussed out of that. I don't think you can.
8 centimeters a kilometer. Where are you getting these figures from?
What, 8 inches per mile squared?
No, it's actually 8 centimeters, and the 8 inches. But these are estimations.
Oh, it's 8 inches, bro.
What? Wow, bro. You don't even know your. This is what we're dealing with this morning.
So what if I said that's wrong?
I need to get a coffee, bro. This is going to be a long morning.
I love it. Go ahead, Kino.
Man, if this is a long morning for you, you got to get some money up, my nigga.
What is the curvature rate, Kino?
Isn't it 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah, I'll put in chat again. I'll put the entire link. I don't understand. This is like an entire site dedicated to it. I don't know where you're getting these figures.
Right, so the point is if you have the ability to measure a bridge and determine how much of it is due to thermal expansion and contraction and flex and all that versus how much is due to curvature, then just use that same technique and go measure Earth curvature directly and show us how Earth is supposedly curving.
Because it's not constant. It's extremely difficult to do. The changes in terrain. When they're building these bridges...
Over water. Take a frozen lake.
Mm-hmm. Well,
flat earthers did that over a frozen lake. Excuse me, that's right. I forgot. They did it like a dozen times with some high-end lasers. Oh, yeah. So where's the globe's version of that?
No, lakes are a bit different. Lakes are a bit more tricky. Can we talk about the ocean? Can we get to that? Because lakes do have terrainal deformation. They do change.
What? Water, dude. It's actually, you're going to get more deviation in the ocean because you've got tides and ocean swells and whatnot. In a lake, you're just dealing with water.
Yeah, how about a salt flat?
Right?
There you go.
Yeah, salt flats are good.
Doesn't matter what the underneath of the lake is shaped like. It's still going to be measurable on the surface. To test for curvature. Better than the ocean.
I'm just trying to...
You could have a big flat lake, right? I'm not sure what you were getting at with the 8 centimeter. Not the formula.
So no, just saying my figures are wrong.
No, it's 8 inches per mile squared, right? You can check it on any Earth curve calculator.
Actually, that's a large Earth.
You could just
that'd be a bigger Earth. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to rumpus you, but yeah, I mean 8 centimeters per mile squared. That'd be a much fatter Earth. It's a little chubby around the middle.
It is though. At the equator, it bulges. That's why it's hotter at the equator. That's one reason.
Oh my God, bro!
You don't even know what the bulge is presumed to be. Like the difference between the semi-major and minor axes, it's like 14 miles or something.
Yeah, literally.
You know, that's the claim. That's like that is such a tiny rounding error. It doesn't even matter of any consequence. Meanwhile, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that Earth is basically as smooth as a cue ball. If you scale everything down, the terrain and everything, smoother than a cue ball. If you were to take Earth and shrink it down to the size of a cue ball, it'd be less bumpy than a cue ball.
Yeah, but we're standing on a pretty fucking large cue ball, so I think we can notice the effects of it.
So the argument is you know Earth is a globe by how flat it is and how hard it is to distinguish curvature. Excellent.
Sorry?
So your argument is you know it's a globe by how flat it is.
Where did you come to that conclusion?
Well, you mentioned that Earth is just so big, you know, the curvature is hardly ever present to you because if you're basically like what? An ant on a basketball, right? That's where you were going with it.
Oh, even smaller.
Yeah, right. So if Earth looks so flat and stationary to you, then how would you even come to the conclusion in the first place that you must be living on a globe? It's not through observation, is it?
There are many round Earth mechanics that exist. For example, gravity, or the fact it's hotter at the equator. Or I guess atmospheric effects, topography.
Why are those exclusive to the globe?
Sea level, stuff like that. What means sea
gravity?
level?
I can give you gravity. You know, we measure and observe downward acceleration happening perpendicular to a flat surface.
Downward acceleration.
You have to say that it's pulling radially inward to a common center. Where's that proof?
Where's the proof that we are being pulled down?
No, radially inward to a common center, which is what you believe because you think you live on a globe. So I just see things dropping perpendicular to the surface, flat.
Mm-hmm. So they're accelerating radially towards the center of the Earth.
That's what you think. So how do you know that that's happening when everything you observe are things falling down perpendicular to the surface?
Well, an example of that would be the Cavendish experiment, where they took two pieces of masses and they were attracted to each other's centers.
That's not falling down. That's
Regardless,
moving sideways.
These forces acting, and it shows the radially inward attraction you're speaking of.
So how's that analogous?
Gravity.
The observation is things dropping down perpendicular to a flat surface. How's this analogous?
Because mass attracts mass.
Well, that's just a claim. How do you know that that's actually happening? Do you know what the Cavendish actually demonstrates? Like, what's the observation and how do they perform the measurement?
All right, let me get it up for you because I don't know.
So you don't know off the top of your head.
Was I supposed to? Is this a test?
Well, this is your evidence. If you don't know what your evidence is, then how am I supposed to know that you know enough to interrogate that evidence yourself to determine that it is proof for what you're claiming?
Well, because I don't know the intricacies of it doesn't mean I can't have a conversation about it.
That means you believe that it proves your side. You have no clue what is actually happening. So you don't really know that Cavendish proves your side of the argument yet. You have to look it up.
The argument now you're making is that I don't have the ability to actually have the capacity to make an argument about it because I don't know it toe for toe.
No,
that's exactly right, because you don't know what's actually observed in Cavendish to know that it supports your side of the claim.
All right, well, would you like me to read it to you then?
I already know what the answer is. I'm only asking questions I know the answer to, and I'm uncovering the fact that you don't have the answer to these, and letting the audience hear that firsthand.
So I don't know this experiment.
Therefore, you shouldn't use it as a claim for, to support your claim.
So
you shouldn't use it as evidence to support your claim if you have no freaking clue what's happening.
So I shouldn't drive a car because I don't know all the mechanics of it. Do you see the retardation in the argument you're making?
No, what the retardation is you have a belief and I don't. And I'm supporting my side with hardcore empirical evidence and reason, and you don't have any of that.
Well,
you have a belief. You believe that Cavendish proves your side. You don't know yet.
The torsion balance rod and their mutual attraction of the small balls cause the arms to rotate, twisting a suspension wire. The arm rotated until it reached an angle where the twisting force of the wire balanced the conventional force of gravity. I mean, it's pretty complex math. I'd have to read this.
No, not really. The fact that you have to Google search this one. He understands.
I'm not allowed to. So the fact that Google search
you don't have to interrupt. I already started talking. He already understands your line of questioning, what you believe. The fact that you have to even Google search anything to support your claim, the thing that you know to be true, that's his point.
So since I don't know the entire intricacies of my car, I don't know how many cylinders it makes. I don't know how many horsepower it is.
That's a very different point.
When I turn on the car,
you didn't know anything. If you wanted to have a conversation, you could have a conversation. If you wanted to prove things that you don't know, that's the point.
Stalemate we're at.
Oh, thanks for interrupting again. Go ahead.
Well, this is why I'm not continuing the conversation. We're at a stalemate. You're not letting me continue with the conversation because you're saying I don't have the knowledge. I'm running off belief when I'm running off science.
Try this one. How would you criticize Cavendish to be objective?
Well, I believe science is subjective.
So if you're to criticize Cavendish, what would you say?
Well, I don't. Your science.
Really? Because there are a lot of papers out there by scientists criticizing Cavendish. It's just not a flat earther saying it. So
yeah,
I mean, go for it.
I don't know because I don't know what happened in the experiment.
You've got blind belief.
Just send them to me. I mean, the chat's open. Send them to me, criticizing Cavendish, showing me what's wrong with this experiment setting, instead of simply saying you don't know it fully, therefore don't make an argument about it. Tell me what I'm saying about the Cavendishes that is wrong.
Yeah. Want me to send you a link to a YouTube video of a guy doing Cavendish with Christmas tree ornaments that weigh virtually nothing? There are thousands of demonstrations of this.
Yeah,
Cavendish is faulty and frustrating. People can't ever get it to freaking work right. It's like Foucault's pendulum.
The only simple fact is used it as proof. You can't even understand the simple intricacies of the experiment that you claimed as proof. That's the only point.
So therefore, it's purely belief. Is that the argument you're making now?
In the side chat, I just sent you a Cavendish.
These are electrostatics.
Yeah, so that's Cavendish. So Cavendish, when Cavendish see balls attracting using electrostatics, he will say, gravity. So for him, the balloons are sticking to that cat because of gravity.
Well, I think...
You think? You don't. You just follow
No, he eliminated electrostatic errors, showing calculations results.
He didn't.
Eliminate electrostatic. Here we are. Let me find it.
He didn't.
So, he did. It literally says that
he didn't. In the table of matter, all those little squares that contain some letters and numbers, all those signification of matter, they all are have potential, electrostatic potential. So in your paradigm, every atom have a positive and negative charge. So you can't isolate the experiment from electrostatics. You can't.
Well, the experiment works purely with Newtonian gravitational forces. I mean, what would be the amount of coulombs? I mean, I don't know the full science behind it, so I can't make an argument. But it does say here that he eliminated actual.
No, he didn't. He didn't. You can't claim he did without showing that he did. He used lead. So that atom is electrostatically have an electrostatic potential on it already. The torsion bar has an electrostatic potential already. The air around those lead balls, it has an electrostatic potential already by nature. So he didn't isolate the experiment from electrostatic. I can say electrostatic.
His calculations, dude. Nothing's immune to the electrostatic forces that imbue us. That's a fact of life we can agree upon. Everything has an electrostatic force. There is always going to be a voltage to everything. There's a potential difference. I think what we have to appreciate is the fact that the measurements that appeared can be quantified to gravity. What it demonstrated, there is a gravitational attraction. It could not be explained by the electrostatic forces.
Proven thing like electrostatics and claim the thing that's unproven. Still, like what?
In MIT, you people, we teach you like here. This is Professor Walter Lewis, a professor in MIT. So, in molecular size or molecular scale, till thousands of kilometers, it's just electricity that hold our world together. It's not gravity. Gravity is so weak. 46 times.
This is an interesting conversation we're having, though.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you. So you can't claim gravity. I'm telling you that in that experiment, we see even if I give you that damn gravity in Cavendish, because it is in the small scale, which is from molecular scale till thousands of kilometers, it's just dominated by electricity. So in Cavendish, it's dominated by electricity, even if I give you gravity.
Yeah, he left before you because you muted him, Necros.
Oh, sorry for him.
No, yeah, I muted. Because he started talking straight through Necros.
Yeah, as soon as he started, yeah. But yeah.
He was looking for a little escape out the back door. I guess he took the mute as a chance to escape.
Indeed.
But yeah, if he's just going to talk straight over the top of Necros, right, that means he's not listening to what Necros is saying. And I'm going to mute him for a few seconds just so we would get the hint. But yeah, he took that as an opportunity to escape the beating Ross was giving him.
Yeah.
You see how he started, though, Anti? He just wanted to have a conversation because he doesn't know. He just wanted to pick our brains and understand the logic of flat Earth. Like, what? But you know everything. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, he just exposed himself that he made a claim about Cavendish, right? And then he didn't know anything at all about it. And he started reading it and he admitted he sounded, this sounds very complex, right? Proving he didn't have a clue what he was talking
about. Not only that, it was pointed out 3 times.
I still, to this day, like, it baffles me why people want to speak about things being pulled towards each other horizontally when what they're arguing for things that are pulling downwards to the center of a ball. Why are they talking about things going sideways? That's not the way you see in natural, in nature. You don't see things being pulled each other sideways. So how do they even think that that's a valid experiment? Quote unquote? That's why we say it's not an experiment, because you will never, no one's ever observed that in nature, and you never will. So then they go, oh yeah, because the apple down. Okay, well that's not balls being pulled towards each other horizontally, that or laterally, should we say? That's ridiculous. Why do they always go to Cavendish when that's not even what we're talking about? We're talking about things going down, not sideways.
Because he was on a line of Google searches. That's why.
That's probably why. You're right about that.
With electrostatics, the observation is real. When you go to the desert or to a mountain, and that air around you is electrostatically charged, and you see the hair of your wife, if your wife have smooth, thin hair, you will see her hair just go sideways and up in every direction because of that electrostatic potential. Like this little dog. You use the towel to just dry the hair of the dog, and the dog's hair will just go Looney Tune like that. You want to understand why? I will just put a hypothesis. Yeah, electrostatic potential in the matter that will just create attraction and repel, and the tests are many. We did those experiments when we were kids. We played with electrostatics. We make things fall up. We made things fall sideways. We made the balloon stick to the wall, to the ceiling of your room. You make that when you open the cigarette pack, and you take that plastic foil from the outside of the cigarette pack. You can stick the moment you take it out, you can stick it to the wall. It will stick to the wall because it will have that electrostatic potential, because when you rip it off.
Yet they think that gravity is holding everything down to the surface of this ball Earth. Yet, like you're saying, you have all these examples of the most weakest, no strength thing defying the ultimate grip of what we call gravity. Like these guys, they'll never understand it. They'll never get it. And you're 1000% correct. It's not what they're saying it is. Matter of fact, mass attracting mass was bunked over 100 years ago. So I don't know why they still use this fucking mass attracting mass bullshit.
Yeah, and I wanted the guy to just throw the claim how Cavendish claimed that he isolated the experiments. Or not Cavendish himself, but the other guys who came after him, because they said that they isolated the experiment by putting the experiment inside the Faraday cage. I wanted him to throw that claim because it's just a stupid claim, because they don't understand that Faraday cage is an EM signal stopper. It stops electromagnetic signals, not electrostatic signals.
You know, it was several years back, but this one dude, I remember he was arguing, said that they used 2 chickens. That was what they used to attract to each other. It was funny.
Oh my god!
It was 2 frozen chickens, and then they set up, and then they in the Cavendish experiment. I swear to God, I remember it. It was like a couple years ago though, but that shit was funny.
That's fun. Look at this short video. It says everything. It's uploading now in the side chat. Cavendish. Here. Just finished uploading.
Yeah, it's a great video. I used to have that on my, TikTok fucking shut that video down. I used to have it on my fucking TikTok, and they didn't like it.
Yeah, they don't like those things.
It said it was against community guidelines. It's amazing.
So that phenomenon that you see in the video with the dog, that's a natural phenomenon that you can see in nature when you just go to mountain, desert, when there is a little bit of friction between the air and the surface and the dust particles or sand particles, so it will create a friction and it will make it will have more potential. So when we see your hair, if you have long hair and your hair is thin, you will see it just doing like that.
Yeah, matter of fact, if I remember correctly, it's actually dangerous if you're in an environment and you see that happening to somebody. You should get out of there because that can potentially uh, uh, you can get zapped. Like lightning could. I forgot. Let me look it up. There's a.
No.
It's like a pre-warning. Like it's a good like. Oh shit, we better go. Let me look it up.
You can stun. You can stun another person if that other person doesn't have any disequilibrium of charge between that person and you, dependent to what you are wearing. If you are wearing a nylon coat, it will have more charge because of that nylon and plastic and those things. You can zap that person, just throw a charge to that person.
Yeah. Here it is, right here. It's under lightning safety in the National Weather Service.gov. They say that when your hair stands on end like that, that you should get away from that area or go indoors because that's lightning is about to strike you. Like it potentially that's what could happen. So it's a good like a warning system. Like if you're on the desert and there's just like a certain pressure system going on, and then all of a sudden people's hair starts standing up, like okay, we got to leave because like lightning is about to start striking. Dude, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but have you ever seen lightning storms without rain? It's fucking awesome. I used to live in
Yes,
the high
yes.
desert when I was a kid. And dude, like out of nowhere, you just see lightning striking. Like, oh shit! It's not. There's not even like fucking rain cloud. It's just lightning just going on. I
Have you
have as a
ever
kid.
witnessed it when it's just consistent lightning strike after lightning strike, just with an interval of 1 or 2 minutes, or even sometimes just seconds? I
No, yeah,
witnessed that here where I live. One day it was there was no rain, no nothing. It was just a gray day because of the clouds and thick clouds in the sky, and you see a lightning strike after another one, after another one, after just with an interval of seconds till minute or 2 minutes maximum.
yeah. No, I have seen that. Under um, it was in Arkansas, but there was a tornado, like way in the distance. Like it actually touched ground, but there was so much. I have a video of it. When I was driving, I recorded it. But there's so much lightning. It literally looks like like when famous people at night get out of cars, all the paparazzi are taking pictures and it's like click, 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 like constant, like all these flashes. That's the way it looked in the sky, though. It was crazy. I have a video. I'll post it right now. Let me look. Crazy though. Let me see. Then I think I have another video. Snowstorm. That was just at the house, and it was just like crazy lightning. Let me try to find it though. Find it.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Did we run them off?
Yeah, pretty much. I've been looking for this video for this whole checking my third phone now. I'm like, I know how that video is. Find it though.
Starlife is in the ban appeal channel saying, "You're scared, heretic. You're scared, crit. You're scared, flat Earth ranger. You're scared, Amish battle mech."
Wow.
Yeah, team scared.
People get way too emotionally bent out of shape over this topic. Like guys like that think that this is like some kind of online war or battle. Like the future of humanity depends on them being right. We're just here presenting information. Like if you want to make some real changes, the future of humanity doesn't rest on your arguments on Discord. You're not going to change the world thinking you're waging some epic online information battle by chat skanking and some ban appeals chat on Discord. But I mean, these guys have such delusions of grandeur, they just might think that's the case.
What is up, flat earthers?
What's up, man?
As a fellow flat earther, I've been coming up, I've been arguing with people a lot in Facebook comments. And people keep asking me what the dome's made out of. And like, it just keeps proving that the world's round. Do you have any advice?
Sounds like the wrong saloon.
Got no idea, but I've got some speculations of people that have had experiences with the dome, like in their visions and stuff. They've kind of traveled through the dome. It kind of opens up sometimes and it's closed most of the time, and you can't explain what it is because it's not something of this world.
Sounds like you're on a lot of drugs.
It's not something that you can explain, and I don't know what it is, but it's something that I mean, I can speculate a whole lot of stuff, but I can talk about other people's experiences. That's all, but I can't really give you a key of exactly what it is because I've never been there myself.
But like experiences, sounds like you're describing astral travel, clairvoyance.
No, these are people that are Christians and stuff, and they've had experiences. I'm not talking about people who delve in black arts and stuff like that.
It sounds like Christians who are astrally traveling and experiencing clairvoyance claims.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with doing it outside of Jesus. But if you're in Jesus, then it's all legit. But as long as you're with Jesus,
you can astral travel with Jesus. Are you serious?
Actually, yeah, I've got actually a story about that. I'll tell you quickly. There's this guy. He was actually in Africa, and they were doing was these witch doctors, and they astral traveled into his room, right? And they had these cords connected to their bodies, and they came into his room to come and kill him in the night while he's sleeping. And he astral projected in his body in the spirit, and he actually said to them, "Hey, I'm going to cut your cord if you don't go back." And they went back and they left him alone. Next day, they all gave their lives to God, to Jesus, and they all got saved. And so technically, there is a positive astral projection which is in the spirit, but I wouldn't delve in. I wouldn't look for it, but I don't look for that stuff. I don't believe in looking for experiences, but there is in situations like that, yeah, there is something like that. But he didn't look for it. He just happened, you know what I mean, by God's providence. So yeah, there's for the counterfeit, there is real stuff, you know what I mean. These guys, they can do healing and stuff, but there is real healing in God, you know what I mean. Real healing comes from God. So there's always the counterfeit. I mean, I've even heard of like the counterfeit doing resurrections from the dead. This one guy got raised from the dead. He was doing it through not God's power, but the other way, you know what I mean. But it is counterfeit. But what I'm saying is, it's not the issue. We don't really look to that counterfeit. We don't make that thing. We make God's, because remember, all things are going to be filled. All things are already victoriously won through the cross. Remember, so through the cross, all victory is already won. So it's not a big deal. I wouldn't like boo-hoo. We have to be scared of the devil and scared of astral projection, scared of all these things. But I wouldn't do it. I think it's very dangerous to do it. I wouldn't advise anyone does stuff like that. If you do that stuff, you're going to get messed up, and it's very dangerous, and you can die and stuff like that. So don't mess with that stuff if it's not God and you're not led by the Holy Spirit. Don't mess with that stuff. It's witchcraft.
So just a belief.
Yeah, don't mess with spiritual stuff if you're not with Jesus. That's all I can just recommend. That's the only recommendation. If you mess with that stuff, it can mess you up. It backfires on you. It stabs you in the back.
I have to believe that.
Oh, well, if you don't want to believe anything, that's even better. Yeah, just don't worry. Just relax. Just do whatever you like. You know what I mean? It's up to you. I'm not forcing you to do anything. You don't have to do anything. I'm not telling you to do anything. If you want to know God, then I can give you some advice. You can DM me or something. If you want to know that. It's up to you.
Okay, I know him.
And I've got a friend who actually a piece of the firmament actually fell down in Canada, and actually it's like a weird material. It's like a weird blue material. It was like he picked it up. So there is like a weird material. I don't know what it is, but it's not of this world either. And he said he claimed to have seen it, but he seems like a pretty trustworthy guy. I mean, I've known him for quite a while, and he claims that he's actually has a piece of the firmament that fell out the sky.
So your friend found a piece of the firmament, a piece of something that is not from this world. Now your friend is a billionaire, I think.
No, he doesn't. He isn't like, I don't know what he's done with it or something, but I don't know if it melted or I don't know if it was a piece of ice.
Sky ice, which fell out of toilets from airplanes at 40,000 feet, right?
I don't know, but he said he had some like piece of a firmament, but I don't know. That's what his claim is. I'm not claiming that he's 100% right, but that's what his claim is.
Yeah, tell your friend that he can sell just a sample from that thing for millions or billions of dollars. Just a sample, not even a gram, a sample, because they will study it and put it, that material, they will have to put it in the table of matter. Because they are saying that it's something not from this world, meaning that something that is not the matter that we know. They will.
Well, apparently, somehow they have it at the South Pole. There's some kind of material there that they have. I don't know how that works, but maybe I don't know how that works anyway. Apparently, they have some kind of like ice or something that it's like a thick material that grows and blocks the. I don't know. It's somewhere. There's some kind of ice. I don't know where that is. It's somewhere on the. I don't know. Somewhere out there. But I'm not sure. I haven't been there, so I can't verify that.
Feels like I'm talking to someone from Marvel Universe. Kryptonian.
You have to go there and find out yourself.
Where? Somewhere where the piece of the firmament falling?
Dude, what's kind of frustrating is we had a couple trolls come in, right? And they're mocking flat earthers. And they're bringing up the firmament and the dome and stuff. And then you come in and you're like, no, you can astrally travel there with Jesus. And you're being totally serious. Dude.
Yeah,
no, I didn't say that. I said some guy experienced traveling through it in a vision, I said. So I've also got people that claim that they, with Jesus, went above around Earth. So yeah, either way, it's just, I'm just giving you like an idea of different things that people are saying. I've got no idea of the actual. I said in the beginning, I said I've got no idea. I don't know.
Yeah, just look at the chat when you talk. Those are the words of someone who traveled with Jesus. Yeah, in your mom's basement. Yeah, Jesus taught you that. That's a Jesus.
I'm talking about like you're imagining that you're sitting in your. I was talking about that guy who was in his mom's basement, and he was claiming to be this great guy who could tell us all about how the Earth is a globe, and he knows everything. And he's in his mom's basement, and he doesn't even know anything. And he's like those South Park characters, Kenny, and he wants to. And he's going to tell us all about the globe and how the globe works, but there's no evidence for that.
Yeah. You're
explaining. I didn't say you can travel.
The good
You're putting
teaching.
words in my mouth. I didn't say anyone can travel or can astral project. There's no. I didn't say such things. So you're twisting my words there. So that's not really true at all. I said I know a guy who said that he had a vision of going through traveling through the firmament. That's all I said. I didn't say he definitely did, or there is astral projection, or if it was astral projection. I don't even believe it was astral projection. There's no, I mean, that's a whole different thing. Astral projection and traveling. I didn't even say astral projection. So you're putting words in my mouth there with the astral projection as well. That's not what I said. I didn't even say astral projection. So that's a lot of words you put in my mouth. But yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to take it that way, that's your thing.
Yeah. I know a guy who knows another guy that went to the sky and talked to God.
I didn't say he was this guy. I said he said it.
So do I have
to say
that there will be just no not only astral projection, but you can have a Pegasus like Muhammad, the prophet of the Muslims. You can have a Pegasus and you can go through the dome. There will be some angels, like in the story of Muhammad when he went to the sky. So God sent him a Pegasus, and he went with Gabriel to the sky, and Gabriel knocked on the door in the firmament, and some angels asked him, "Who is there?" And he said, "I have the prophet that they talked to you about." And they opened the door for him, and they went to the seventh sky where Muhammad meets his God. Okay.
Bullshit. Save it for Speculation Sunday, buddy.
I don't believe that.
But you believe some other things that are
no, I didn't say I believe what that guy said. I just said that's what he said. I didn't say I believe it. So you're putting a lot of words and making a lot of straw man claims about me that I never said. But that's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. Go for it. Make up straw man things. I don't care.
No. But, I was thinking that you were talking about something weird because you were talking about astral projection and people having having samples from the dome, and other people that went through the dome. Yeah.
No, astral projection is got to be
if it's not real and you don't believe it, why
I'm
are
not
you
talking
believing
about
that?
astral projection. Astral projection is something else completely. It's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Astral projection is when you've got a cord, a silver cord, and you actually float with a silver cord in another dimension. But I don't recommend anyone does that. But I'm not. What I'm saying is you can't. I know other people who've done that legit in God, but I wouldn't say do it outside God. If you're doing it outside God, then you're stupid, an idiot. That's what
So is it called astral projection when Christians do it? Or is it called something else?
No, it's called something else. Obviously, we don't astral project. That's dodgy stuff. That's no stuff. You don't do that. That's black magic. You don't do black magic if you're a Christian. No ways. You do if you do miracles. You raise people from the dead. You heal the sick. You do those things. That's got nothing to do with the devil. It's God. It's legit stuff. It's in the Bible. You heal the sick. You raise the dead. You speak in tongues. You cast out devils. That's all legit stuff. It's all good. It's all above board. You know. It's good. And I've done those things before, and I stand for those things. I mean, I haven't raised anyone from the dead yet.
Rise the dead?
Before? No, not yet. I haven't done that. No, not that one before. No, the other things, yeah.
Okay.
I haven't done. I was going to say I haven't done that one yet. Not yet. But
you buy the story of people that are able to rise the dead.
I know a lot of people who have. I know a lot of people who've done that, but I don't know them personally. But I know a lot of testimonies of people who have risen people from the dead. Like that guy Reinhard Bonker, he's passed away now. There's a lot of people who've done things like that. Todd Bentley, he's risen quite a few people from the dead. A lot. You know that guy, what's his name? That we celebrate a whole day for, St. Patrick. He rose 52 people from the dead. 52 people.
Nice.
So recorded, yeah, in history. And some of the children, there were two children.
They measured that they had no heartbeat, no activity, no brain activity, nothing.
Actually, two of them.
They were under monitors, and you saw that they were clinically dead, and that guy just did some magic, hulokapata, abracadabra, and they rise.
Two of these guys were actually dead for 2 years. And their bodies were bones, right? And they came alive again, and bones came on their bodies again. And after that, the whole kingdom of Ireland got saved. You don't know this. You don't know history. You should study history, bro. This is long before.
I know stories. I know stories.
You need to read the stories.
This is a part of history, like that guy who went to the sky on the back of Pegasus. Do I have to consider that too?
But you don't have to.
Okay, so story is not something that we just have to consider as being
not under duress. No, you're not under duress, no. No one's got a gun at your head saying you have to believe this, you have to believe that. There's no gun at your head.
He told me go read stories. So when I go read stories, I find some stories that you're telling me that I just have to consider, because they are part of those stories. So everyone is writing his story. You have European your stories. Africans have their stories. When I go to Native Americans, they have different stories. Old people had different.
What stories you like. It's up to you. You don't have to believe what you want. You can choose what you want to believe.
Yeah.
So
but I choose to not to use belief. I just live my life.
You can measure. You can get your measuring rod out and measure.
I don't have to believe that there is someone holding the sky called Atlas. Why?
You can go and get a measuring ruler. You can get a measuring ruler and then go measure God and then see how big, how long he is, how big he is, and you can see how wide it is.
Measure God?
With your you can get one of those 20-cent rulers from the store and then go buy one, and then you can go measure God and then see if it exists with your ruler.
How? How can do that?
I'm being sarcastic. That was sarcasm. I'm joking with you. I'm teasing you. I'm teasing with you. I'm playing with you, man.
I didn't get that.
I'm playing with you. I'm playing with you. I'm playing with you. By a tape measure. Measure God with a tape measure.
Is that why God understand that you can't have knowers and people who don't know? So you just have believers and disbelievers, because you can't just make sure that God exists or doesn't exist. It will be just
Elon
a
Musk
belief.
must believe in God because he got permission from the higher ups to go blow up the firmament last year in December. So he must really believe in God, even though he's a Satanist. He must believe in God. The Satanists must believe in God too, because they all decided to blow up the firmament last year in December, and they failed. They couldn't blow it up.
Hey, Necros, I finally found that video. I'm not even kidding. This entire time I was looking. So I found it though, but
I heard you said that you lost it. You don't know where you had it.
Yeah, like I literally I checked 3 different phones and I finally found it. I'll try to find it for you. I mean, I'll upload it for you. It's just like if you just watch, like look through it, it's just like crazy lightning happening. Here we go. It's uploading.
So yeah, anti-globalist. That GIF that you sent there, it's a real power. It's a real energy that's called the energy of bullshit.
Indeed, Necros.
Yeah, dude, there's so much freaking lightning. There was so much freaking lightning that day. And the other one though, where I couldn't find the other one where I was going through. I was trying to beat the tornado, like, and I did. I was able to drive fast as I can on the highway to get out of its path. It was far from me, though. It wouldn't have hit me.
It's normal speed. I was thinking that it was a time lapse. No, it's normal speed.
No, that's normal speed, bro. That's like look at the seconds. It's normal speed, and there's that much lightning going on, bro. And it doesn't even do it justice, to be honest, because to witness it with your own eyes, it was like crazy, bro. A lot of lightning. Too bad I couldn't find though the one of the tornado. That was twice as fast. I'm not even joking. It was just constant, like flash, 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 like crazy, lightning after lightning after lightning. For like a good, I want to say like 5 minutes that I was driving, I recorded it.
I like this one.
Nice. Yeah, there's some crazy storms up there over in Arkansas when I was over there. Really cute, really beautiful too. Like amazing. Nature's awesome up there. But that took me like what, 20 minutes to find it? God damn, it took me forever. I wasn't lying though. When I say I have something, like I know I have it. It's just somewhere. It just might take me a minute.
I never considered that was a lie, even if you don't, it didn't send it or something like that. No, I won't consider that a lie.
All right, good.
Because I know it's something that can happen. So I witnessed it myself, but not as fast as this one. The one I witnessed, it wasn't as fast as this one. This is
this is crazy, huh? The one I'm telling you, man. Yeah, it's like like constantly, like in 2 seconds there was like 6 or 7 strikes, like just like paparazzi lightning, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah,
but
Go change the color of the video, make that light just yellowish or orangish, like something like orange, and you will be able to say that there was war.
Right, exactly. It literally did look like that, like constant war zone, like bombs going off.
Yeah.
And I'm sick still. I've been sick for a while. Damn, it's a bummer though that I can't find this damn storm. What?
I hear you coughing. You caught some cold there?
You know what? It is, I don't know what it is. I got really sick a few weeks ago, like really bad. Like I went to emergency and everything, and then I got better. But then like this cough came out of nowhere.
The dry one?
Stuck.
I hear
Yeah, like a dry cough. Yeah, it's a dry cough. And you know, it's,
you feel like in your in that canal where you breathe, like there is some thickness and it triggers that cough.
Yep,
like
exactly. You just explained it exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
like a thickness in my throat, like it's swollen or.
Have some olive oil.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a spoon.
Like a spoonful.
Yeah.
Green tea with honey.
Yeah, also, I did. I did a.
Dude, paraplegics will fix that in a freaking jiffy.
Get some coffee. I just had coffee, paraplegic, earlier. It wasn't yours though. I did have coffee. I did think about you.
No, don't think things that have sugar or salt, because it will
No, I drink coffee black. I don't put anything in it.
Nice. Don't put anything on it.
Yeah, I don't put it. I just drink coffee grounds, hot water, let it go through, and that's it. I taste the coffee. I love the taste of coffee. Good coffee. Yeah, but it's weird because I had the same exact cough this time last year. I had the same exact cough. Like that's what's weird. Like, bro, like I just had this a year ago, and it lasted like a month and a half. It started in November and it went all the way to like January. It lasted like a month and a half, maybe 2 months.
I see.
Yeah.
Dude, if you knew anybody with an AquaCure, I'm telling you, these AquaCure machines, if you put on the cannula and breathe the Brown's gas, man, that shit, it will have you hacking up. If you have any crud in your lungs, it'll have you hacking it up. My lungs are pretty clean, but like the first time I tried it I was at this bear freaking meetup, and my one buddy had one. This is all the way back like 3 years ago in Washington, before we moved from there to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And I was breathing it just for like 30 minutes at the meetup, and I drank some of the water too. And like that night, I was like hacking up crud. And I was like, I just couldn't believe it. And then I finally got the machine, and like, they're expensive, but anyway, I finally got one in Maryland, and I had it on. I had the nasal thing on for like, I was using it every night for like 3 nights, and I hacked up a bunch more crud, like, and I got pretty clean lungs. So, but I've heard like crazy stories about people that smoke for a long time and use it, and then hack up a bunch of stuff. But it's interesting, man. Like, I wouldn't have believed it if I wouldn't have had one or tried it.
I'm a big smoker. I'm smoking since 2004 or 3, and I don't smoke cigarettes. I just smoke weed. But let me tell you, if you just keep your lungs clean. So because your lungs are not like that cotton that you will put inside the bottle and you put a cigarette and you will see it turn brown. No, your lungs are cleaning themselves every time, all the time. So they understand that when you breathe, there is humidity that you will breathe. So they will accumulate water, and they know and understand how to extract that thing. They understand how to extract viruses, not viruses, but I don't buy that shit, but bacteria and anything. So if just keep your body clean by drinking a lot of water and make your body exchange that dirty water that is inside it by the new one that you will drink, yeah, you will just keep your body clean, your lungs clean, everything. Now, your cough is just because you have those channels where the air is passing, they are dry. You just have to turn the humidity, and you will have that. You won't have that cough at all.
I was just gonna say it's just something like in the back of my throat that's like irritated. So like as I breathe, like I breathe in,
yeah,
like the air hitting that whatever it is, it what's the word I'm looking for? It
tickles it. It just exacerbates it or whatever.
Correct. Touch that wall directly.
It irritates it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then so once I'm breathing and breathing and breathing in and out, and after a while, it just gets to a point to where then I just have this dry cough, and I'm just like I could feel it. Like my throat right now is like it's swollen, and the back of my throat I could feel it. Like it's just irritated. And so then every now and then I'll feel it, like it builds up. Like right now, while I'm talking, I can feel it building up. I'm gonna have to hit mute and cough right now. Well, there you go. Hold on.
Funny thing, do you know why you cough? So why the cough? So the cough is not because you feel those thickenings, but when you feel those thickenings, your body understand that section is dry. So you cough, and it will take some of the liquids in the bottom of your lungs and in the other parts of the channel that are wet, and it will pass that liquid
like soothing it
on that surface. You won't have that cough for a bit till it will dry again, and you will feel that envy to come.
Yeah, your lungs clean themselves out, like because I used to smoke all kinds of stuff, like different things, and like over like a 10-year period, like I would get a cough now and then, and I'd be hacking up stuff, and like it'd be like gray and black for like 5-6 years, and then finally, I don't know, this is like 15 years ago, I finally had a cough one year, and it was just like regular phlegm. Like, so your lungs will clean out all that crap if you stop smoking, like all the bad stuff, your lungs will like heal themselves, basically. Sure. They'll clean it all out. It's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say too, you know what I noticed? I ate an orange, and just eating that orange, entirely, and like for whatever reason, like I didn't cough for like 30 minutes, and then like after about 30 to 40 minutes, I started coughing again. So I was thinking like I should go buy a bag of oranges from the store and then just eat an orange like all day, and then like every like 30 minutes, or right when I start to cough again, just eat an orange again.
Probably that H3O. It's the H3O, and the fruit's a different kind of a moisture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It works. Moisture, but
they say it's not H2O. It's H3O and fruit and like coconut water.
Especially orange, why that happens. And if you just next time when you try to eat that orange, just try to feel your body. What is the feeling while you are eating that orange? You will feel that the temperature of your body will rise a little bit. You maybe start sweating, a little bit. And yeah, you won't have that cough because, like I told you, that orange will have that vitamin C. It's just something that is natural antibiotic. So it will make your body have more temperature, and it will sweat in the inside of your lungs. So it will have humidity, and it will cool for a moment.
Yeah, whatever.
Orange.
Whatever's in an orange, it
Pepper
was
also.
nice. Huh?
Pepper also. When you eat pepper, you feel your body rise in its temperature.
Oh wow.
So because pepper, it's a natural antibiotic.
Mm. Yeah.
That's when you get cold or you get sick and you have that fever. It is that fever. It's what your body needs to kill those bacteria, because your body understands that high temperature will kill certain types of bacteria. So it rises the temperature by having more blood flow inside the veins. So it will rise the temperature of your body, and you'll be able to kill those things and extract them while you are sweating.
Yeah. I've heard that before, and then but the person that was telling me was like, so isn't it weird that they always give you a fever reducer when it's like it's doing the opposite? Like your body is trying to heal itself, but our medicine
that's
prevents.
there's guys that really preach that, and they're just like, people are like, oh, when it gets to 106, you're gonna like, but would you? They're like, would you? Just let it go through it. You let yourself go through it. I'm like, dude, I don't know about that, but yeah, I mean, it's for a reason. It's your body. It's your body fixing itself. It's a good thing. You can look at it as it's a good thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Same with the cough.
Yeah. True. Yeah, I remember even as a child, I remember when I would get a fever, my mom would bury me in blankets just to make me even hotter. And I'll be like crying. I remember I was a little kid, bro, crying like, I'm hot. Like I don't like this. Like, no, you need to heat up. And she'll watch it because it could only
your
get.
mom knew what she was doing. That's cool.
Yeah, she used to like bury me in blankets, and I'll be like, it's hot. I'm sweating. She goes, you need to. This is the way you'll get better. But she would keep a thermometer in my mouth though, because I think if it gets to like 103, she would put me in ice, bro. If I got to like 104, 103, 104, she'll put me in a tub with ice. You'll literally get ice, and then it'll drop the fever, then right back to bed with the blankets. My mom had a process.
I swear, your mom is a doctor by herself.
Yeah.
That's what I do for my son every time, because that those things that you see in body, those reactions that your body is doing every time, those noses that are wet when you are getting sick, that's a trap. That's a trap for those things that enters from your nose. When you cough, you try to extract anything that gets to your lungs. And your lungs will have that will create that fluid that like a jelly inside. When you cough something, when it's a wet cough, you will extract that thick jelly from your mouth, and you throw it away. I don't advise people to throw it. You can swallow it, because your stomach will just with that acid will just take it apart, and it will understand it. So it will be used. That thing, it will be used to just understand what contains what it is, the formation of that bacteria. That thing that you extract from your lung also is a trap. That liquid, that jelly inside your lungs or in your nose, are a trap to trap those bacteria and be able to just cough and throw billions or hundreds or thousands of bacteria trapped in that liquid or thing. You extract it from your body or you swallow it.
Yeah, it wasn't until I was older that I started to realize why my mom used to give me chili when I was little. because the cayenne pepper, like naturally, it's really healthy for you, I guess.
Yep.
And she used to make chili with that. Like, here, eat it. Like now I understand why she gave it to me.
And I don't even like hot stuff, but I mean I can understand it. You know, your lungs have those little microscopic hairs in them called cilia, and that's the shit that kind of like moves mucus around and stuff. People notice, like if they quit smoking, they'll start coughing like a ton, and they'll be like, "Man, why'd I quit?" It's because your little microscopic hairs are growing back, and you're getting better. You know.
And you know what? That's funny you say that too, because last year when I got this cough around the same time, now that I think about it, I remember like when I smoked, it would stop the cough, bro. So I was like, I gotta smoke to help my cough right now, bro. But it's weird that you said that right now, like that. They're like, why'd I quit? That's true because just remembering like I'd get a cigarette and I'd smoke it, and then like that
And it
cough
would stop. Well,
yeah, it
see,
would
like
stop.
if you stop it'll drive you crazy because they're growing back and they're moving stuff, and it's I've heard stories about people like they'll keep smoking, they'll quit for a little while and then they'll start coughing. They're like, why'd I freaking stop? But
yeah,
you just
dude.
gotta go through it. Kind of sucks.
Yeah, I just got. I stopped smoking.
Old people so those things will be just forgotten by the new generation. So those natural medication or things that you can eat to help your the immune system or your body to cure your body, like you said, chili or orange, lemon, any type of those fruits that have the vitamin C, ginger, garlic, salt. Those are antibiotics. If you put them on meat, the meat will not rot. The meat will stay good. Those are the things that people put for the meat that they want to dry in sun. So they will add salt, or they will add garlic, or they will add ginger. So those things are antibiotics. So they will stop any creation of bacteria or those types of funny things.
Yeah, for sure.
Those
Pretty
are
interesting.
natural things, and old people already understood that. So you know that old people did try to dry fish or dry meat. Sometimes in the sun, under the sunlight. Sometimes in some places that have a little bit of humidity and shadow, not under light, but they can make that meat just stay normal and not what's the word I forgot it. Is it when the meat if it time pass, that meat will just have some
it rots.
Rots. So so they understood those things already in the old times.
Yeah, dude. Like I remember, like my grandparents, bro. They had all these home remedies, bro. They were like holistic. You know what I mean? Like they had herbs and roots and soups and just teas and like honey and lemon and like they had all these different home old school remedies, bro. Like what you expect your grandma to be doing, I guess. That grew up in the early 1900s.
Yeah. My grandmother used to do that for me. She whenever she saw me having fever, she knew what is that plant that she can give me, and I know the name of the plant in our dialect, but I don't know it in English. There's many things. When I cough, she give me some different plant. When I have something in my skin, she could take some oils and wrap it over my skin, and it will cure me just for after 2 or 3 days. It won't even take long.
Yeah, there's a lot of natural stuff. Yep. Any Glovers in here? No? Okay. Just double checking.
I was gonna say, man, we're lucky Heretic or somebody didn't hear us off top. We got away with about 20 minutes of
nonsense
stuff we shouldn't have been doing.
All right. Is there any
Sorry,
Glovers? I don't think Glovers. I don't think there's any Glovers in here right now. Anyway, we're just chopping it up, passing time.
Yeah, just a last thing. I'll just share with you a nice book that you can read. It's about a mix that you can make yourself, and it is nice for health. Not after you get sick, but just to prevent getting sick.
Right. Dude, there's this book that I saw on TikTok that I bought, and then like they canceled my order. Like I guess it was out of stock by the time. I don't know. They said it was in stock. I ordered it. It was like $30. And then like I was waiting for it. Said, "Oh, order packed, order ready, waiting to be shipped." Then like 2 days later, it's like order canceled, refund, given. I was like, "Wait, what the hell? I wanted that book." But I don't know if you guys have TikTok or you see it. But let me see here. I'll tell you the name of it. It's called yeah. Oops. Forgotten Home Apothecary. Apothecary. I think that's the way you say it. It's $24. And it just like filled with all these like home remedies, but they canceled my order. They gave me a refund. Felt like I needed it. But oh well.
I believe that everything has its cure. In this nature, you have that duality, the bad and the good. So yeah, every thing that have its cure in nature. Don't have to synthesize anything. You just have to find that plant or that thing that contain the ingredient that you want.
Yeah. A lot of natural stuff out there. Let's see. Still no Glovers? Nope. No. Couple that joined.
What you guys talking about?
We're talking about home remedies, but we should be talking about flat Earth a bit. You believe it's a globe or flat Earth?
I think it's a globe. I think.
You have any evidence? We're dying to hear it.
No, I don't have evidence.
Oh, shucks. All right.
No worries.
Azarine, would you say that you know for a fact or that you're 100% sure it's a globe, or would you say it's something that you've been taught since you were young and you've never really questioned it or tested it or looked into it, so it's just kind of more like a belief?
Probably more like a belief, yeah.
So always a good start, man. Appreciate that.
If you had to say what's the strongest case for your belief, what would you think it is?
For me, would be like judging by all the other planets.
So you look up in the sky and you see a light, and then you look on a computer screen and you see a beautiful colored mass, mountains, zoomed in photos from NASA, and then you believe that that's what you're looking at in the sky.
No, like I think it was Galileo who also saw, was it Jupiter or Saturn or something, with his telescope. And I guess people can see these kind of planets. I mean, you can even see Jupiter with your own eyes sometimes. So I guess with a telescope, you could see yourself that it's a sphere.
So I'll do this. I'm gonna put a photo in here in the side chat. You know that I get the side chat.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna do this photo for you. Maybe you've seen it before, but maybe you can tell me which one is a sphere. Would you be able to do that if I showed you 4 objects? Have you seen that before? Hold on, let me find it. Everything's all over the place. Hold on. With this update, I don't know if you guys have the new iPhone update, but dude, they mess up the photos. It's all stupid now. So hard to find things now. I don't know why they did this. But,
Just a question while he's trying to find his thing. Do you think that logic is a good logic? So, like Galileo, he just watched the sky, and said, "Oh, look, those are spheres. Therefore, the thing that I'm standing on is a sphere." Do you think that it is a good logic? By the way, it's the same logic that Tarzan used to think that he is a monkey, because he found that there is some monkeys around him. Do you think that that's a good thing to do?
Yeah, I think Tarzan was reasonable to think he's a gorilla as well.
So, all right.
He was wrong, obviously, but if you never had a mirror and you are around wolves, you'd probably think you are a wolf if you grew up around.
But don't you think though that you can look at penis and your stomach and be like, I don't look like a dog that's walking around on 4 legs with a tail. Like, okay, just real quick on the side chat, I posted that photo for you. Do you see those 4 circles? Have you ever seen this before? You might have.
No, I don't remember this particular picture.
Okay, so looking at these 4 objects, would you say that they're all spheres, or none of them are spheres, or one of them sphere? And can you point out which one, if any, what would you say is a sphere? Because if Galileo was looking through his telescope, this is all he's going to see. Through his lens, that's all he's going to see. Right? Just this 2D thing.
Mm-hmm.
Through a lens. Through your eyes.
Yeah.
So which one do you think is a sphere?
For me, they all look like spheres too.
Yeah, I would actually say, yeah. I would have thought all 4 of them were spheres, because that's what our brains might tell us, right? Like, yeah, that's the way it goes. When you see something like that, it's like, yeah, that looks like a ball. But I'm gonna post this for you, and then I want you to click on it so you can see it. Okay, click on it, open it up, and then you're gonna see that one is actually concave, and then the next one is completely flat, and then the next one is convex, or vice versa. The first one was convex, the third one was concave, and then or I don't know, I'm lost right now. Or vice versa of that. And then you see the last one is sphere. This is the actual ball. So tell me the difference between the second one and the fourth one. One's a flat, just piece of paper that's a circle, and the last one's a ball. So we don't know what's up there. I'm not saying that there's a frisbee flying around us like that, but it's just to say, like, we don't know what's up there. If we're just looking at things through an optics, through a glass.
Yeah.
So, that's why they say, is the moon a... You see of it, we don't see it turning around like if you put a basketball in the sky and spun it on your finger, we'd say, okay, I see the front side, the back side, the top side, the underside. Yeah, that's but we don't ever witness that in reality.
Wait, the moon is also flat?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm asking though.
I don't know. We don't know. What if it's like the third one where it's indented? What if it's in it collapses? I don't even know how to say it right now. What if it's concave? Right? We don't know. Because if we're just looking at this object in the sky and we can't tell if it's flat, if it's a sphere, if it's concave, or just convex. What if it's
I mean, we do have commercial flights, right? And don't they like make sense on a globe? Their routes. Like if it was like concave or something, you could fly, I don't know, from the US to Europe.
No, because here's the point. We're talking about what's in the sky, but we're actually trying to figure out what we're standing on. And quite frankly, you go into a big warehouse, and just because the lights are shaped like pyramids doesn't mean that the ground you're standing on is a pyramid. Just because the lights are shaped like big circle balls, right, spherical balls, doesn't mean that the floor in the warehouse has to be a spherical.
Yeah. Of course, that is clear. But I'm saying I'm also using that as my indicator because there's also something called gravity, right? And
that's
according to gravity. Oh, okay.
There's a claim that there's this thing that space, the bending of space and time, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about matter attracting each other and then naturally forming like this semi-spherical body.
So you didn't get the memo? That Newtonian gravity was debunked 118 years now, 115 years now. I think it's 15 or 18.
Yeah,
over 100 years it was debunked. Right.
You're gone there?
Right.
I don't hear anything.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Got a call that like kicked me out or something. You guys can hear me. I couldn't hear you. But if you think that, okay, let me ask you this: do you believe in the Big Bang theory?
Agnostic, I don't know.
Okay. Do you? So there's a story in the science that we are all taught that is scientific now, right? Pseudo-scientific, but we're just going to say the modern mainstream. We're going to tell you there's a story called the Big Bang theory, and you got to trust the science, bro. But they say that everything started from nothing. Everything was the size of a pinhead, right? On the head of a pin needle. And then boom, this huge freaking thing happened. And then all the gases and all this gravity and it made balls. Yay. Okay, fast forward billions of years later. Now you believe that we're now a ball and we're spinning around the sun, right? And the sun's gravity is keeping us a certain distance away from it, trapped in an orbit. But have you ever thought about the sizes of the planets that we've been told they are? And have you ever thought about if you're going to have this certain gravity that's going to keep these objects at a certain distance away from it? But some are smaller, some are bigger. And even in your paradigm or the glober's paradigm, the bigger the mass, the more gravity, right? So you would think that an object that's larger in size next to an object that's smaller in size, it should have a difference, a different effect should be placed upon them from this large, massive sun, 93 million miles away from us, but in the center of this heliocentric universe that has been created, or galaxy, or whatever you want to call it, solar system. Like, have you ever thought about that? Like, have you ever just really wait, hold on, how are those planets at that distance and then we are at this distance, and how did that gravity not pull those bigger things closer over time? And they're like, well, they're in a perfect sweet spot. Okay, but then a little bit farther, there's a smaller one. How is it in its little gravity swell there and not being affected? Because next to that, further down, is a bigger one again. So have you ever thought about that?
No, not until now, but it seems like you have thought about it. So let me ask you this. Do you know how to calculate the orbit? Do you know what is the calculation needed to do that?
Well, you're going to first assume in that there's this moving spherical ball system, mobile, going around and around to begin with. So I would say that it doesn't matter what magical numbers I write down, because we should deal with reality. And now that brings us back to Earth and say, okay, if we want to assume this sphere, Earth, being a part of this spherical heliocentric model, then maybe we should focus on, is there any curve on this Earth here? And then we have observations more than 20 miles, more than 100 miles, more than 1,000 miles. All these different observations that prove that we are not living on a 25,000 mile circumference ball or sphere or potato or whatever you want to call it. So if we're not a ball, then that just destroys the whole calculations and math. So we don't even have to go calculate it.
But do you know the calculation to do the orbit? To calculate?
No, I don't know the calculations that they have required for their system to work in their Narnia.
But do you think it's reasonable for you to say, because of the sizes and so on, it's not adding up when you don't actually know how they came to those numbers and how they proved that?
Well, logically, though, no. I get what you're saying. Now they can create whatever number they want to make it work, And they have.
No,
They've had
if
centuries to do it.
For instance, the mass and the velocity and the distance from the sun, blah, I don't know the calculations, but if they're using these numbers in an equation to determine the orbit, and these numbers turn out to be correct, then we can infer
they're only correct. They're only correct to what they're saying they're supposed to be. So, in other words, they're telling you it's supposed to be this, and when I do this math, it equals. So, because my number equals to what I'm telling you it's supposed to be, therefore, voila, that's what it is. Now, do you know that some of these quote unquote planets spin the opposite direction than the other planets? And not only that, but they even spin up and down, not left to right. Do you know that there's other these? This is the paradigm. This is what they're telling us, and we believe it. Well, we
probably like
but
from ignorance.
Well, here's the point, though. Just if you could just think logically, if you spun a ball in one direction and it's trapped in this orbit to go around and around and around, just using physics, right? And just using real science and experiments, when you set something in motion and it's going against, then there's a force that's opposing it. It's actually going against that force. We know logically, eventually, that's actually going to slow down and come to a stop because there's another force pulling on it, which will drag it. It will eventually stop. But they have us believing that those things have been spinning for billions of years in that opposite rotation. And so if it baffles me to think that how the fuck did I ever fall for this nonsense? Because now that I'm an adult looking back with critical thinking now and not just fucking believing whatever school told me, now looking back I'm like, wait, how did I fall for that? Oh, that's right, because the math adds up. So it makes sense mathematically, but not in reality. Can you show me anywhere in reality where you could spin something and then put it in the opposite direction of a force that would naturally make it spin in the opposite direction, and then make that perpetuate for eternity? Can you do that? I don't think you can. I don't think any of us can.
No, because I've not spent time on this topic, but you, as somebody who has spent time on this topic, should be able to know what is the problem with the maths, why the math is not mathing, according to you. But if this math is correlating with reality, I don't know what your issue is.
No. You're not understanding is we don't find this in reality, in our known world. We only find it in a mathematical equation.
No, we do, right? If what you're claiming is true, then these things are in reality. If what you're claiming is true, or isn't it true what you're claiming? Is it not in reality?
No. It's only a mathematical equation. Also, the distance away from us is just a mathematical equation. So we're looking at in the sky, right? And we're seeing lights, okay? It's equivalent to this. Let's take 1,000 people and we'll give them all flashlights. Some big, some small. Some with a brighter luminance, some with a dull luminance, right? And then we're going to put them at different distances away from you, up to 50 miles away from you, and they're all going to be shining and they're going to be spread apart. And then I'm going to have you look at them and then say, tell me the lights that you see in the distance, how far away you think they are from you. And you're going to be like, well, I don't know. Some are bright, some are dull, some are big, some are small. But in reality, you can't tell me how far these lights are unless you physically can walk up to them and say, okay, you're at the 1 mile part, you're at the 2 mile part, you're at the 5 mile part, you're at the 22 mile part. And that's the way you can validate that. And then you're like, that's crazy. This one that was 22 miles away from me, I thought was closer to me. Why?
because it was brighter. Well, you didn't know that the guy at the 22 mile away from you had the brightest flashlight. And the one that was 5 feet away from him or her, or let's say even 100 yards away from him or her, they had a denser light or a dull light. And then you thought that was, way farther than just 100 yards. But no, it's just 100 yards. It's just because the light itself was made that way. So what I'm trying to get at is just trying to walk you down a logical path to realize when someone tells you, you see that star right there, that one's 70 trillion miles away. And the one right next to it to the left, that one right there is 140 trillion miles away. Then you got to look at them and say, shut up, dude. Like, you're an idiot if you think that you can just do that. You can just say that. Just because you could write down a calculation on a paper and say, yep, checks out. I'm just saying, bro. And you can do what you want. It's not me to, I'm just trying to help you. That's all.
I appreciate that, the help. I'm just not educated enough about this to really form an opinion. And as I said, I would need to see what is the problem with the theories that they are using right now and the equations for me to really say, oh, there's an issue there and gravity is not real and so on. So,
well, we could start from where I was trying to bring it back to is we have falsified the globe, meaning there's a mathematical equation to the sphere of 25,000 miles circumference, right? There's a mathematical, a geometric horizon, if you will. Meaning, if I'm a certain elevation off the ground from sea level, then I should be able to see so many miles, or not. I don't want to say that. A certain distance to where things should start being on the other side of that ball, right? So if you put a hill between you and I, like a huge hill in the mountains, right? We find a hill and then we start at the top and we walk away from each other, right? While facing each other, we walk backwards. Eventually, we're going to start going downwards on that hill. And then my legs are going to disappear, and then my torso is going to disappear, then my head's going to disappear. Eventually, I'm going to be so far down the hill, you won't be able to see me. That's what we're talking about when we're saying we're seeing things when they should be blocked by your geometric horizon. You get it?
okay. And on this Earth we are on, you can see the person, the whole body, or what is like indefinitely, or what?
Well, no, because optically, if somebody is a distance away from you, the way optics works is you're going to be blocked out, if you will, bottom up. There will be obstruction because what happens is the angle of resolution at something, the farther away it gets. I'm going to post a video for you in the side chat. And there's also these optical phenomenons that happen to where people start to disappear into the ground. And you're like, wait, what? Yeah, that's because the heat's raising the ground optically, not physically, but optically. And then the way that light is traveling from that person to your eyes is now obstructed. This is what we're going to call, right? Like a form of refraction or whatever form you want to drop into that. But this is what happens all the time, especially over surfaces where the temperature is changing, especially over water. like in the ocean. That's why you hear people say, "Oh, the boat goes over the curve of the water." And then if you were to record that on a different day, that boat won't be going over the curve of the water because the water isn't doing the same optical phenomenon thing that day. Matter of fact, I have another video I could post for you, and I'll try to find it real quick. It's a boat that was docked or anchored miles off the coast, and 3 hours later, you can see it disappeared and then reappeared. And it's not that the Earth is breathing. It's not that the horizon's growing and then shortening. It's because that optical phenomenon. So let me find that video for you.
So you are claiming that two people on Earth should be able actually to see each other, no matter where they are standing, no matter where they are.
No, that's not what I'm actually.
I mean, if there's no obstruction between them, if there's no mountain or whatever.
I'm actually telling you the opposite. I'm saying when
I'm saying.
Oh, that's not the video.
No, I understand. You are saying they don't see each other because of the heat or the optic curvature, right? But if it was not for that, they should be able to see each other.
No, you're going to. Here it is. There's the video. Optics, the way it works is the farther away you get from a position, it's going to disappear. Have you ever taken an art class? Have you ever taken any art class, like even in grade school?
Are you talking about the vanishing point?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what the vanishing point is?
I mean, I do, but you're talking to the other guy, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, with a strong enough telescope, you should be able to see the person, right?
Okay, so even with a strong enough telescope, binocular, whatever, there's still only a certain distance that you'll be able to see. You can, okay, so like in art class, one of the first things your teacher will teach you when today we're going to learn perspective, right? And then draw me a city block. And the first thing you do, she's going to say, take a ruler and make a line in the middle of your, okay? We're going to call that the vanishing point. And every building, no matter how high you draw it, you're going to have to make sure that the angle goes back to that point, because our perspective of things is always going to come to that halfway mark in that paper.
And be like, hey, I booked this if you want to take my spot. Do that. Tell them to do it. You don't pay me.
I think, Vom, are you hot micing or are you jumping in the conversation?
I mean, it's only 2 hours.
Hey, Vom, are you hot micing or are you?
Oh, yeah, sorry, dude. Sorry.
No worries. I was like, go ahead, man. You want something to say? Go ahead. But so the Nazarene. So when you take art class, they literally teach you this, the way perspective works. So, and there is a vanishing point, and they don't teach you because of the curvature of the Earth. They teach you because that's the way optics works. So that line, that vanishing point could represent 100 miles, or it could represent 2 miles. Just depends on the condition of the day. So go ahead.
Okay. I understand this with the optics, but essentially, these people are still in the same kind of altitude, so to say, right?
Okay, yeah. Are you talking about the video now? I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
No, just like you saying the Earth is flat and you just don't see an object which is in the distance because of the optics. I'm saying optics aside, these objects are still on the same altitude or the same height, so to say. So I wonder then, why is it when bridges are being built, especially very long ones, They have to take the curvature of the planet into account.
Okay, we went over this like an hour or two ago. They're not taking curvature in account, bro. They're not.
So it's a conspiracy that they are?
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's not. That's not the way we build bridges. I know that idiots are out there telling people that, and they use the 1 mile bridge that says the towers are diverging. Blah blah blah. We built a 2.3 mile bridge, never accounted for curvature. Which do you think should have or would have had to have accounted for curvature? The longer bridge or the shorter bridge?
Longer.
Okay, so if the longer bridge didn't account for curvature, why do you think they would have done it for the shorter bridge? Is it more curvy over there in New York than over here in LA?
I don't know this story. I don't know what this.
All right. Well. All right. Well, just to let you know, they're not taking account of curvature when building bridges. That's not the way it goes. That's not. It's 1,000% factually incorrect. Even though
so it is a conspiracy then. Because even ChatGPT, I just asked ChatGPT and it says, yes, the curvature of the Earth must be taken into account when designing very long bridges or structures.
Yes, I know, because we are in a modeled world that tells you that water curves, not finds itself level at rest. No, we live on a ball in ChatGPT, in Google, in online anything. We live in a ball. But that's the lie. That's the great lie. That's the biggest lie. So yes. Now when you come to reality though, and you build, whenever we build anything horizontal and we transfer benchmark lines, and I'm going to tell you the same way I told this guy earlier. I want you to logically think of dashes and underscores on a typewriter. Okay? If you're changing elevation up and down from original position, okay, we take a dash. We're going to call that 500 feet above sea level. Okay? Then we're going to build something horizontally going across. We're going to transfer lines for miles, okay? We're going to give you 5 miles, okay? We're going to build something 5 miles long. You're going to transfer that line horizontally. Now, what horizontal means is a dash is going to be next to a dash, going to be next to a dash, going to be next to a dash. Get it? Now, you might go a little bit lower. We're going to call that an underscore. But then you're going to go back up. We're going to go back to a dash. Now, if you were to plot this out on a computer, you're going to have a lot of dashes that got transferred horizontally, level, flat, straight across. Now, you tell me, how many of those horizontal dashes is it going to take to make your computer screen start to make a circle and come back to itself? How many do you think it'll take? Infinite?
Sorry, gotta go, dude. Maybe we can pick this up some other time.
All right, buddy. You have a good one. Take care, man.
Cool.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for educating me.
Sure. No problem, brother. That was fun. I'm dying over here coughing, man. I gotta mute up. The more I talk, the more I want to cough. So it's more irritating. But anybody else want to pick it up, feel free. I'm going on mute for a little bit.
Yeah, man, those chest infections are a bitch. Wait them out.
Yeah, dude, sucks. I hate it. It's actually the back of my throat. There's just something just like irritated. So like as yeah, as I talk, it irritates it more because it's like the air going in and out, and I can feel it, bro. Like I'm like, it's just like it's like imagine every time you pass by somebody, you just sock them. That's the way it feels, bro. Like every time I breathe in, it's like socking the back of my throat, and then see what I'm saying? The more I talk, it.
Yeah, man, I've had them before. They suck. Very hard to get rid of as well.
Yeah, but it's all right. I'm gonna go on mute and try not to cough in all everybody's ears as much. Where's that other guy that was? Oh, Epsilon. Oh, did he leave? That other dude was sound like he was a Glober. I don't know. I wonder if a Glober or somewhere, maybe in a debate on modern day debate or something, like somebody must have like mentioned bridges because we've been getting a lot of bridges are counting for curvature this morning. Am I wrong? I think that's what we've been hearing a lot all morning. Somebody must have said that on a YouTube video or something. Now they're all coming here with that nonsense. Because it is a very old argument too, so I don't know.
No.
Hello.
Guys, like, are you like bots or something? Like you just wait for like a round Arthur to join in? That's
sorry.
like incredibly sad, man.
I'm sorry. What did you say right now?
You guys just wait here the entire day, watching your fucking screens, waiting for
Oh,
Arthur
you
to
actually
join
missed
in.
it. We were actually talking to people, bro. So I don't know why you jump into a room and then just like lie right out the gate, or spread
I
lies.
always join this voice chat. You always do this. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you just missed the conversation, right? That we had like a long time. It was a long conversation.
You guys all went on mute and waited for the next person. Proving me right.
So it was muted for I want to say maybe a good 30 seconds, bro. So kick rocks.
I just ban that clown. He comes here every day and does this.
Yeah, no doubt. No worries. Morons, bro. But it was only quiet for like 30 seconds, bro. Maybe like 40 seconds the most. I don't know. I took a look at a TikTok and it couldn't have been that long. And then like what's the business to him? Like who cares who does what? What is he, the fucking Discord police? Like no fucking standing on the dance floor or what? What the fuck? What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, man. Every single day he comes into this server and into the politics and religion server and just trolls and gets muted or banned. Does it all the time. Crazy. And he calls us sad.
Yeah, like what's more in comparison, what sounds more sad? Someone that goes around and does that? Or someone that's just chilling amongst people that, are friends and like-minded people you want to hang out with, Like what's wrong with that idiot, dude? A moron.
Proud to be a troll, imagine that.
Right? Like, dude, what kind of life is that?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? Morning.
Yo, DJ, I just sent to Dean.
How you doing?
Can you?
Hello.
Can you show
Good
me
morning.
where I can see that sentence? And I showed you one that is just the top that they never seen at all.
There goes your hot mic. I'm not sure if you know.
Oh, I was trying to talk to a DJ and I was far from my mic. I forgot to put the mic next to Mama. So, DJ, can you show me where I can see that sentence? I showed you also the one that I was talking about.
Yeah, I was watching the modern day debate against Will Duffy and Flatsoid today. And Will Duffy brought up that there's a little section in the bottom right somewhere of the Gleason map that says something about that there shouldn't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You know, I'd always been under the impression that Globus claimed that that Gleason map is just a low projection, so I found it interesting that it said that. I think I've got a high resolution. Oh, do you have a high resolution of the Gleason? I've got one, but it's...
No.
I think I've got... Yeah, I'll have a look what I've got here, and I'll see if I can find what Will Duffy was talking about.
I showed you that one in the top under just the title. It says scientifically and practically correct as it is.
Of the Galatians?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Meanwhile, pay no mind to the non-uniform scale in the corner that nobody seems to know how to use on either side of this argument. I mean, certainly not Flatzoid. Flatzoid didn't seem to know about it. And neither do the Globers who come in and say, look how wide Australia is. So they don't understand it either. And the whole thing is just a gigantic mess of people who don't know what they're talking about. I mean, there's a little note too on the back of the Gleason's map. Have you seen that? Is that what you're referring to? And it says flat or globe. Take your choice. Cheeky.
Oh, really? No, I didn't know. I've never really looked much into the Gleason's map, but I was just interested when Duffy brought that up today. I wasn't aware that it said that. I've got a high resolution copy of it here, so I'm gonna have a good look over it. Yeah, I make no claims about it whatsoever.
Let me go dig up a scan I have that I got from archive.org. It's a scan of the backside of this where it says that. Hang on. So there's the back of it. You can see in the middle the little ring, where on the front it has the arm that you move around for the sun's position for tracking time and latitude, I guess. There's the back of the map.
Nice. I'm just having a read of that now.
Yep. So at the very last sentence, the demonstration has reference to either considerations, the Earth a globe or a plane, take your choice. Author.
When I zoom in, it's very blurry. Lowers the resolution when you post in the chat.
At least the copy that I send is blurry.
When I zoom in on it, it's super clear to read it like it's right in front of me. Yeah. I click on it and I zoom.
Go ahead and zoom in on the relevant bit and then screenshot that. Hold on a second.
I'll save it and then I'll open it in a program.
There we go. So it's like, take that, David Wise. Take that, everybody else. Jeranism, Flatzoid, everyone who's been reifying this map into existence. Take that, Globies, too. Seems the author himself was not committed to either way. You know, and besides it mathematically is a globe projection, the globe itself having in the first place been constructed out of flat Earth measurements. This is not at all saying that if you take the globe and you flatten it out to this map, that this is what you started with in order to build the globe in the first place. Not at all.
I just posted the little write-up that Will Duffy was talking about on the bottom right of the front of the map. Right there, it's a little blurry, but you can read it.
Nice. By the way, you might have a setting checked off in your app, DJ, to switch to like low resolution mode for low bandwidth options. There are several settings in there.
Discord.
Yeah, it'll automatically compress images.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely does do that. Didn't know you could fix that.
Here I just sent June and December solstice, the left part and the bottom right part in high definition.
So like here's something that people also on both sides of the conversation don't consider either. If you were to take, let's say you could see Sigma Octantis with your eyes. You can, I think, with a very fat telescope. But suppose there was a star in the middle. If you were to project that out onto an AE map that's centered on the GP of the North Star, then that single point in the southern hemisphere in the sky would wrap around the entire map as a ring. That point would be turned into a ring around the entire perimeter of the map. So for people depicting like star configurations and things like this over the AE map, which we've seen a dozen times, mainly from our side, they aren't projecting the dimensions of those stars out in their size individually or in their constellation as a group. Like, we just got so many morons on our own team. It's really frustrating.
Hey, wait a minute.
I had to look into it, and everything I read says that Discord automatically reduces the size drastically and quality of images, and they're uploaded to the platform. Because yeah, that one you just shared, the high resolution one, APOC, that's like 280 kilobytes when I did it.
Yeah, and then it's even still like when I posted, it's still a little blurry, so that's why I like zoomed in and then I posted it because it's not blurry when I look at it on my side, but when I upload it, it's a little blurry.
Yeah.
I mean, the top part of it's good. Like, you can read the larger print up there, but it's when you go to the bottom parts. That's why I posted it in those multiple photos.
Is there any evidence of the distance of the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn?
I think so.
So timeanddate.com offers data which can be used for this purpose. They have the speed of the subsolar point, which is basically the GP of the sun. They track that. Part of their entire ephemeris, I guess. All the motions of the heavenly bodies with respect to the Earth. As far as I know, the Tropic of Capricorn shows the same subsolar speeds at the same distance from the equator as it does in the Tropic of Cancer. The moon does a similar thing, as like the sun does, wandering relative to the equatorial line. That's why the moon has its own analemma. It's only about plus or minus 4 degrees. And it's also got a sub-lunar speed that's tracked by timeanddate.com. It's also about, I think, 4% slower than the sun. It seemed to me a rather trivial matter, relatively speaking, to confirm, validate or even falsify these claims as provided by time and date. Most of the world, by population, lives between the tropics to begin with. So,
bro, I'm telling you,
if you had like 500 miles distance, you could figure it out.
I'm telling you, Amish, I'm still asking this question, and there's a reason why I'm asking it. We've lost 5 hours of light, bro, in the sky. And we only set our clocks back 1 hour. I want that to make sense on a globe. It doesn't. It just 1000%. If it's a ball spinning, and it should just be, you have your Terminator line, the ball spinning, and
the
there's
ball's tilted away from the sun during the winter in the north. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. So it's tilted away, right? And it's cutting off 5 hours because we are tilted in a way where the light's still not going to hit us. It would have to hit us. We're a ball.
The sun not only rises and sets further south relative to due east in the sky, but the sun is also making a shallower arc through the sky relative to your position. And this is what we see, and that is modeled out in 3D with the tilted ball.
If we get a light, we put it on a basketball, we tilt the basketball, and we put it on a a little mechanical device that can make it turn to where it does one revolution every 24 hours. And the same mechanism is going to go around the sun. It should be equal. The time should be equal of the sun from that position. It should still represent 24 hours. From the beginning of that day to the end of it, it should still represent. So let's say high noon, right? or even the sunrise and sunset. I understand that it's going to be lower, and it's okay. You're saying it's going to get darker 5 hours earlier when we only set the clock back 1 hour. That just doesn't. It just makes logical zero sense. Zero.
Well, the time setting of the clock, of course, doesn't match anything either. Now, if you were to go further north around this time of year, you'll start to experience complete non-daylight at all, very close to literal daylight.
Yeah, because the sun is furthest away from the center. I understand that, but it's
and in their model, it's the ball is tilted. You are on a tilted ball, and you're going around the curve towards the top to the point where you're not able to see the sun below the horizon anymore. The edge horizon.
I get that, but if we're clocking it with a watch as we are doing, it should only be an hour different. Even though, like you're saying, like we're angled and all that stuff, so the sun and you're gonna see. Even with all that in mind, it's still that time doesn't add up. I think they're hiding what's really going on in that daylight savings time. I really do think so. It makes sense that when the sun is furthest south in its position, what's that, above Capricorn or Cancer? It makes sense that it gets darker quicker because the sun would have to be moving at a faster speed. So I would want to know, so anyone in Australia sees it going through the sky fast as well during their summer, or is it a long bright day for them? How long do they see the sun for, as opposed to how long we see it?
Does that help? I posted in chat. If you're at the equator looking east, you could track the sun as it moves throughout the year. This is what you would see. Okay. Now the problem is, people on our team don't think that's the case, even though that's what is visible. And this next image, this is what they think is happening because they think they live on an AE map. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Australia's seeing the sun set to the left, not to the right. That's what you're saying.
Dude, there is no left and right. You just turn around.
In regards to the photos, like if you're looking, like if you turn your phone sideways and you see 3 suns going up, and then you see the first one though, one sun's going up, one sun's going straight across, one sun's going down. So technically, if you were standing on that side looking north in this position, then that sun is going to the left, not to the right. You get what I'm saying?
Trying to understand, but I'm not entirely sure I do. I mean, if you're south of the equator, looking east, you'll see the sun. If it's by the Tropic of Capricorn, you'll see the sun rise south of the equator, and then you'll see it arc around you as you're looking north. The same as if you're in the north instead, while the sun is rising on the Tropic of Cancer, it arcs around you while looking south.
That's what I'm saying. If it's
Okay, yeah, then that's it. And this is why there should be a 24-hour Antarctic sun, just as there is a 24-hour Arctic sun. I have no problem with that. Never had.
Mm-hmm. Did you
now,
see
whether or
that
not
one?
there's evidence for it is another question, but I have no problem with it conceptually.
Did you see that one video that this dude made, like a little dome with lights, and it's like a reflection of it onto this other dome, and like he takes a camera and he records it, and like he shows like they're both moving in the same direction, but because it's a reflection, it looks like it's going reverse. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
That was pretty interesting. Made me think.
Yeah, I mean we don't know what's happening at all.
True.
Up there. The astronomical community, astronomy society, cosmologists, they've got their ideas that are all shoehorned into their Copernican preference.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe there's something funky going on with multiple layers of different kinds of media. But I mean, that's all speculation. What we know is what we can see and observe, and I think it's kind of foolish to deny that current observations would predict a 24-hour Antarctic sun. Meanwhile, Earth does measure flat. It is visibly flattened. We can see further than there is any sphere edge horizon. And nobody's been able to present any evidence to the contrary that's verifiable.
Right.
I gotta go.
All right, later. Very interesting.
اسكت يا اخي لكن لا تعريه عريه الاخر ديريه صافي عرسه يرسب هذا ايه نبقى نجر من الفوق وانت من تحت بلاتي حدي داك الشعيدي داز الماسا انت هاو قلنا لك حيدي غيمشي
I still think they're lying about the sun. The time. They're hiding in the time. I still think so. 5 hours lost.
Yeah. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Joe.
Hello? Nah, bro. Nah. Do you know the boobies? The boobies is real, bro. No, you know you can get free booby milk right now. Free titty milk right now. I swear to God. On my mama, G. On my mama. You can get some free titty milk.
The Earth is round. The Earth is round. Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on? what's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on?
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Shit.
Hello. Is anybody here?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, flat man can. Listen. Why do you think the world is flat?
It's a knowing, not a thinking.
Listen, my man. There's no proof the world is flat.
Oh, so you haven't looked outside?
If you tried to tell an ant what shape the world is, do you think you could describe it to an ant?
Start doing this shit, man. You're gonna start trolling and crap. I asked you, have you looked outside?
Yeah, I've looked outside.
Have you been on an airplane?
I have.
Have you seen water bending?
A raindrop.
You're gonna compare the fucking oceans and lakes to a raindrop? Interesting.
Well, I mean, if you could do this with a cup, you could do this with the wait.
I told you, you're not going to troll.
Wait, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you are.
If you fill a cup of water up, eventually it's gonna bulge at the top. If you fill a pool up to the brim, eventually it's gonna bulge at the top. No matter what size of the container,
it is flat. Like that's very honest.
I actually think he's trying to help us by saying, you gotta. From what I got out of that is that you have to shut down the refraction argument, in some type of way or another. Or that's all I'm gonna say, no matter what you show me. Even though I don't know about refraction, I can't tell you what's a standard refractive day, what it looks like, what the conditions would be for a standard refractive day. All I can say is that if you break the 3959 radius value, all I'm going to say is refraction because I have a mathematical formula that will allow for it.
And he's the only glober who's just willing to admit that he's making a bunch of presumptions. I've never heard anyone else do that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like I understand it like so well. It's so hard. The other ones just think they're like super smart, never relent. But anytime he's wrong, he says he's wrong, or he just paraphrases the 3959 like you just said. So that's crazy. I enjoyed that.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, he's the most honest glober I've ever seen. I'll tell you that much.
Because, his Black Swan picture is no different than any other Black Swan picture we've ever seen. There's no curvature to be observed.
That meme where it's like, I understand it now. It's like, basically that's what you're gonna.
And I'll tell you what, JP, if you've not talked to Matthew much, which I'm assuming you have not, it's really interesting when he starts correcting other globies.
No, I haven't talked to him too much. I just knew that some people called him a math guy and said that, he kind of acknowledged distance. And so I just wanted to kind of understand, because he seems like, a very, logical, smart guy. And so I just kind of wanted to get his, Yeah, I wanted to see kind of what he thought about these things. And it kind of, the cognitive dissonance was there, dude. I'm sorry to say it, but it was there.
Well, and I'll tell you, some of the flat Earth people don't like him because you can't rattle his cage, and he doesn't come off of his view, his belief, I should say. But he is very honest that it's a belief, and I think some people get impatient with him because he'll keep telling, and then you have to ask him, well, is that a belief? And then eventually he'll say, well, yes, it's we know it from other things. Okay, well, what other things? Well, we got this speculation, this belief, blah, blah, blah.
Right. The part to me that was a little bit, I would say, not disingenuous, but frustrating for me is when I asked him, okay, well, just so I can make sure that I'm getting this correct, what is a standard refractive day? How do we get 7/6R? what does that day of standard refraction look like? So therefore, I can make sure that these tests are done under those conditions.
Yeah.
And all he said was, I don't know. I don't know what a standard refractive day looked like. I don't know what the properties constitute. I don't know.
Next time that I see him on, I'll ask him, what could we do to figure out what that day is? There's got to be somewhere some suggestion of what that standard refractive day is. There's got to be, like in the creation of the formula, somebody's got to have some paper or something somewhere that describes what that 7/6 day is, and so I'll ask him to say, hey, would you while you're at the university computer next time, can you do a search on and just see if you can figure out what those days, what exact weather conditions we need to be at, and maybe we can do some testing on those days.
Right.
Because that would be a really interesting test to do, is to figure out what they allege that day is, and then how often is that day actually experienced, and then you can confirm or reject that formula based on how often that day happens, because I'd imagine there has to be weather records somehow.
Yeah. I just can't understand how he would be able to derive after that, how he could derive that a 1 foot observation off the shore, beach or whatever would be less refractive than the longest photo taken of Canigou. And he's already admitted that the refractive index would be significant lower almost because of how high you are. But you still are appealing to refraction, and it would have to be more because of the distance.
Well, I think he was saying that if you were up high, there's less effect from the temperature differential.
Right.
So you would have less refraction the higher up you are, and you'd have more refraction the lower you are.
Right, which is the opposite when we talk about the longest picture taken.
Right.
Because that needs more refraction than the 10-foot observation of the black swan.
Yeah.
So that's in direct contradiction of what he said.
Yeah.
He's now looking for that day of the longest picture taken to have more refraction than the black swan photos.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, but by the way, I really liked your technique last night where you were saying that you're on the fence and trying to get the Globie to convince you. I'm going to start using that.
I just try to walk them down their own lines of logic, man.
Yeah.
It immediately creates a less hostile environment, which is nice.
True.
Yeah. There's a guy who got escorted out of here who was part of a crew where they're all into trying to argue that the Earth isn't flat, but yet it is flat. They call it level Earth. And, that whole group, I think, just wore out their welcome after a few activities here, and unfortunately he got caught up in it. But it is interesting that like when the Globies come in here asking for a flat earther and say, well, no, I'm not a flat earther, then all of a sudden, like, some of them just go right away, and then some of them want to actually talk, and then so I'm going to try that, see how that works. Just say, no, I really don't know. I have to be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
Right. And then as the conversation goes, I start to choose my side based on the conversation so they can understand, what they're saying is implementing.
Yeah, I really like that. Well, what you're saying there, that does make me want to think about being a Glober. Like you could probably throw that out a few times, but I do like being a little bit of a smart ass when they say that they've got like the ultimate proof, like Rob Noxious the other day when he was telling us that he had the ultimate proof, and I said, well, let's get the word out, let's get the room and the server shut down. And he's like, no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm like, well, no, you've got the ultimate proof. I mean, it sounds like you've proven that there's only 4 feet of curve over that. So let's just go ahead and shut the server down. There's no, because proof's proof.
Yeah, man. Like I said, this has grown into a fucking hobby that I like, and fucking watching them squirm for gravity and refraction is probably my fucking cherry on top, dude.
Yeah.
And it's like, because the cog says if it's not this, then what else could it be? Hint, hint, hint.
Yeah. And you were talking about the Foucault's pendulum the other day with somebody.
Yeah,
and
man.
I've been doing a bunch of reading on that. And even the honest globies on it will admit that, because the first thing you're supposed to do is affix the length of your fix the length of your pendulum based upon your latitude. And then you have you have a magnet, and then a lot of them have a motor. And then there's even discussion of how you have to start it just right, because if you start it wrong, it won't process right. And so any idiot ought to be able to see that doesn't work too well.
Yeah, the thing that I learned about Foucault's, man, I'm actually glad they had that conversation. And afterwards, I even went back with Necros. I want to say even, and we had a full blown conversation about it. And the biggest takeaways for me is this: is the frame of reference. They try to say that the plumb or whatever you're going to be hanging from the bottom of the string is in its own frame of reference, when that's empirically not true. It's attached to the mechanism that's attached to the earth. So then when we say, well, why would you not say that the drone or the helicopter that's right above it, why would that not be in its own frame of reference? Then they'll say something stupid like, well, it's attached to the earth. And I'm like, okay, so the earth should process under both then. If it's attached, if the fucking helicopter and the drone is attached to the earth, then the procession should happen for that as well. But we don't see that. So yeah, man, like the Foucault.
Yeah, see, I love it
how would you expect a drone to process?
So what I really would love here is how they say that the spin of the Earth spins underneath of a football and a bullet, but not under a helicopter or an airplane.
It's retarded thinking, man. It really is.
No doubt it is. It's just it's beyond belief. Beyond fiction.
Well, what would you expect to happen with a drone?
It's like, if you're saying that,
how should it process?
I got you. So I do apologize that I have to answer your question with a question, but just to make sure I'm on the same page of you, why does the pendulum process?
Because the Earth spins.
Okay, is the pendulum in its own frame of reference?
I'm not sure. Not sure how to answer that.
Okay, that's the biggest.
Why would you expect a drone to process?
So if the pendulum is processing because it's in its own frame of reference, which would mean that it's not attached to the earth, the drone, the helicopter, the birds, the clouds, anything else that's in the sky would not be attached to the earth at that point. So we should see precession for everything in nature if it processes under the pendulum.
What does precession mean to you?
That the earth is moving from under it.
Precession means that the earth is moving under.
That's what you just said, right? You said it processes because the earth is moving under it.
No, when the pendulum precesses, that means it sort of rotates as it swings on its own. So what would you expect to happen with a drone?
Because why does hold on? Why does it precess? Because you're changing time. Okay, perfect. That's what I just said. So you should expect.
No, you didn't. I asked you what precession was, not why it does it.
Right. Precession is because of the Earth's spin.
Yes, but what is precession?
Brother, what is your point right now?
Well, you seem to be complaining that the drones don't precess, yet the pendulums do, but you don't seem to understand what precession even is.
No. What you're saying is that the Earth is spinning under the pendulum, but it's not spinning under the drone or the helicopter or anything else in the sky.
No, the Earth is always spinning.
Okay, so does the Earth spin from under the drone or the helicopter?
It doesn't spin from under it.
It doesn't. But it does
question, that.
So just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, Mez, I don't want to strawman you. The Earth does not spin when the drone is in the air. It doesn't spin from under the drone.
Yeah, the Earth does spin when it's under the drone.
That's what I'm saying has never been observed. A drone can stand in the same place, right? Not go forward or backward, left or right. It could remain in the same place without the Earth going anywhere under it, the same way a helicopter can hover and the Earth will not move from under it.
Yeah, well, drones and helicopters, they are piloted.
Okay.
They will adjust themselves to stay in place.
Can they be piloted to stay in the same place or go against the spin of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so if I go against the spin of the Earth, then I should get to my location quicker than if I was to go with the spin of the Earth, correct?
No.
Okay, so you are the one that's confused about what you're saying then.
No, I understand it. You just seem to don't like the answer.
You understand it. What was the rest of what you said?
I understand it. You just don't like the answer.
I took your answer that the Earth is supposed to spin under the drone, but it doesn't.
No, yes, it does. It always spins.
Cool, man.
So what's the issue with it?
We don't see, right? If a hovering drone was right above me right now, if I put that drone to this latitude, I don't know, I own drones, so I'm not gonna lie, but I know for sure a drone can hover. And what you're saying is that if the drone hovers, if you put a drone on hover mode, whatever that would be, that if you put a drone right there to hover, that the Earth will spin from under it, is what you're saying, and that doesn't happen.
Right, that is not what I'm saying, because the drone inherits the momentum of the Earth. Also, drones and helicopters and whatever, they're also piloted, so
the
people
drone
tend to want to keep them in space in a single spot over the Earth if they want them to. So this is a rather poor argument to debunk the rotation of the Earth.
No, when you're speaking of the Foucault's pendulum, and you're saying that the reason that the pendulum is precessing is because of the Earth's movement, that would mean that wherever your pendulum is, the Earth is moving under it. So that would be true for anything in the sky.
No.
Cool. Okay,
yes.
why would it be different for anything in the sky?
So because when a pendulum rotates, it can rotate sort of north and south. And as it rotates north, it has to travel the latitude rings around the Earth, they're smaller and smaller as you go north. So then when it swings north, the pendulum is going across a shorter distance, whereas when it swings south, it goes across a longer distance. And because it's traveling across different distances, it rotates as it swings back and forth.
But it's not going.
Whereas a drone,
it's not going a different distance. There's a set distance that a pendulum can fucking go because of the rope it's attached to.
No, you're misunderstanding. Again, you're
No, you said it goes a different distance and it doesn't.
Yes, because a ring of latitude around close to the North Pole is smaller than a ring of latitude close to the equator.
Okay, I guess this is my bigger question to you. When you say that nothing in the sky should have precession, the Earth should not spin under anything in the sky, what would be the reason for that?
Well, it depends what you're talking about.
Let's say, for instance, the drone.
Well, because drones, they hover by pushing against the air, and the air also spins with the Earth.
Okay, so if you're saying that the air spins with the Earth, are you basically saying that the drone is attached to the Earth?
No.
Okay, so is the pendulum attached to the Earth?
Somewhat. Not really. Depends on what it's on.
The pendulum of a
physically,
Foucault,
probably.
When we're talking about the Foucault's pendulum, is the pendulum attached to the Earth?
Yes. It depends what you mean. But yes, it can be physically attached to the Earth.
You mean it depends what is the pendulum, or is it not attached to the Earth?
Well, it depends, but I'd go with yes.
What does it depend on?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. Like the pendulum can spin independent of the Earth.
Hard time
So
answering.
I suppose it's not attached. It's not like entirely reliant on the Earth.
The pendulum is okay. Last time I'm going to ask, and I do want a straight answer: is the pendulum attached to the Earth?
Okay, I told you I'll go with yes.
Awesome. Is the drone attached to the Earth?
No.
So the drone should experience more of the Earth moving from under it if it's not attached.
No.
Cool.
See, you're talking about two very different things, and you seem to be confused that they behave slightly differently.
Only you are saying that the pendulum is attached to the Earth, and the Earth is spinning under the pendulum that's attached to it. The drone is not attached to the Earth. However, the Earth is not moving under the drone.
Yeah, no, the Earth is always spinning in both of these examples. Just the drone moves with the Earth.
When you say it moves,
the pendulum also moves with the Earth.
When you say it moves with the Earth, right? You said it's because it's in the wind, right? You're saying the wind moves
in the air, not the wind, the air. The
Wait, sorry, I got a call. Sorry, but you're saying that the reason that you're saying that the drone moves with the Earth is because the wind that it's in moves with the Earth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can the drone go against that wind to go now against the Earth? Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So if the drone goes against the Earth, right, against the way that the Earth is rotating and against the way that the wind is rotating, it should be able to then get somewhere quicker than if it was going with the rotation of the Earth. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't work like that.
Cool.
Good. I'm glad we agree.
Cool. Yeah. If the Earth can spin
very cool,
and the drone is going, it's not attached to the Earth. We just said that. And I'm sorry, the reason you said it is attached to the Earth is because the wind. But when it goes against the wind, it's no longer.
No, I didn't say it was attached to the Earth. I said the drones hover by pushing against the air, and the air rotates with the Earth.
Right. And you said it could go in the opposite direction of that rotation.
Yeah.
But nothing would happen according to you.
Yeah, we would just go against it. Why would something happen?
So say, for instance, if the drone was, I'm in Texas, right? Let's say, for instance, the drone is in Texas. We got two directions. We got the Earth spinning east to west, right? So your atmosphere is spinning east to west, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. If we make the drone go west to east, right, against the spin of the Earth, you're saying that no, it goes with the spin of the Earth, with the wind, or against the wind, it's going to get to the same distance in the same amount of time.
Yes, because it's pushing against the wind.
That would be empirically incorrect if you've just admitted that it's going against the spin of the Earth.
No. It is empirically correct.
Cool.
So you know how? So here's like a wonderful analogy. So you know when you're on a train, right? A train could be moving at like 100 kilometers an hour, maybe. It doesn't matter if you run to the front or run to the back of the train. If the front and the back of the train are an equal distance away and you move at the same speed, you're going to get to the front and the back at the same amount of time because you're running with the train, same way the drone moves with the air.
No, the thing in question here is the wind. The drone isn't on the ground; it's in the air.
No, it's not on the ground. Yeah, the drone is in the air, and you're on the train, right?
The thing in question is the wind. You said if the wind is moving one way.
The air. The atmosphere. Stop saying wind. Wind is something different.
Cool. The air. You're saying that air is moving one way. The drone is moving the other way, but it's having no effect.
What do you mean it's having no effect? Why would the air have an effect on how quickly it moves across the ground?
What's the speed that the air is traveling?
The same rate at the speed of the Earth rotates. Well, that will be at the equator.
Cool. Let's say the drone is at the equator, it's spinning at 1,000 miles. If it hovers in the air,
yeah, one rotation per day.
Cool. If it hovers at the equator, it's hovering at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour. Correct?
Hovering at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour.
Correct.
Let's see. The speed of its hovering will be relative to the
if it's hovering with the wind,
the ground. So no, it's not hovering at 1,000 miles an hour. It's hovering at 0 miles an hour.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I don't know how to help it out on this, man.
I'm trying to explain this to you, but I don't know. You're struggling to understand it.
No, I mean, most globers say that the pendulum is in its own frame of reference. That's why you do the experiment. It's because you need something in its own frame of reference that's not attached to the Earth.
I don't know. I wouldn't say frame of reference. I don't like that term.
Well, that's what you said, so sorry.
That's not what I said, actually.
What frame of reference did you say that the pendulum was in? Did you say it was attached to the Earth or not?
I didn't say anything about a frame of reference.
You did. Okay.
No, I didn't.
Earth or
pull up the live stream.
Is it attached to the Earth or is it not attached to the Earth?
It's somewhat attached to the Earth.
That's the frame of reference we're talking about.
Like I said, I don't want to use that term.
Cool.
Well, since that's over with, has anybody got any videos of zooming in on a boat after it's gone over the horizon? Tito, have you got any?
Mez.
Hey.
Hey. Right, so what is sinking refraction?
What is sinking refraction? I'm not sure.
Yeah. You on a computer, you could just Google it real quick, or?
All right, let's Google it. If you want to know, why are you asking me?
Oh, I was going to go through, you wanted to discuss the topic of ships over the horizon, so this was just me leading into it. I could just tell you if you want. I mean, rather than...
Yeah, tell me. Please tell me.
But then you would probably want to look at it. Okay, so it's basically a type of refraction, right? Something that should be visible on the horizon apparently sinks behind the horizon. It's to do with the temperature gradient at a particular time. Send you the link if you want for it. So, were you aware of that particular effect existing?
I'm aware that there are particular odd visual things that can happen due to different refraction or refraction happening in different ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, what makes you think that it's odd?
Well, because it's not a true representation of what we see, is it? What we see isn't a true representation.
No, but there's always going to be all sorts of combinations of effects and constantly changing temperature gradients and refractive effects and optical illusions and lots of things happening.
I don't mind constantly, but sometimes, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you take it's always, it just depends to what extent, that you're talking. But yeah, it is always happening. Never just stays the same.
Oh, the atmosphere is always refracting the light. However, effects like looming, sinking
absolutely.
refraction, or like extreme heat waves and stuff, causing heat wobbles and stuff. Those aren't terribly common.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's more common that those things don't happen than do.
Yeah, but there's always some level of refraction.
Yeah.
Combinations of those types of effects. Would you agree that a geometric horizon is in a fixed location?
Yes.
And second. Okay, here's a little screenshot. Okay, so what is a geometric horizon? At Earth sky horizons, the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
In relation to observations over the water, would you agree with that definition?
No.
From the National Geographic Society?
No.
Education.nationalgeographic.org? Huh?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, no.
What's your definition?
Well, essentially, right, there's two different horizons that come into contention here. One of them is the geometry, right? That would be the mathematically furthest distance we could see of a sphere of a certain size, depending on how high we are above the surface of this sphere. And the other one is the visible horizon, and that is the light that is reflecting off of the horizon. That is how high that we can see, and these aren't necessarily the same thing.
Just your source, which refutes National Geographic.
I don't need a source. This is simply how light works.
Post your fucking source, dickhead.
T-Dub.
Refutes.
Am I talking to you? Or am I talking to anti-globalists?
Shut the fuck up.
No, you're talking to
T-Dub. I don't need a source. This is simply how light works.
Cite your source that refutes DJ's citation.
Actually, I can't because I don't have permission.
Post it in the fucking chat. Post it in the chat, dickhead.
I don't have perms. You do not have permission to send messages in this chat.
I'll fix that.
And just in case you didn't know, this isn't a one-on-one conversation. You're in a panel. So
yeah, it's like 10v1.
I may interrupt. Exactly, you got it. So you need to make sure you tailor your responses to the fact that you're not just talking to one person.
Do you think that's very fair?
Yes, 100%. You're here in the 24th.
You think it's fair that 10 people are talking to one person and I can't simply respond to
so
one
you're
person
in a moderated,
I get
curated,
dogpiled by 10 different people at once.
Exactly. See, you're in a curated, moderated chat, and that's what happens here.
This highlights how weak flat earthers are.
Well, it doesn't matter what your opinion is.
Hold on a second. JE, 1 second, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I just wanted to just say, yes, just one thing. Okay, you were talking to me, and then T-Dub jumped in, right? And then I stopped talking to you, right? And then it was just you talking to T-Dub, right? So it's still just a one-on-one conversation, just with different, people at each time. That's all.
Right, the same way me and you had a conversation, and it was just me and you back and forth. So come on, man.
Yeah, that was wonderful. I enjoyed that. So yes, we see light, we don't see geometry. So.
I'm just having what you posted, so.
Just how the eye works.
Yeah, it's going to come down to you being able to validate that a geometric horizon is such a thing, right? Because you're claiming that.
Well, do we disagree that we see light and we don't see geometry? And light can bend, so something could appear to be in a different position.
We see light.
True position.
Yeah, obviously if there's no light, so yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay, so what about the geometric horizon?
Well, the geometric horizon would be just the mathematically furthest part of the sphere that you could see.
Right, so, I mean...
8 inches per mile square.
Any definition of horizon that I look up, right? Yeah, any definition of horizon that I look up doesn't state that there can be two horizons, right? You have to have one horizon, in my opinion, according to the definitions that I posted. Right? I would say that the horizon is an apparent location. Which definition would you like? I mean, I don't think there's a geometric horizon, but I gave you the definition of a geometric horizon from a particular website, which you disagreed with. That's fine.
Yeah, I disagree because it says...
well, I think the horizon...
The local horizon,
what I think the horizon
is the visible boundary. But since we know that the Earth is a sphere and these two things...
No, I don't think...
Quite often...
Yeah, I also disagree with that.
Great, so none of us agree with it. So
because the horizon is an apparent location, right? But you just agreed that the geometric horizon is fixed location.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're having to claim two horizons exist. One of which matches, right? So one of which matches the standard definition of horizon, right? The apparent location where the sky and the... That's the one we can confirm. Right, the apparent horizon, and the one that is fixed, the geometric horizon, right? We can't detect it in any of observations that I've seen, and doesn't match the definition here either. So I'm just asking you, you have some way of validating the geometric horizon exists?
Do I have a way of validating that the geometric horizon exists? I'm not sure about that one. But essentially, we can prove that the Earth is a sphere. We don't need to measure a distance to the horizon to do that. And if the Earth is a sphere, then it does have a geometric horizon.
Okay, well, we have evidence that refutes the geometric.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
What are your evidence that refutes the geometric horizon?
Would you like to go over some right now, or?
Well, which one is it? Is it the black swan?
It's a black swan. They're all black swans.
Sure, hit me. Why is the Earth flat? Why does a geometric horizon not exist? I mean, surely, even if the Earth is flat, a geometric horizon will exist.
Yeah, because you guys can't. Yeah, you guys can't. You guys can't prove that it exists, right? You can't validate it. You can't validate curvature exists. Okay, so that's what I asked you. What's your evidence of a geometric horizon existing?
Well, the fact that the Earth is a sphere.
That's begging the question. What's in question?
That's not begging the question.
The Earth being a sphere. So you have a geometric horizon because the Earth is a sphere. And it's in a fixed location, right? So validate it exists, right? Because the horizon that we experience in reality, refutes your fixed location geometric horizon. You can't validate that it exists, right? Okay, would you agree that you need to have it doesn't refute it?
No.
Okay, so what's your explanation for it?
For what exactly? You're talking about the black swan,
this
the
observation, for example.
Okay, yeah.
This is a black swan, right? This is an 8. Sorry?
Simply that refraction happens.
Okay, so you're agreeing that there is a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles.
Yes.
Okay, so everything behind that isn't there. It's an illusion?
No, it's not.
No, it's not there. It's actually hidden.
Wouldn't be
right?
It's a correct term there.
Okay, so let's just do a hypothetical, right? So just say I can shoot a line of sight weapon directly through the top of that second oil platform, right, where those two lights are. It would just go straight through it, wouldn't it? Because it's not actually there. It's just an illusion.
No, it is actually there. It's just not exactly in that position.
No, it's not actually there where we see it. It's not where we see it. It's what we're seeing is an illusion. In reality, it's the bottom half of it is hidden by 48 foot behind the horizon.
No, see, illusion's kind of a loaded term, so I don't like that. But simply,
so if,
atmospheric refraction happens, so things behind the curve can actually appear higher above it.
No, but atmospheric refraction can make things appear behind a horizon. Oh, we just went over what sinking refraction a moment ago.
Right, but what evidence do you have that sinking refraction is happening in any of these cases?
What evidence do you have that the opposite of sinking refraction is happening? No, what
downwards refraction is very simple to prove. Because light bends towards a denser medium.
How do you prove it?
And the air at the surface is denser than the air up in altitude. Therefore, light will tend to bend downwards towards the surface, causing things in a distance to appear higher. And I know that because, well, first of all, you can test it yourself using a barometer. Secondly,
who tested it here? Who tested it here?
I've tested it myself when I've been high up in altitude.
Just making a baseless.
This is not baseless assertion.
A baseless assumption about. No,
yeah, even phones nowadays
this one. Why
have a barometer.
So why are you making the baseless assumption about this observation?
What's the baseless assertion?
The particular type of refraction that you're claiming the use.
Yeah, because normally, right, the atmosphere near the surface is denser than the atmosphere up in altitude. Because light bends towards denser mediums.
That's not
right.
No, it's to do with vertical temperature gradients. It's to do with vertical temperature gradients, right? You didn't even know what sinking refraction was until I told you about it just before.
Yeah, I just like the term refraction. Okay.
Yeah, but
in order to say that sinking refraction is happening, you're going to have to show me.
Okay, so any time that we see something behind the curve, I could just say refraction as well.
Finish this before you interrupt me.
No, bro.
So in order to prove that sinking refraction is actually happening in any of these images, you're going to need to show that
you can't prove the other type of refraction is happening, can you?
Is denser than the atmosphere near the surface. This is very rarely the case.
How do you know? You didn't even know what it was 5 minutes ago.
Like I said, I just prefer the term refraction. Okay, we don't really need to categorize it in calling it, sinking, looming, whatever. It's just refraction.
Yeah, you do, because they have completely opposite effects. Looming is the opposite of sinking.
Right. So what in one, right? So in
refraction.
Simply,
both are atmospheric refraction.
You're claiming. Yes. Look, it doesn't matter what we call it. You're claiming, right, that the reason things appear to drop over the horizon or whatever is because the light is bending upwards, and it will have to bend upwards quite significantly. Yes, you do. That's what sinking refraction is.
No, I didn't. I said that that's a refraction effect that needs to be taken into consideration. I didn't say that's the reason every single time, did I?
Right. What is
it's a combination of effects? What is sinking refraction? We just went over what sinking refraction is.
What causes it? How does it happen?
It's to do with the gradient, the temperature, the vertical temperature gradient.
Right. What needs to be the case in order for sinking refraction to happen?
I think it's to do with when colder air is lower to the surface. And
colder air is lower to the surface. So cold air is denser than warm air.
Yes.
Right. And the light, does it bend towards a colder medium or a warmer, or a colder and denser medium, or a warmer and less dense medium?
Okay, if it's the other way around, right, then I made a mistake and it's the other way around. I have the citations here, right?
It's okay, you were wrong. You didn't know what it was. That's fine.
No, you didn't know. You didn't know what it was 5 minutes ago.
In the flat Earth model, is there no core?
Right. So, regardless, right? So you need to show, right, that these atmospheric conditions are happening consistently when we see boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up.
No, I didn't claim that that's purely the... No, I didn't claim that that's purely the reason why that happens. I said it is a reason why
it's a reason that you can't validate in any way whatsoever. So what are the other reasons?
What do you mean? Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
That's exactly what we're seeing in the observation.
In which ones?
You didn't even consider that, did you? You just assumed that it's behind the curvature of the Earth. But when the opposite happens, you claim refraction, even though both are refraction, right? Both can happen due to refraction. It can also occur due to ocean swells. It can occur due to humidity and temperatures as well. I can show you a toy boat, right, on a flat surface right now, and you can see the temperature change, right? The camera doesn't change height, but the temperature changes, and you go from being able to see the entire boat just only being able to see a bit of the sail of the boat. Okay, just due to temperature changing on a small scale where there's no curvature. Right, so that's another factor to take into consideration, and it can also be in combination with the sinking refraction. Add a little bit of ocean swell into that, right? Depending on the observer height, a little bit of ocean swell, right? A small object in the foreground can block quite a bit of a larger object in the background.
Right, so here's the thing, right?
And
so
these things have been demonstrated on a smaller scale. So
right, so here's what has absolutely been demonstrated. Atmosphere near the surface is significantly denser than atmosphere high in altitude. This is what is normally the case. Now, I agree, right? Temperature gradients, temperature inversions, these do happen. But this is typically not the case. So what you need to now show, right, in order to prove that the reason boats disappear bottom up as they sail away, in order to prove that it's not because of Earth curvature, but rather it's because of temperature inversions, you need to show that in all of these cases, the atmospheric temperature gradient density conditions need to be such to cause this upwards refraction that you're talking about. Because in the majority of cases, the conditions are what I am saying, where the density of the air is more dense near the surface rather than high.
I didn't make that. Would be fair. That would be fair if I made that claim, right? I literally just gave you a mainstream definition of sinking refraction, which says that it can happen. Okay, right? That's all I did. You made a direct claim. Hold on a second. Made a direct claim that boats are going over the geometric horizon. So I asked you to validate the geometric horizon, and you haven't been able to. You said because the Earth's a globe, geometric horizon exists. That was your evidence that you presented.
No, I haven't given you any evidence or attempted to prove the globe in any way. But I'm simply giving you like actual data and facts and rebuttals to your claim or your arguments that
you didn't give me a rebuttal.
The globe.
You just said in a particular observation that I would have to prove that sinking refraction is taking place or due to heat, right? Due to humidity or something like that. But I didn't even make that claim. I didn't even present any boats over the horizon footage, right? I just gave you something that you didn't seem to be aware of that can explain. I just gave you something that you might not have been aware of that can explain that effect, right? I gave you multiple reasons.
Right, it can
I gave you also what I did present was evidence that directly goes against. Right, but I gave you direct evidence against the geometric horizon, and all you did was claim refraction. And then I explained to you, you can't just say the word refraction because refraction can cause sinking, looming, all sorts of different effects. Just saying refraction isn't a good rebuttal. It just shows you don't know much about refraction. I mean, normal refraction requires two transparent media, like mediums, two transparent mediums, right? But then atmospheric refraction can have all these different types of effects. Yes. That's the definition
Well, it depends.
of refraction.
You seem to be conflating the word medium with the term like material. But no, I have not simply claimed refraction.
Normal,
I've
refraction.
explained what's. Let me fucking respond. Fucking hell. So I've not simply just said refraction then ran away. I've told you it's refraction that causes these like visual effects to happen. But I've also given you data that shows that the conditions are such that it causes this kind of raising refraction, where light bends downwards towards the surface, rather in contradiction to your claims that would need to be such that's the where you would have sinking refraction, where light would need to bend upwards.
What claims did I make?
Well, you've claimed sinking refraction as a possible explanation for the reason of boats disappearing over the horizon.
No, I gave you the definition.
I've given you data that shows that this cannot be the case.
What
so now
data
you need
did
to
you give me that relates to the... No, okay.
Engineeringtoolbox.com. It
You didn't
has
give me any data,
pressure.
and you don't have any... You didn't give me any data, and you don't...
It's in the chat.
You didn't give me any data. No, I presented a specific observation, and you gave me zero data because there isn't any data of the atmospheric conditions of that day or the temperatures, right? You don't know what they were. You're just making a baseless assumption about the observation that I presented as evidence against the geometric horizon.
Well, look, that's brilliant what you've just said there, right? Because if I don't have any data about the atmospheric conditions and you don't have any data about the atmospheric conditions, then we can't say anything at all about this, like what's causing these effects in this image whatsoever. So this is a completely null point.
Yes,
and
we
should
can
just ignore it and move on.
No,
how?
Absolutely not. Let me explain why. Because we see the horizon, right, behind the oil platforms. The oil platforms are a known distance, right, 10.1 miles from the shoreline. That's how far away the oil platform is, and the apparent horizon is far beyond that. Okay,
yes, you claim and the data that I've given you, right? The data that I've given you, which is what is normally the case for the majority of days around the world, where the air near the surface is denser than the air up in altitude, this would explain what we see in this image.
That's
so
the,
if you can
the
say, well,
standard
actually,
condition everywhere around the world now, is it?
Yeah, pretty sure. Pretty consistent.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish talking.
It's 14.7 psi, whatever near the surface, then it like decreases as you go up in altitude.
That's just the air pressure, right? That's you think that when you have sinking refraction, you don't have 14.7 psi?
No, it's going to
that changes.
Yes.
Yeah, and you've tested this. You didn't even know what sinking refraction was 20 minutes ago when I explained it to you.
Yeah, and we went through it, and you didn't understand it either. You didn't understand what
you agreed that a geometric horizon. You agreed that a geometric horizon is in a fixed location. Stop talking over the top of me. Or I'm going to have to start doing your.
Okay.
You're being dishonest now, right? Do I sound annoyed to you? Right? I'm trying to explain it, and you keep talking over the top of me. Well, I gave you, right? I gave you an observation, and you admitted that a geometric horizon is in a fixed location. You agreed it's at approximately 3.46 miles from an 8-foot observer height. I then went ahead and I gave you the definition, right, from National Geographic Society, right, that clearly states that the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky is the definition of the geometric horizon. Geometrical horizon.
And I disagree with that.
Okay. And then you disagreed with that, and you instead, T-Dub asked you to present something that rebuts that, and all you did was present something about how the human eye works, right? It doesn't rebut the actual definition from the National Geographic.
Of course it does.
Okay, so
because we don't see geometry, we see light.
Yeah, but we also see an apparent horizon. It's over 10 miles away. Doesn't match the description of a geometric horizon, which you said is in a fixed location.
Yeah, these are two different things.
No, because it says
you're attempted to conflate them and then like debunk one by like talking.
No, I gave you a citation. I mean, I gave you a definition, a citation. You weren't able to rebut it with a different one.
A definition's not really a citation, but
so you're claiming there's an invisible horizon there that nobody can connect. Hold on one second. Okay, just let me say this, and then I'll let you reply. Okay, so what you're claiming is there is an invisible horizon that nobody can detect that doesn't match the description of a geometric horizon, and everything behind it isn't really there. It's just perfectly refracting up to make it look like it's flat all the way out to the apparent horizon, but you don't have any data to back up your refraction claim at all.
No, so I do actually have data to back up my refraction claim because I've given you data on the density of the atmosphere. And secondly, no, I wouldn't say that these things are invisible because they are visible because light is reflecting and entering our eye.
Does your data
I wouldn't call.
relate?
Well, you said you'd let me respond. So let me respond to this list of things you just said.
Okay, go ahead.
And so I wouldn't call these things invisible because they are visible, because light is reflecting off of them, entering our eye. I would just simply say that these are not in its
Geometric
true
horizon, I
absolute
said, was
position that we see it
invisible.
in because of atmospheric effects that are validated.
The geometric horizon is invisible. Geometric horizon, I said, was invisible.
No, it's visible.
Where's the geometric
Position,
horizon?
that position, right? 3 miles away or whatever. You can see it.
No, you said
you're just not seeing it in its
before
exact position. So, like the point of the Earth that we see, right, where the geometric horizon is, that's just going to be a bit closer than where the apparent horizon is.
Bit closer, about like 10 times closer and undetectable.
Sure, 10,000 times closer, whatever.
Okay, yeah. You're just going to assume that. Okay, so you said you gave data.
No, I'm not assuming anything.
Hold on, let me finish. You said you gave data that relates to the atmospheric conditions on the day of the observation that I presented.
No. Never said that.
That's what you said. You did say it before.
No.
I was interrupting. I mean, it's recorded.
Please play it back. I never claimed that I had the measurements of the atmospheric conditions on that day. I simply gave you data about what the typical atmospheric conditions or the typical like pressure gradients or whatever around the Earth on any given day. So it's up to you to say, actually, that's not the case in this image. It's
Where did you
something
give
else.
this? Where did you?
I put it in the chat. US standard atmospheric air properties. As a bonus, this also debunks the whole gas pressure in a container thing.
You're talking about the engineeringtoolbox.com?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have a standard atmosphere, would that mean that you should be using standard atmospheric refraction?
I don't know about standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, if you have a standard atmosphere, wouldn't you account for standard atmospheric refraction?
Would we account for it? I'm not sure what you're getting at. What do you mean?
You're talking about standard atmospheric conditions. I think atmospheric conditions can range hugely depending on where you are on Earth. It's not just something that's standard worldwide.
It's going to, well, like sure, but it's going to be, I mean, this is in the US, and I believe these oil rigs are in the US. So.
Yeah, but you've got, okay.
So if you think the atmospheric conditions are varying greatly.
Yeah, but Miami's very different to freaking Alaska or something like that.
Sure. But if you think,
so
right, if you have better data.
Standard, it's completely different. Winter, summer, it's completely different. Different seasons.
If you have better data on that day, right, that shows whatever the atmospheric conditions were, even better if you could like measure it at different points between the observer and the oil rigs and the horizon or whatever. If you can present that, brilliant. But since you can't and you haven't,
no, I'm not the one. I'm not the one
probably
trying to reverse engineer.
Unless we have a good reason, we should just assume like standard, typical things are happening, rather than atypical,
I'm not
unusual
claiming
things.
This proves the Earth is flat, dude. You're the one trying to rebut this, right? I'm not.
Yes, you are. You are trying to use this to claim the Earth is flat. Because you're using this to debunk the geometric horizon. And the only reason you're trying to debunk the geometric horizon is because you think that a geometric horizon doesn't exist because you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but this isn't me. This isn't me saying, look, this is proof the Earth is flat. This is me challenging your positive claim of a geometric.
Well, I think you've challenged it, and I've came away unscathed.
I don't know about that, dude. Anyway, I think it's probably just going to go in circles now, isn't it?
Okay.
Well,
so
I mean,
do we have any videos of boats going over the horizon and then being able to zoom in on them and see them again? That aren't just a video or a GIF of someone zooming in and unzooming on a boat that isn't moving.
Yeah, look. Yeah, and I just gave you countless reasons. Well, not countless. I gave you a bunch of reasons and citations on how that can happen and why that is possible. And I can send you videos of it happening on a smaller scale. Right? I can send you videos that completely contradict some of the globe evidences of boats appearing to be sunk below the horizon as well. Right, I can show you a large ship that isn't over the horizon at a huge distance away, right? And then another image, it'll look like it's sunk below the horizon much closer. There's all sorts of factors that I went over before that can cause this effect.
Can you show
and
that?
I can show it on a smaller scale too. So, right. So first, I'm going to show you one in regards to the heat. Second. Oh. Loading it. Just take a minute. So this one. Right, this one you can clearly see. I can clearly see. You might not. I can clearly see many other people that I show this to can clearly see that as he zooms out, you can see less and less of the bottom of the boat. And if you take screenshots when he's zoomed in and from when he starts to zoom out, you can see less and less of the bottom of the boat. Example.
Do you acknowledge that's what you were looking for?
No, well, this isn't actually what I was looking for. Again, this is simply just a video of someone zooming in and out on a boat. I want to see a boat
but as he zooms
sail
out,
away,
right,
go over the horizon,
more and more of the bottom of the boat.
Bottom up.
Yeah, but you don't have a clear video of that happening that you can share. The only ones I've seen from the globe side is when there's clearly like crazy wave conditions and super blurry, like fuzzy videos, or a picture where a boat's already out there, right? And there's all sorts of crazy atmospheric effects taking place, which I can prove, right? Like the one that Tomcat, I think, posted up a bit higher with the battleship that looks out at sea. Like when that guy pans over to the right, you can see like all crazy stuff happening in the sky. You can see it looks like there's meadows in the sky. I have the screenshots over here.
Meadows in
but once
the
again,
sky.
that can be explained. Yeah, it kind of looks like there's meadows in the sky. But yeah, look, this other one's just, I'll upload the images, the still shots in a minute. That's also explained by sinking refraction as well, right? And it's, once again, it doesn't meet your standards that you just gave me, right, of watching a boat sail out and appear to disappear bottom up and then being able to be brought back again. I don't think you're going to be able to present that because no globe has ever done that.
Correct. I am not going to be able to present a video of a boat sailing over the horizon, disappearing bottom up, and then zooming in on it to see it again. Okay. I am not going to be able to present that because the Earth isn't flat, and that's not what happens.
Yeah, so once again, back to the geometric horizon claim from you. But look, I'm giving you more evidence here, right? My video uploaded. As you can see, all that changes is the heat.
So this first one you show, I don't see the boat disappearing bottom up.
Oh, I do. And I took screenshots of it. And as it zooms out, you can see less and less of the bottom of the boat. I can clearly see that, and other globe earthers that
clearly see less and less.
Other globe earthers that I've shown this to can clearly see it as well. Right, when they come in here without like a anti-flat Earth attitude or whatever you want, whatever you are.
Are you saying like
flat Earth debunker?
The ripples in the water.
No, I'm saying that you can see much less and less of the boat as he zooms away, right? When he's zoomed in, you can see
smaller
boat. No. It's not because it's smaller, right? Obviously, it gets smaller as he zooms away, but as he zooms away, you can see less and less of the bottom of the boat, right? About halfway through the zoom, the boat's very small. It's very hard to resolve past that. But as he zooms away, you can definitely see it's starting to be obstructed bottom up. And one of the reasons I gave you why boats can, in certain conditions, right, start to disappear bottom up is because of ocean swells.
So I don't know about ocean swells, but this second GIF, right? This is brilliant. I'm glad you showed this.
What do you mean
Because
you don't
this
know
does
about
show-
ocean swells?
I want to respond to the first thing you posted, which is this GIF of these little, I don't know, is that a toy boat or something? Now, what we see in this is actually typical of what you called sinking refraction or upwards refraction. It's where like air gets caught in like a temperature inversion or whatever. We see a lot of mirroring going on.
Yeah.
Now, that is very, very
We see a
typical
lot of mirroring
upwards
going
refraction.
on with the horizon as well. Yeah, when we look at boats
we
out on
don't
the
always
horizon, we
see
see a
this
ton of
mirroring
mirroring
when boats
going
sail
on.
over the horizon. And what you can
I
also
haven't
see in this is
presented
like the
anything.
amount of boat that is not visible due to this upward fraction or this mirroring is entirely consistent with the amount of mirroring that we see. So if more amount of the boat is disappearing below the horizon as what is being mirrored, then this can only be explained by a curved surface.
The only thing that's changing is the temperature, and half of the
and it
boat
causes
is
mirroring,
missing.
which we don't always see.
Yes, which is causing half of the boat to be apparently missing, right? But it's not behind the horizon, is it?
No. Well, I would have to grant you then that this surface that this little boat is on is completely flat, which I doubt it is.
No, that's not the point. It doesn't have to be completely flat. The point is that you can clearly see it's not
But
over
you
a
need to debunk
geometric
the
horizon.
possibility that it is physical obstruction causing this obstruction.
If it was over a geometric horizon, you wouldn't be able to see the whole of the boat at the start of the video, because it would be over a physical obstruction.
You can't see the whole of the boat at the start of the video. Even at the first frame of this GIF, you can see that there's a little bit of mirroring going on.
Oh, you can pretty much see the whole boat. And then at the end, you can only see the sail.
Yeah, and also you see
if that
more
was
mirroring.
happening out on the ocean, right? If that was happening out on the ocean, a globe earther could think that that was a boat over the geometric horizon.
No.
A lot of the things that I get presented a lot of stuff over the years, and that's definitely a piece of what it is. All right, we got another one here. Second. All I'm saying, look, I'm not saying any of this proves a flat Earth or anything like that. I'm just saying maybe boats over the horizon isn't a die-hard flat Earth killer argument, because there are other explanations for it, and there's countless amounts of atmospheric conditions that can be at play that can cause this, and smaller scale observations definitely help validate that.
So no, these are not.
Here's another one.
These
Here's another one. Don't worry about the
do
boat.
not hold up to scrutiny.
No, they absolutely do, right?
No, they don't.
Okay,
Again,
so
like this
a
video,
refraction-
again, this is what I was talking about earlier.
What do you
This is
mean?
Simply a GIF
Okay.
of someone zooming in and out on a boat. It's not disappearing bottom up first. So this is what I was
No.
asking.
You didn't even let me explain this. This last one that I posted, right? Okay. Don't worry about the boat. This isn't about the boat. It's about the landmass behind the boat, right? It's obviously it's bigger than a freaking any type of boat. But the whole mountain does the same thing. When he zoomed in, you can see a huge amount of that landmass. And as he zooms out, it gets smaller and smaller. And then about halfway through the zoom, you can't see it at all anymore.
Yes, something that's when like less than half a pixel tall when you zoom out in a 240p image.
Half a pixel
is not
tall.
going to
That's
be very
bigger than
visible.
any boat. That's bigger than any boat that you show me, right? Obviously, that's bigger than a boat. It's a giant freaking mountain range or whatever it is.
Yeah. So what's your point? What's your argument here? How does this help flat Earth? How does it harm the globe?
It more leads towards sinking refraction and the other effects that I mentioned being the reason that something that's much smaller than this mountain appearing to be behind the apparent horizon. It can also be atmospheric scattering, right? It's a lensing effect or magnification effect. That is another
that's just
reason why
refraction
things
again.
can appear. No, There's all different types of refraction. All different types. So when you just say refraction, because you kept saying before, I just want to say refraction. You don't care about all the different types of refraction there are. You just want to just say refraction and think that that's light bending up around the curvature of the Earth. It's not a good argument, man.
It is a good argument, and I've given you data to corroborate it.
Okay, well, you've
given me 240p
think that it's a good argument, and I can think it's a bad
smaller
argument.
as you zoom out. Like, no shit, this happens. This doesn't help your argument whatsoever.
No one's denying that things get smaller as you. Saying that doesn't help. Do you think that anyone was denying that things get smaller as you zoom out?
No, but what I'm questioning is why are you posting a GIF of something getting smaller as you zoom out as evidence of anything whatsoever?
That's just a counter effect, right? Obviously, that's also going to happen in every single time, every single example of you zooming out like this on something, things are going to get smaller. That's not the point behind the GIFs. You can see the boat, you can see the whole boat in the first one that I posted, and as he starts to zoom out, it starts to disappear bottom up. That's what you asked for. That's what I showed you.
That is not what I asked for.
I'll show you the Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. What I asked for, and I'm always very, very clear with this, but everyone always seems to misunderstand it. I want a video.
Yeah, you wanted me to show one sailing out,
film a boat,
sailing out over the horizon,
disappear bottom up, then zoom in on it to be able to see that boat again.
This is showing the exact
constantly
same
ask
thing,
for this, right? And nobody has provided any evidence of this whatsoever, despite Flat Earth constantly claiming that this does happen. It simply doesn't. And you have absolutely no evidence.
Do you not realize that what I provided is the exact same thing?
No, it isn't. In which one of these do we see a boat sail away and disappear bottom up?
It's the same thing.
Time's up.
Yeah, you haven't presented anything the entire time we've been here. Yeah, I asked you for the same thing. You haven't presented anything.
Why would I present evidence that I don't think exists against my own argument?
Well, because you're the one making you can't back up your claims. I gave you reasons.
Which claim would you like me to back up?
Right? I gave you the geometric horizon.
Again, we know there's a geometric horizon because we know the Earth is a sphere.
That's your only argument. If is that your only argument, then we're done. Cool.
If there's a sphere, if the Earth is a sphere, there has to be a geometric horizon, correct?
And if the Earth isn't a sphere, how can you prove there's a geometric horizon? How can you prove there's a geometric horizon? How can you prove the Earth's a sphere?
Well, one way you can prove the Earth is a sphere by angle measurements to stars and distance along the ground. The math doesn't work if the Earth is flat. So when you're talking about the celestial sphere, right, which is the way that we view the celestial bodies, the way that we are taught, even on the globe, that we view the celestial bodies assumes a flat plane. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That's simply untrue.
Like citations? Okay, I'll just give you some citations that back me up. And you'll probably just say, no, I disagree with those. Like the National Geographic citation that I gave you before with the definition of what a geometric horizon is.
And that was an appeal to authority fallacy, by the way.
What did I appeal to? How is that No. I don't think there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. Your own definition for your fake horizon that you can't prove goes against your definition of what you think a geometric horizon is. An invisible horizon. You said that there were two horizons. There can't be two horizons, right, that both claim to be the place where the ground and the sky appear to meet. Celestial sphere model. The way the globe predicts, describes, and navigates with the sun and the stars is by number 1, assuming the ground is an infinite plane. 2, assuming the sky of stars is a parallel plane to the ground plane. 3, the sun, the moon, and the stars move above a stationary Earth. 4, there's a dome towering above you for perspective and angle. right? The celestial sphere is an imaginary dome upon which the stars and planets are projected. You can imagine this as the dome of a gigantic planetarium in which you are at the center. And number 5, a horizontal coordinate system. Surely this doesn't sound like a globe to you. Would you like citations for all this? I have tons here. Anyway, man, it was fun chatting to you. You don't seem to be there now. So do some work, so have a good one. Chat.
Can the horizon not be refracted?
There's always going to be some kind of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Anti-Globalist, did Discord work for you when you downloaded the app?
Oh, I haven't logged in yet. I installed it, but I haven't logged in. So yeah, I'm just log into it now.
This is turning into such a circular argument with the boats over the horizon and refraction. It's like if we show you a video of there being no boat on the horizon, then zoom into it, all a globe earther is going to say at that point is that it's not far enough. You know, it's not over the curve of the Earth. Then when you show a black swan showing the the horizon 10 miles into the distance. Like, oh, well, that just is refracted. It's like it's just no middle ground, man. Like if it's too far, it's refracted. If it's not far enough, it just haven't gone over the Earth yet. But when it has gone over the Earth, then you can still see it. It's just refracted because it has to be.
And they just spew out the word refraction. They don't even know about different types of refraction or anything else.
100%, dude. I mean, he even said it. I don't care about refraction. I just want to say the word refraction. The same way the Matthew Learns guy said, yeah, I don't know what standard refraction is or any of that, but I just know that that's caused by refraction. It's a cope. It's a get out of jail free card, man. I don't know, man. Like if you show them the boat on the freaking Black Swan, they're like, oh, it was just refracted up for you. If you don't see the boat, oh, that's because the Earth's a curve.
Yeah, even though, we could just squawk refraction too when anything appears over the horizon. It would be no less ridiculous than when they do it because refraction does that as well. So.
Right.
We don't want to do that because we don't want to make retarded arguments like they do.
Like we'll even give them standard refraction. Then when it completely obliviates standard refraction, oh, that was, just one that it was way more than extreme. I'm sorry, way more than standard, but, we don't call it extreme because it only needs 1.5 degrees or whatever. Like, yeah, man.
Yeah, it's really like they accuse us of cherry picking, right? But if something like looming and sinking are the opposite of each other, right? If something's looming, they'll just say, oh, it's looming. If they know what looming is, half the time they don't. They'll just say that's a Fata Morgana or something like that. And when it's the opposite, right? When it's sinking, then it's over the curve.
Right. Even if you think about the Matthew guy, whenever he was saying that he was at 1 foot and he saw all the curvature, basically, if we're agreeing that at the ground level there's more refraction, then when you stand up, there's less refraction. And when he stood up, he saw no obstruction whatsoever. That goes against what he's saying. Like, that's the opposite of what should be happening.
Yeah, it was so obvious in those images that there was ocean swell blocking the platform, and even with the ocean swell, it's still a black swan.
Right. And like he said, all he did was stand up 6 and there was now no curvature to be shown, and that makes no sense if he's saying that there's less refraction happening at that point.
Yeah, and one of the claims that they use is the bending grain, and they say, "Oh, that's proof that there's a crazy refraction effect."
No, all that is proof of is that it's hot.
Yeah, and someone made a good point as well that they have because it's only that one little spot that's warping like that. Some people say that they have diesel generators on those oil platforms. Because it was taken earlier in the day, it could have been active, right? And that would cause that exhaust fume, that heat haze. That could definitely account for something like that.
Right. We've all seen heat haze make something look wavy. That's not,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just reposted that one that he sent us where you can see the boat. And once again, you can see a decent ocean swell again here.
True. It's like, no, man, just say there's 2 horizons and, in refraction and you're good. When they ask you which refraction, just tell them it doesn't matter. They can pick one, just refraction.
Matthew always says that these observations don't matter and nobody can prove that the Earth's a globe or flat through these observations. So why is he waddling off down to this location with a freaking telescope, setting it up?
See,
he's so
just to show that there's curvature when there's not.
He says that doesn't prove it anyway.
Well, he presented the picture to show that it did prove it because he's trying to prove curvature. But then he said when he stood up about 5 or 6 foot, now all of a sudden there's no curvature to be shown. Then when I reminded him that there still should be curvature at that point, it was, hey, well, there just must be a different refraction or something. But I do like that the Matthew guy was very honest, man. He basically said, no matter what you show me, I'm going to say there's a mathematical formula that can account for it through refraction. So if you see your asshole tomorrow, just know that was because of refraction. Cool. Man, today is a blah day in Texas. It's like raining, kind of not cold, not hot. Is it that same type of day for everybody around, or is it a good, jolly day somewhere? Yeah, I feel like life is blah right now.
Yeah, at least it's warm. It's like 30 degrees Fahrenheit here.
And dude, when they tell you to account for refraction, dude, that is like one of the craziest arguments. They're like, for every square meter or some shit, take a new temperature reading and then go, a couple of yards above yourself and take some readings there and all the way across 10 miles or 21 miles. Like, not even fucking realistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a crazy claim. It's a really outlandish claim, in my opinion. Like, every single observation that we make, everything behind the geometric horizon is just perfectly refracting up at every distance to make it appear like it's flat and to hide the geometric horizon completely from detection. Craziest shit.
Dude, I like your follow up when you say if I had a rail gun and I shot it at at the top of that oil rig, it's just gonna go. It's not gonna hit anything, right? It kind of makes some people think like, oh shit, yeah, I am saying that entire thing is fake. Like that's not an actual fucking oil rig that we're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like no military ever has shot something and they're like, oh shit, it's gone straight through due to refraction. Aim down 45 foot and account for refraction. Just
right. Oh man. And it's like, trust me, what we're saying is that there was a water molecule here, there was a 1% change of temperature here, there was here, all the way over this 21 miles, and this is how you get this perfect effect. Just trust us, that's what happened, because you're not seeing it the way, because it has to be this way for it to be the globe.
Yep. I still think as well, this that video you shared the other day has one of the best black swans in it, which is looking at that white tower. I just put it in the side chat there.
Yeah, man, I like that video a lot. Unfortunately, you got
like
guys
even
like
without
Matt.
the laser.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No matter what you show, how far, even when I tried to make him reason as far as the longest fucking, the longest photo ever taken from Mount Canigou, it's like, dude, that's where you say refraction isn't even, it's almost non-existent. You're saying that refraction is drastically reduced. It's not, but now you're saying that, no, trust me, it was way more than standard refraction. And it's like, dude, which one is it?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think he understands his argument on refraction, that if he's showing it at 1 foot, then it should show a lot further. And when it shows at the 10 foot, when it shows at the 6 to 10 foot, there should be less refraction. And so the geometric horizon should be much closer, because nothing's going to be it's not going to be as much refracting of the light going up. But we saw the opposite. Barrington, you still here, man?
See the video? This is a video that the globe earthers use quite often.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is 2 screenshots from the video. And when he pans over to the right, that's what I was talking about with the meadows appearing like they're in the sky. Some crazy atmospheric effects going on that day. This is somewhere in the UK.
Yeah, it's like clearly you can't even really make out the horizon, because where the boat is going, when he pans to the right and that boat's going out, like obviously it's going over water. It's almost like it's floating in the air or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some weird effects going on. Sure.
Yeah, that boat's still going out further and further. But for sure, where that blue line is, where the water kind of meets the sky, and there's, a clear contrast and distinction there, it's like that can't be the horizon.
Yep. Yep. I think there's a mirroring effect more often than what people think.
Now, I will be intellectually honest and say it is interesting that the big boat, you couldn't really see the hole. That is pretty interesting. I will say that.
Yeah, but that's exactly what sinking refraction claims would be the effect.
True.
And the GIF that I posted just then, right? This is another big giant boat. And even at full zoom with a P900 or P1000, It's not over the curve at all. It kind of debunks the video above.
Right, because it's like at that point, you guys have to let us know geometrically how far out does a boat have to be to go over the curve. And then when we put that to like the fucking 21-mile test, the goddamn black swan, we should see the same phenomena.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the guy's video, he's not using a telescope, right, with the battleship, right? He's using a P900 or a P1000. They have a limited zoom, and he fully zooms all the way in onto this boat. Right, and this person is using the same camera in the bottom if that I just posted, and he's also zooming in on a giant boat. And even at full zoom, the boat's not over the horizon. You can see the horizon well beyond it.
Right. And that's the issue of the globers, is they cannot give you a geometric fucking horizon until it's like, yeah, man, it's fucking frustrating to try to get to a consensus or an actual answer to something.
Yeah, I mean, when you explain this stuff to people that aren't like regular globe earthers that come in here literally to argue and debate these points with us, right? These guys can't admit, right? It doesn't matter what evidence you give them. They'll just like make excuses up or try to change the topic, just use little snaky tactics. But if you get like a genuine person in here and they listen, right, it makes sense, and they'll at least leave saying, right, well, that's interesting. I can't explain that. Right, that's really interesting. I need to go do some more research.
Right, because I mean, even at the end of the day, you should. Well, I think you said you have the screenshots, and I for sure posted it, where even ChatGPT tried to calculate everything that it could to show how that could be an observation. And it even said that, you know, based on the globe model theory, this would be impossible to do even with refraction. Atmospheric refraction, like, this isn't how it works, man. But with them, it's like, no, dude, you can put in this formula and no matter what, you can see the back of your ass, you know?
Yep.
You have to substitute the math for fucking real science. Hey, did you hear his argument about the Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah.
Are you pretty versed on that topic?
No, I need to look into it more.
Okay.
All I know is that they can't really provide demonstrations that back them up, except for like some college kid in a university or something like that. The only demonstrations they can give you are Foucault's pendulums that have the electromagnets and stuff to like keep it moving, and you know, basically the ones that even they should agree are just a parlor trick. But you ask them to back their claim up with like observations at different places around the world, which should show different precessions or whatever, right? They can't back it up. It's just like it seems to exist in theory, right? They'll explain it, but then they never seem to come with the evidence.
Yeah, true.
Theoretically, what's that?
No, go ahead. You're about to say theoretically something.
Yeah, they just kind of say, oh, this is how it should work theoretically, and it proves the globe, right? But then you ask them to actually provide the proof, and they haven't been able to, as far as I've been able to tell.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, the points that you're making, I think their rebuttal to like the drone hovering, right? They'll say like, if it's a helicopter hovering or a drone hovering, it's conservation of momentum. And the reason that they say snipers have to account for the Earth moving under the bullet is just because the bullet's moving. But because the drone or the helicopter's not moving, then there's no Coriolis, no apparent deviation or something.
So then when we put it in movement and we move it in all different cardinal directions, we should experience different effects, but we don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's my entire point. If you're saying that it's basically attached to the earth, well, so is the goddamn pendulum. It's attached to the earth. It's attached to the fucking mechanism that's attached to the earth. So if the earth is spinning under that, it should spin under anything in the air.
What would happen if, just say, you got a drone and you hover it, and then you have like something a kilometer away, a target, and then you have the drone fly to that target and then back to the same spot where you're standing?
You said what would happen?
Well, they say that because the object isn't moving, that you don't experience the Coriolis effect, right?
Right. Well,
you would have to use a moving object to demonstrate it, like a sniper bullet, or like a ballistic, like a projectile of some.
Right, with a plane, or even a moving drone, a bird, anything moving in the sky should be exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
I don't think they can demonstrate.
Right, that if you move your drone against the earth, that it's going to show a drastically different result of when you move it with the earth. And up in, just north and south, like they should all have different effects on the drone if the earth is actually rotating under when it's in motion.
Yeah, surely if you're in a bedroom or something in your house and you hover a drone, you would think that the house is moving with the earth. The drone's left that reference plane.
Right.
I think it should, the room should move away from it.
And the crazy thing is it's the exact opposite, because it's like the only thing that's freaking not moving away from the earth is the pendulum that you guys are saying. Like the pendulum is attached to the earth, dude. That's like me swinging from a freaking swing back and forth, expecting the earth to freaking move from under me. It's like I'm in motion. I'm in the sky the same way as the fucking pendulum. The swing itself is attached to the ground the same way the mechanism on the pendulum is attached to the ground. The only thing that's not attached is the fucking drone and the plane and the birds and anything in the sky that's literally not attached to the fucking earth.
The next time you see Heretic, he explains the pendulum thing really well in relation to Coriolis.
Yeah, man, I really want to hear it, because I will say that I'm not probably the most versed in that, but I mean, as far as the basics, my whole thing is, if you're saying that the pendulum is precessing because the earth is spinning under it, then anything you place over that pendulum, above that pendulum in the air, would occur the same effect. It's not exclusive to a pendulum. Or like you said, the bullet that goes, the freaking football field goal that they say was caused by Coriolis. If we're saying that anything in motion in the sky will be affected by Coriolis, then that should be measurable, and it's not.
Nope.
I think the Red Bull jump guy, wasn't he literally in a free fall and went the wrong way?
Yeah, apparently.
I think that's what I'll do next time that I try to reason with somebody on food cults. I'll try to go to the Red Bull jump, so we can actually put some mathematics behind this. That this Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, of course, under this guy. So X should happen if that's the case.
Yep.
T-Dub, you in here? Well, T-Dub came in hot as a fucking candle.
What's up, man?
Nothing much. You had me laughing earlier. Just came in. Shut the fuck up, you fucking... You came in hot, man.
It's good timing.
Yeah,
because
that's
pissing you
mess.
off.
It's one of those freaking. They were so obsessed.
Super annoying, man. Trying to constantly use snaky little tactics.
Right. Wait, no, I think T-Dub came in on the guy that kept asking, what's our belief? So, I mean, you're definitely righteous in that. What is this you just posted, Anti?
I don't know, man. Some 1992. Was that 1992? I don't know. It says 1992, but yeah, some ridiculous looking footage.
Hey, do you remember
with Coriolis that you wanted expanded upon?
Wait, who was that?
I was just asking. I think... what was it about Coriolis that you wanted?
Yeah, so the gentleman was trying to say that the reason that the pendulum spins or precesses is because the Earth spins from under it. And so my question was, okay, so anything we place basically in the air above that pendulum should have the same effect, such as a drone or a plane or pretty much anything in the air that's in motion. And his answer was no, because whatever is in the air is basically stuck to the Earth, because of the atmosphere. And so okay, so if the whatever's in the air is stuck to the Earth, the same way that the pendulum is stuck to the Earth because it's literally attached to the Earth, shouldn't they both have the same effect? And he's like, well, no, because I don't know. I couldn't understand it.
He was talking about north-south motion, but claim that pendulum does all the way around. They reckon if they set up bowling pins or things to knock over for the pendulum as it precesses, that it'll do a full 360 and knock each one down eventually, right? It's not just north-south. What happens when it gets to a certain angle? Does it in relative to the cardinal directions, to north or whatever? Does it suddenly stop processing and start going back the other way or something? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what they claim.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I would ask, in your opinion, T-Dub, what causes the pendulum to well, I guess the first question would be, is the pendulum itself in its own frame of reference, or is it attached to the Earth?
Well, for it to process independently, of another thing, then there has to be two reference frames. There is no getting around it.
So what would be the second reference frame?
You got two things in motion, right? You got the Earth, right, the ground, underneath. Got this swinging pendulum. And you're right to point out, like, okay, it's attached to the Earth, but somehow it's in its own independent reference, right? Because it's in linear motion, right? It's it's remaining in the plane in a single plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Motion exists within a single plane. The pendulum does, right? Independent of anything else that's also in motion, right? Which they're going to say the ground is moving independently of the pendulum. The pendulum's moving independently of the ground, except that it's not, because the Earth,
right?
That pendulum has to remain in the same fucking location, right?
Right, but hold on. When they say that the pendulum, it couldn't precess because it's in the air, the same way the drone is in the air, and the air is moving with the Earth. Because that was the whole reason he wouldn't give me my, the drone or the anything else. He's like, because it's moving with the atmosphere of the Earth. And it's like, well, wouldn't the fucking pendulum be moving with the atmosphere of the Earth as well? Is that not a safe assumption?
Again, sorry?
If they're saying that the reason you can't do it with a drone or pretty much anything else in the air that's not at rest is because it's moving through the air, and the air is attached to the Earth, isn't the air around the pendulum attached to the Earth as well?
Right, but they'll say that, like, something hovering, like, and just remaining of a fixed point, must be, will just remain in lockstep with the ground beneath, right? Degree, right? Most part.
So we make that, drift at a certain rate against that. Like, we should be able to measure it at that point, right?
They claim they do in aircraft traveling north and south. That there is a claim out there that's apparently aircraft traveling north south, like long distances, end up having to correct deviation as the Earth spins from west to east.
So with that claim, they would say like a trip from California to Florida is going to be faster than from Florida to California.
So you've got a east to west, west to east flight, right? Yeah. Well, Florida and California are both on the east coast, right? Something that's on the west coast.
No. I'm sorry. California is west coast. Florida's east coast. No, wait. Holy shit.
California's east coast.
California is east coast.
Oh, it's Florida, isn't it?
Fuck, dude. Why am I getting confused now? I always thought California was west coast. Holy shit. I'm killing myself.
He always uses Charlotte to somewhere. I can't remember.
Holy shit. Because I swear, in my mind, everything in my mind wants to say that California is west coast, but then when I look at it geographically, I think it's east coast. Let me see.
No, right. Yeah, no, wait. California. Sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, no, you're right. Okay. So where's Florida? Florida is west coast, isn't it?
So this is showing that California's in the west coast.
Florida's east coast, California's west coast. Right. Is that right?
All I'm thinking about, dude, I'm sorry, I know it's going to suck for me to say this, but all I'm thinking about is like Snoop Dogg saying west side.
Idiot. I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, California west and Florida east, right? Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm
right there with you. Yes, I'm right there with you on this. I'm guilty.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Well, that's what you would expect, right? Except that everything is moving east-west. That's why they're saying that. So anything in the air is good. The air's in lockstep going west to east.
Right.
Anything that enters that into the air is just going to be in lockstep with that, unless it's going north south, right?
Gotcha.
South north.
I feel what you're saying.
Because it's going against the still somewhat in lockstep, but there's going to be of a deviation because of that constant west to east motion of the ground.
Right. So I wonder, man, because I mean, I got guns, I got bullets, I got wide open freaking spaces to shoot it. I wonder what would happen if I tried that experiment and set something up exactly, the same distance, north, south, east, and west. Well, really just north and south, and saw if there was a difference between the way the bullet deviated or if it deviated at all. I wonder what would be like a minimum distance to actually observe that.
India knows a lot about the military aspects of it, like where they did. I remember him mentioning some example where they tested on a firing range with artillery, and not accounting for Coriolis or whatever. And the margins of error were minimal, it wasn't going to make much of a difference whether they did or didn't account for it.
Dude, imagine being a pilot and you're flying to the freaking equator, and they're telling you to account for 1,000 per mile spin of what you're about to fucking land on.
I hate saying Coriolis in that aspect because, if for someone to say a sniper accounts for the Coriolis effect, right? The effect, they're saying a sniper doesn't want another observer or himself as an observer after the release of the projectile, right? Concerned with how the trajectory is going to appear, right? So the bullet going straight is going to appear curved. Oh no, we can't have that. Let's not have people seeing the bullet appear to take a curved path, which isn't actually a curved path. It's just a visual optical effect of you as an observer being on a rotating reference frame. So no military personnel, no sergeant out, the drill sergeant's going, I don't want that enemy seeing the projectile before it hits them appear to curve. I mean, nobody's saying that. Nobody's. So when people say the Coriolis effect, what they really mean to say is then that they have to take into account the factor of the Earth's rotation, right? And it's a misnomer when they say that people in actions of practicality, have to account for Coriolis effect. Just ridiculous. Nobody accounts for Coriolis effect.
Right.
Oakley was making fun of Wolfie one time on his show about that because Wolfie's whatever his name is, Wolfie 69, whatever, saying that as a pilot he has to account for Coriolis effect, right? And Oakley was making mockery, being the control tower, saying, control to, Pilot Smith, people on the ground are seeing your path appear to curve. Can you please correct so that it looks straight? Right? because that's what you would have to be doing in order to account for a Coriolis effect.
Oh shit, I just found what I was looking for with atmospheric refraction. I don't know if it's true or not. I may ask ChatGPT to give me the sources for it. But it shows that the temperature for for standard refraction assumes a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level and a pressure of 1013.25 HPA, standard atmospheric pressure.
The only way the only reason those factors come into play is because they're going to affect the density, the medium through which the light is passing. You can't. If you're going to invoke refraction, then you're talking about the speed of light, its trajectory as it passes through differing substances of differing substances of differing density. Right? That's what refraction is dealing with, but it has to enter a substance of differing density angle that's not perpendicular 90 degree. It has to be to change its trajectory, right? So if you shine a light straight through like a glass plate at 90 perpendicular to that glass plate, it's not going to change its trajectory. It's going to go straight through. Right? It will slow down. Light will slow down. Right? It's what they say anyway. Right? This is what they're telling us.
Mm-hmm.
If you angle, like if you got a laser, right, and you angle the laser so that it's no longer perpendicular to the glass plate, then there's going to be a change in trajectory of the path of the light.
Right.
Like, even though there's no such thing as beams of light, right? We call it a beam, right? It's going to this line, and it's going to be will be. So I think what it is like, so the angle that you now have to the surface will now equal no, was it? Hang on. I hate this shit. I'm not good at the math, right?
No, that's good,
It's
man.
basically it's geometry, man. It is related to geometries. Like there's going to be the angle that it enters the medium at, right, is going to dictate the angle that which it exits it, right, or it continues on, passes through the new medium of differing density.
Right. It's like their claim of how it just refracts perfectly is like utterly ridiculous, man. They're saying that these conditions would have to, basically be what the conditions are at, every so few meters or inches or whatever they're saying. Because if it is not that and it does not fit their, calculation of refraction, then their R value is wrong. And it's just like, okay, well, what's standard refraction? Standard refraction is just seeing the Earth as if it's 15% larger than it is. Literally, that's it. 7/6R. Just see the Earth as if it's 15% larger.
Yeah.
And now that I think about the standard refraction conditions, it's like, okay, so on a sunny day when it's hotter outside, you shouldn't be able, like, you would see better. I'm sorry, there would be like less than standard refraction. And so on hot days when we do these type of tests, we shouldn't get the results we're getting, because we should only get these results, the 15% larger when it's about 50 degrees outside, 0% humidity according to standard refraction. So when it's hot as fuck outside, yeah, you shouldn't see as far.
Some studies out there of mirages in the desert. I think that they had a target. They had the optics level, level with the target. Then they watched over the period of a day, or over long periods of time, target appear to sink below the ground, and it still had a clear line of sight. But that's interesting. Got the link somewhere. I don't know that I bookmarked it. I had it saved on the SD card, I think. I don't understand a lot of the jargon and that, but yeah, knows all about it. He's really good at talking about that in like detail, like a summary of what it's all about. It's like to do with total internal reflection. Light that's reflected off gets trapped. It can't propagate much further, and the angle that then takes vertical, so it's able to reach the optics. Light is basically like make it forwards. Yeah, whatever. I don't know, like when they talk about photons and that traveling and reflected and absorbed and stuff. I think we fully understand anything really about light and in its relationship with the air traveling through, like especially at long distances. A lot of those.
Hey, you sound real muffled for whatever reason, T-Dub, you sound muffled, man.
Hey, man, sorry. A lot of these explanations from the mirage.
Sorry. I don't know if it could be my phone, but man, you sound very
explanations.
I also hear it the same way.
I hear myself coming through your mic. There's a lot of lag.
All right, I took.
I hear myself coming through your mic. Better.
All right, I can hear you better now, I think.
Okay, yeah. So I was saying, I don't think that they fully understand it. What's that?
Sorry. Yeah, my radio came on. Sorry.
Right. I don't think that they fully understand how that like light and its interactions with the air, especially over long distances. I don't think they fully understand it. a lot of these explanations, the definitions of the different types of refractive effects that we get, which they call mirages and things, certain visual events over long distances, they have these explanations for them that I think are very, very incorrect. I think that that's what is happening, and I don't think that's like why we're seeing what we see. And we see strange things in the distance, like it's appearing to hover in the air, it's appearing to sink below the horizon, or other objects.
I agree, man.
I just, yeah, they've got it all messed up.
What's up, Zeno?
What's going on?
Hey, you sound real low when you just came in.
What's up?
T-Dub, is it just me or is he very low?
Yeah, I can't hear.
Yeah, you're extremely low, man.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Tell me if it's too loud.
No, you're good, man. What's going on, Zeno?
Not much. Just, listening.
Yeah, man.
Trying to absorb some opinions. Trying to absorb, I don't know, just like hearing people's ideas. Because I don't have my own set of beliefs yet. I'd say I don't say I completely know what I like and whatnot. So I don't know. I think for my time being, I shall listen until I find something that I believe in fully.
What about things that are objective and that everyone can agree on? Does that exist?
That's okay. That's the one question that I've yet to understand. What is the difference between objective and subjective? Would this just be an easy Google search?
Well, something that's objective is not up for dispute. It's just a simple fact. No going around it. There's no refuting it. It's the way things are. Objective is open to opinion.
So subjective can be. So subjective is kind of like a Wikipedia page. It can be altered. It's kind of a personal thing, and then objective is just facts.
Yep.
Subjectivity is, like open to interpretation, just an opinion. I mean, like you think, tastes bad. I think chicken tastes good. Like who's to say whether it does or doesn't? There's a debate to be had there, but we're mainly focused on things that leads to no debate. No, there is no debate about what we want to discuss. There's no forming an opinion, no forming an idea.
Chicken being good is definitely objective, for sure.
See, so if I'm right, that was that you were joking with that, correct?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I'll just making sure, just because yeah.
Dakota, what's up, my man? Jedi, what's up, dude?
Hey, man, what's up? Oh, how's it going?
Going well.
What's popping in here?
Hey, a while back, did I have you kind of go over the whole? Well, maybe I don't want to touch it again, but I don't know if you got time for it. Do you have a good insight on the Foucault's pendulum?
You asking me? What did you ask?
Yeah, I can hear you. I said, do you have a pretty good insight on Foucault's pendulum?
What do you need? The manual? What do you need?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. So me and a guy was talking earlier today, and I guess because I will admit I'm not too far versed into it, but from my understanding and what I think logically in my head at least, is that if we're saying that the pendulum is precessing because the Earth is spinning under it, why the things in the sky, such as like a plane, a drone, just anything you would place literally above the pendulum, that's not attached to the Earth, would we not experience that exact same amount of, Earth moving from under it? I don't know if I'm forming that question correctly, but
you're 100% correct.
Claimed that? Who claimed that?
Who claimed what?
The pendulum with the plane.
No, I said if
the pendulum's supposed to show Coriolis, the two separate reference frames. If this was true, then everything else above the surface of the Earth would deflect like the pendulum does. Coriolis, right?
Right. That's what that's my whole thing, right? And he's like, no, because everything above the Earth, such as a drone or a plane, it's in like Earth's fucking, I guess, pool, like it's attached to the Earth, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, they're saying. Yeah, sorry. No worries. Yeah, they're saying the Earth and the atmosphere is moving together.
Right.
So the idea of hovering a drone or a chopper in the air, they just have this excuse for that. So it's not even two different reference frames, even in that case.
The crazy thing is that now that I said it, it didn't even make. I wish I would have brought this up to him. Is that if it is in lockstep with the Earth spin, then there would be no Coriolis, right? If it was in lockstep, right?
Yep.
It would only cause Coriolis as if it was not in lockstep, I would imagine, right?
Yep.
That's what I guess I should have pressed him a little bit harder on that. I don't know. Hey, Quetzalcoatl, were you in here for when Matthew Learns was in here as well? And we were having the discussion about like the black swan and his his picture of the black swan.
Yeah, I did hear a little bit about it.
I don't know, man. What's your take or your rebuttal when they say pretty much any observation you guys give me, I'm just going to equate it to refraction?
No, I think DJ explained it pretty well when he went over the types of refraction we have, different ones, depending what's happening over there in the observation.
And is there any way to kind of get to an understanding of what was going on in the atmosphere at all? Is, without those direct measurements? No.
I mean, people don't really know much about the law of perspective alongside with refraction. I mean, there's so many factors to consider. It's not just one thing. Chanting refraction is not going to help either way. You need to know what you're talking about and which type of refraction and what's the name of that type of refraction we're talking about. What's really occurring there? Because when they chant, oh, it's refraction, but no, it's curvature alongside with refraction, but there's no backed up evidence for it. They just have to assume it because that's what it appears to look like for them, but it's not the case. And we have many.
Be fooled by Matthew Learns.
Yeah, Matthew, he will play games, man. I mean, he knows what's up, really, like what's going on.
No, yeah, I was like even more convinced that he was like either passively trying to show cognizance or like literally just trying to play as if he's a globe earther? Because when he posted the second picture, when he said it was 6 to 10 feet in the air and there was no curvature in the 10-mile observation, and he acknowledged that. Yeah, man, I kind of feel like he was hinting that. I don't know, man. He was like a weird, not a weird guy, but his approach seemed like it was more so just trying to be like, I'm a flat earther, guys, but I have to be a globe earther, and but here's kind of some breadcrumbs for you guys to follow, type of thing. I don't know.
Well, he teaches classes. He's a professor, so.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
that's
think he
more
wants to jeopardize his career at the moment.
right. He was like, I mean, I believe in a globe, so pretty much everything that you show me, even if it breaks or needs an amount of refraction that's not even analogous to the Earth, I know that there's a mathematical formula that'll give you that. And so that's when I just kind of digressed, like, okay.
You remember how he said, that's why I say that squinting at the horizon doesn't help either side. Not a good standard by which to determine anything about the geometry of the surface.
Yeah,
I disagree with him.
I do agree.
It only is one side. It doesn't help his side, but he wants to project that onto us so that we don't have an argument to make against it, or it being for. So he's just saying its appearance looking flat. Its apparent distance, all that. Oh, that doesn't help you, and it doesn't help me. It doesn't help you prove a flat Earth. Doesn't help me prove a globe Earth.
But when he says,
always wants to make sure that he caveats that, right? He's dishonest, man. I do not like him. He might not even realize how dishonest he is, but he's dishonest, and his presence in these forums is an insult to people because he has openly admitted that his only intention is basically to make sure that new people get both sides of the story and aren't deceived by flat earthers, basically. He's insulting us by saying that we aren't that he doubts our capability to be able to do that for ourselves and make sure that anybody receiving the information gets a clear viewpoint from both sides. And two, he just wants to make sure that flat earthers that came to Christianity afterwards because of flat Earth, right? And then he wants to be there as give him a hug when they realize the Earth isn't flat and try to turn away from Jesus because they realize that the Earth isn't flat. Throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that's why I don't like him. And I'm not fooled by his presence here. I'm not fooled by him. He does not pull the wool over my eyes. And I've heard people giving him kudos today, and I'm not on board with you. I'm sorry.
The kudos that was given to him from pretty much everyone, as far as I heard, was just him being honest that, we don't see any fucking curvature.
Don't let his ability to admit to certain things, to disagree with certain things, regarded as honesty. So that's just simply him being in a corner he can't get back out of.
Right. Yeah, I mean, by the end of that conversation, everybody was able to see his side, because it's like, if it's not this very specific condition that would cause this type of refraction, if it's not this, and this, according to the math, then I'm wrong. But for the flat earther, it's like, dude, it could be an array of fucking shit going on in the atmosphere. We always still see too far. But you only are, when you're a globe earther, you're confounded to this one fucking day where, all this shit had to line up perfectly for us to see it. And that's just not what we're held to the corner to. I mean, and he basically said it.
Man, he's been around for years. There's nothing new. He practically chants the same thing over and over every time he comes in here. He will post the same type of pictures with the horizon obscuring boats, whatever. The sun, that's usually his shtick. Posting an observation with the sun where it's being obscured by horizon, saying that's the curvature. And it's like, yeah, this is what I found.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it. And then I just go around doing that every time. It doesn't even bother him.
yeah, like I said, thanks to him, I now have the picture I just posted in the chat of a now different person, different from the first guy of the Black Swan, showing the exact same thing on a different day, showing the exact same thing, that there's no fucking curvature to be observed.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about boats going over the horizon, you can't be talking about they're going over the geometric horizon, you know? So that kind of throws the whole boats going over the curve type of thing out of the water, because you would say that these rigs would have to be obstructed by the same thing that's obstructing the boats. So, yeah, man, I appreciate talking to him.
Yeah, he's easy to be exposed. He knows that.
And that's what I'm saying. It was so easy to kind of get his whole argument is that I got a mathematical formula for it. So no matter what you show me, I'm relating back to this math formula. I mean, that was the fucking crux of it.
Yeah, he's using some kind of degree per mile refraction formula. I don't know why he's using degree. That's kind of weird, but
yeah.
What was it back? 0.008, something like that, or
I think it said like 0.15 or 0.0015, something like that.
Yeah. But he never gave the
Miss Doves.
What's up, gentlemen?
He never calculated that distance even to the observation even. Hey, what's up, Doves? How's it going?
Good. Good, you?
What are you? I'm eating. Or no,
No, what?
I'm not always eating. But yeah, enjoying my food, having a talk.
Been busy?
Earlier today, there was some activity here. Yesterday was nice. I was full of energy yesterday. Like I was hot. I don't know what happened.
Cooking. You were cooking?
There was two guys. Yeah, I was cooking hard. I ran two guys so hard they broke. they got bricked completely. That was funny. Nice. They just wanted to yap. Eventually, I mean, I was like, "Come on, let's discuss the evidences. What you think is proving your case and such." But then they, instead of answering, they asked me a question with a question, and kept doing that repeatedly, circle jerking with me. At the end, so I knew they got bricked. They had nothing. But that was fun. And then there was another guy. After them two guys, there was another guy that showed up. A really nice guy, actually. He kind of understood the position, like where we're coming from. And we went through the Black Swan and the usual stuff. And he could see the stuff. It made sense. But he had to look into it more for himself, research and such, which is obviously fine. You have to do that to confirm. Then, invited him to the home server with the stuff we have over there to go through more materials and such. But yeah, it was like a lot at once, and it was kind of late as well. It was like in the morning. But it was a pleasure talking to him. Actually, that was a good talk with him. He was paying attention, listening really good, asking like questions as well, like what do globals say about this if you're saying this and such. So yeah, really nice gentleman.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, out of 100 people, maybe you get a few real good ones that you have a nice, enjoyable talk. That's good. Doesn't have to be a debate or anything. Could be a conversation, just sharing information-wise, whatever. What do you know about certain things about topics and such. But yeah, it was a pretty productive day yesterday, I would say. Oh, that's fun.
Good, glad to hear it.
How things with you? Have things settled down? I'm good. Crazy people, huh?
The bot's on. Yeah, I don't like talking
Yes,
with the bot.
yeah. No. It's fine, it's fine. Just want to
Another time.
check that things didn't escalate something else.
At the moment, everything's chill. But, things are subject to change at any time. But I guess that's what keeps it exciting, right? You never know.
Yep.
See. Starting to get cold.
I noticed Kimbo hasn't been around for a couple of days or something like that. Maybe a few days now.
I have noticed that. Where's Kimbo been?
I mean, I did DM him, but he said he's busy, but I'm not sure what's going on. Other than that, well, we'll see. Maybe he's taking a break, perhaps.
Who are you talking about?
Kimbo.
Oh, yeah, he's working. Yeah, he's been working and I think working on his music and stuff. So, yeah, he's been
I started doing music now?
He's always done music. He's working on something. But he's at work right now.
Yeah, I heard a song with him and Roots.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I caught him last night late when I got home for he talked to me about 20 minutes on my ride home, and then he had to go to bed because he had to get up. So he filled me in. But yeah, I hadn't seen him in a couple days either. He was busy working on his. Oh. Oh.
JP, you still here?
the misinformation we peddle is? Please tell me. He doesn't know. He's just mad.
All right, so KP. All right. I was about to drop the easy peasy one on him.
We got Anubis. Anubis can take up.
Anubis.
So many beta globers can't even answer a simple question. I'm not going to tell you if I think it's a globe. You tell me first what you think it is. I'm 6 years old.
Anubis left.
Called out. Is that it for now?
I guess.
Shoot.
What happened to the person that used to, like, in the background, it would like hit a button, it would say stop the cap, or it would say perfect. Is this that channel that did that, or is that the other one, the other 24/7 YouTube? You guys know what I'm talking about? Oh. I just thought it was hilarious. I wish somebody would do that. Heretic, you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, brother. I was just gonna say, jumping right quick. Sorry to leave you with that long pause. I was away from the button, but no, I have nobody does that here. But that'd be pretty funny for a sound.
Okay. Yeah, it's like that's what it was. Yeah, like a soundbite. Somebody just goes rambling off or something. Then in the background, you would hear this "stop the cap," or if they answered it correctly, they perfect. I just thought it was. I don't know. My bad.
You're good, bro. You're good. You're good. I actually think it's a pretty good idea. It made me chuckle. But I think CB, he may have done stuff. Maybe he did sound bites like that. I remember he did something way back in the day, but
Yeah, I mean it's been a while because I'd never even knew there was so many different servers for it. Like there's a 24/7 Flat Earth right now on YouTube that looks like it's locked. I don't know, but when I click on it on YouTube, it's not you guys talking. It's other people talking.
yeah, but we're in a couple of different places. When I say we, like the 24/7 flat, brother Crit here, he's not at the mic, or else I don't know if he can jump in if available, but we are in a few different places.
Right.
Politics server, the religion politics server. Then there's an OG 247 as well.
Oh, so there it's in the religion one as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh wow.
Flat Earth is coming for you.
Right. Now, is that this politics server? You saying all those are in the politics? See, that's where I'm confused. I probably sound like an idiot. I apologize for that, but
Oh, you're good.
so on the left of Discord tells me politics, and it's FED, Flat Earth Debate. And then it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
What I have.
Yep. So those are all the different servers that you've been invited to, that you've joined up with. But as you add to those. But brother, navigating Discord is not it's not the easiest thing. You got to kind of learn, go. But you can always hop on YouTube and look up how to use Discord for how to as well.
All right. Because I've clicked on you go to the YouTube one, and in the chat it'll have a link for it, and I go to that one, but it just goes to what I just told you.
Yeah, it takes you back to the live broadcast with the prior episodes that have been aired.
So if I only have politics, religion one's not in there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll bear with me.
There is certainly a bunch of different ones. Not flat Earth, but a bunch of different categories.
James, right?
Yeah, James Richard, yeah.
Check your direct messages. So if you look in the left-hand side where all those other bubbles were, you'll probably see them very top.
I clicked on direct messages and it goes to Heretic for some reason. Probably because I sent him a message earlier. Inbox, okay. And this is too much.
Pardon me, brother?
But what did you send me?
I sent you a link.
And you are?
Kilatosanes.
Oh, that's cool.
Or Killian. The Grinch.
I don't see it, but I clicked on.
All right,
back at it.
I'll try to hit you up privately. If anybody else is available to step to the mic, bring the subject back on track.
Yeah, I'll mute.
Appreciate it. I am stepping away.
Hello?
Yo.
Just want to ask, when I press on my own name and it says roles, mine says politics elite. What does that mean? And why does it say that?
To be honest, I don't know.
Fair enough.
Let's get in the hood. Was everyone muted?
What up, American?
For what? Are you meditating?
I said, what up, American?
Oh, I thought you said shut up. I was like, nothing, dude. I was about to debate a dude, a globetard, and he just kept yapping. Like, it wasn't even a debate. Like, he was talking.
That's how they go.
Yeah, he just talks past me. He doesn't even acknowledge my point. I never even made a point. He just asked 20 questions and left. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's an epidemic of that. I think just spurging questions incoherently is an argument. Like, they're very deluded.
Yeah. I think they're retarded. I think those people are actually retarded. Whatever. That's fucked.
I think it's if you can't answer 20 questions in 3 seconds, then they can count that as a win and get out of there before any questions come back.
I was away from the mic, but regarding asking questions, what were you referring to, brother?
Hey, you. You're gonna have to wait. I'm in a poll, buddy.
The fuck are? What are you guys all bots? This is like this is the room where everybody they park all the bots because nobody wants to talk to flat earthers, and it boosts the server numbers. Is that what's going on here? I never come in here. I never come in here because the old school universal skeptical nature of flat earthers has been replaced with tiresome arguments about the nature of refraction of lenses and stuff like that. So this is just we've got a room full of people that don't exist. Unless you guys are watching something. Are you guys all watching something together?
No, just waiting for someone to come in and improve the
Waiting for what?
People that
For the
want to
next
come in
person
that
to
think
come
that
in
they
and-
know that the Earth is a globe, so we can discuss it and show them how they're wrong.
Talk about refraction, not general skepticism. I mean, after COVID-19, I mean, why go to hard nut fucking flat Earth when you've got general skepticism of the entire technocratic and scientific community that you can bring on? So you bust people's balls. It's like I don't know, dude. I swear to God, I just don't come in here ever. I've done it twice in 24 hours just for fun.
So do you have an argument? Just cut to the chase.
Yeah, this is an apologetics room for
dummy.
What's an
science
apologetics
skepticism.
room?
There's no science, you dummy. It's a category error.
Apologetics it's related to
Not science,
cosmology and
skepticism,
theology and
category error, dude.
and philosophy.
Hello.
Yeah, did you just hear? I just answered the man's question.
No,
and
you
ever
didn't.
talked to him.
You're
You
in
guys
a
should just
category
do it.
error. It's not science even that we're talking about. It's a fucking geometric claim of a shape, you doofus.
Yeah, so I asked about apologetics.
Yeah,
What makes you think that this room is all about that, sir?
Oh my God, man!
Yeah, you don't even know what the topic is.
I
so
feel
how
like
do you
I feel
know?
like an atheist walking into Darth Dawkins' room right now.
How do you know
You
what
guys
our
don't know how to
position
have any
is when
fun.
how do you understand what we're talking
How
about?
do I know what your positions are? So now I have to investigate your positions.
Well, if you're going to come in here and make
whatever
claims
the
about
next 10 minutes.
Yeah, investigate them before you come in here. And
Dude,
say
let me
it's
just
science
let me see if you can wrap your fucking head around this. I don't give a shit if the Earth revolves around the sun or the sun revolves around the Earth.
Okay, then
I don't give a shit.
Get the fucking road. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Yeah, just piss off then.
Well, no, but I am skeptical. What am I going to get? Am I going to get banned from this
Well, why
room?
don't you just fuck off if you're just here to waste time and you don't care about the actual
Waste
issue?
time? What type of time is so finite that we can waste it?
Sir, can you, calm your tits? Please? My question to you was, what makes you think that this room is all about apologetics?
No, the original issue is what makes me think this room is full of fucking bots.
Well,
I'll tell you this much, sir. I'm not a bot. Most people in here I speak to or hear spoken from regularly. We're just here chilling, waiting for people like you who come in and say, "Oh, you guys are wrong."
People like me.
We got two bots. We got one.
It must,
We got you two bots too.
Oh my God! What kind of person am I? Do you have these rigid rules? No, this is just like the apologetic.
Sir, it's not a rule, sir. It's just
Why
from
don't you
your.
tell me what I believe, motherfucker? Because you've already indicted me. Go ahead.
How about this? How about this? So you come in here antagonizing the room. Evidently, you have a position in opposition.
Now you're going to use some. Now you're going to accuse me of antagonizing the room. What manifesting post-traumatic stress disorder, a form of physical harm upon the mechanical brain or something?
No, sir, you are physically harmless to anybody in the room.
You sound like one of my three ex-wives right now.
So how about this?
Arguing before the judge.
Am I wrong on that? Or do you actually hold the same position as the room?
Hey, man, why don't you tell me about flat Earth and keep out of my emotional state?
Okay? I'm not asking about your fucking emotional state, sir. I don't give a flying fuck about your emotional state. My question to you,
you came
into the room. My question to you was, do you have a position in opposition to those in the room? Simple.
Well, what is the position of the room? We never got to that.
Did you say one of your three ex-wives? Did you say one of your three ex-wives?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are a fucking high-class loser.
What's that got to do with the flat Earth?
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, dude. If you're not going to present an argument, you're wasting everybody's time. Much rather spent just chilling and waiting for someone else.
Man, you guys want to chill? That's fine. I just bought terribly overpriced indulgent ale.
Like I fucking said, okay, we're in here chilling, waiting for someone to bring an argument. We'd rather have a proper argument. So if you have one, that would be great.
What, an argument that the Earth is not flat? Is that what you want to hear me argue?
If you think so, if you know something that we don't,
I can do that. I can do that. I can
appreciate that.
I can say that every single person in the world today, and now the question is, how long has this lasted? Every single person that gets a paycheck
is already salacious.
Yeah.
No, I think you've got something here, ISP. Finish this proof. This sounds good.
I'm just talking about the general skepticism used by the Flat Earth Society years ago.
Why?
Maybe not now.
Who cares about the Flat Earth Society, dude?
I have
Flat Earth Society. I'm not.
I have skepticism as to the physical claims of psychologists, of people that believe that the brain is a machine, and they
what the fuck are you rambling about, dude? You were supposed to be arguing that it's not flat.
Well, they use physics and medical science to justify things that they don't have evidence for. So, what I recommend to everybody, I recommend you talk to your stupid fucking sister from Austin, Texas, that's on SSRIs, for instance. Suggest to her, ask the psychiatrist, can the psychiatrist prove they're making a physical claim? Can that psychiatrist prove through blood work or CT scan or
you're on the wrong topic, you moron.
Yeah.
I'm just going to cut you off.
Yeah, guy.
I have skepticism.
Stop, everybody.
My guy.
Hold on, Mick. You're on the wrong topic. Check the channel name. Go back to that. You were supposed to be arguing something about not flat or globe or whatever. Get with the topic. This isn't about SSRIs and psychiatry. Wake up.
Related to the physics that underpins the medical science and the physicalist, and ultimately
the leap of logic. Drop the medical thing completely. We're talking about geometry, globe, not globe, flat, etc. Get with it, dude.
Protecting your
okay, dude. Don't talk through your mutes either, because I'm muting you for good reason. It's moderation. So shut your mouth, open your ears. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, dude, I'm asking you specifically about the Earth itself. Why are you talking about medical stuff?
I'm getting there.
No. Be a little bit more direct there, please.
Just be there.
I have skepticism for the claims of scientists.
Okay, so here's the thing. I can respect that. Now, if you have something to say specifically about the topic of the room, on that, related to your skepticism.
Yeah, I don't believe those motherfuckers either. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I don't believe any of these motherfuckers. They tell me the Earth is round, and for some reason the cosmology of my religion is no longer valid, and I haven't observed it. Fuck these motherfuckers. I don't trust them about anything. Not after COVID-19.
Sure. So here's the thing. So you don't hold the view that we live on a spinning water ball.
Man, I don't know how it works. Here's where you and I are going to disagree. I don't believe you either.
Okay. Well, that's actually very good, because you should. Yeah. What you ought to do
despite all of your, despite not you, but the other fucking guys acting like my ex-wives and trying to pressure me and bully me into compliance for a fucking conversation. Fuck you. I don't believe you. Every single motherfucker with specialized knowledge in the last 50 years has been a lot.
Spiraling. Stop it,
dude. Yeah, dude. If you're gonna hear me out, what I was gonna say is, good for you. You ought not just, quote, believe anybody. You should take what they have to say, factor it into what you know prior to that, investigate it, and come to your own conclusion.
Yeah, I don't believe any of them. I don't believe any motherfucker on television. I don't believe any motherfucker with a degree. I think every single person in the academy is suspect. And you guys busted my balls because I wanted to talk about how these people make money, but I can't bring up Cinco.
Because it's off topic, sir. It's not.
I can't talk about I can't talk about deceit and how it's.
No, you can't. Not
I can't talk about psyops. I can't talk about grand narratives. I can't talk about cosmology. I can't talk about the theological underpinnings of a fucking group of people. I can't talk about how science is used to undermine the theological underpinnings of a nation that you want to destroy.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Yeah, sir. We would prefer that you keep it more close to home. Now, when there's downtime, which there is now, I'll grant you that, we tend to maybe stray towards some of these more general things. I don't think we should right now, because there may be other people coming in. I don't know. I haven't checked. But, that would be ideal. So if you can do that, sure.
Do what? Do what again? I'm not being a douchebag. I swear.
Nah, you do sound like a great douche. But if you're not, then show it, please, for the sake of everyone listening.
Well, back in the old days, like 2017,
Jesus Christ.
Back in the old days, like 2017, when I talked to flat earthers, they embraced skeptics. Skeptics of technocracy.
Yeah, skeptics about the globe. We're talking about the Earth, not just any
skeptics
topic.
Well, listen, skeptics of hyperspecialization.
Yeah,
skeptics of the materialistic, often degenerate claims of the science types. Skeptics of Thomas Malthus, that just convinced everybody to kill, just to kill their children before they're born.
This channel is about the Earth, so we need to keep it to the Earth. So you're skeptical about the scientists, so you're skeptical about what they've told you about the Earth being a globe?
Well, can I not be a member in good standing?
Topic. No, you can't.
Oh my Lord!
Can you discuss the Earth or no?
So here's the deal, Guy. I don't know how the Earth exists outside of Scripture and firmament. So I don't know. I don't know what they say, but I do know that everybody outside of the theological crowd within Christianity, I don't trust them. Are you telling me because I do not know about lens refraction, I am not welcome here? You son of a
No.
bitch. How dare you?
No. That's not what anyone said. Maybe you need to go on the SRIs or something, bro. Sounding
Are
a
you
little
making
unhinged.
do you believe that consciousness is physical?
What are you
Can be
talking
defined by
about?
physics?
No, what are you talking about?
Now, I think it would be. I think that I would love you more if you believed that free will exists. But I
What are
already
you
know that you
talking
don't
about, bro?
believe that. Now, how did I
What are you
predict
talking
that?
about, bro?
How did I
You're
know that?
spiraling.
Just based upon my brief engagement with you.
You didn't know that. You don't know anything. You're absolutely spiraling. It's like you're on some fucked up medication that you're now off and you're having some mental break. You really need to start making some kind of coherent sense, or we're just going to have to keep you on mute, bro. If you can discuss the topic, which is the Earth, fine. If you can't, then just stay on mute.
Do you mean by discuss the topic of the nature of the Earth?
Yes.
Do you mean sit here patiently as I endure a sternly worded lecture?
No, not
From
necessarily.
expertise, I guess, from you guys for
No,
20
you can
minutes?
just have a
Well, I already
conversation.
did that with the transgender activists fucking 10 years ago. I'm not going to do it with you if you don't mind.
Yeah, you don't have to listen to a lecture. You can just have a conversation, you fucking psycho idiot.
Hey, listen, guy, I didn't know that I was walking into a room full of experts. Now, what I'm telling you is that I don't believe in expertise generally. And what you're telling me is that I am not welcome here. I mean, it's outrageous.
Like a condescending douchebag, like you've hung out with 6 to 15-year-olds for the last 3 years, and it's really sunk into your psyche.
Yeah, no one said you're not welcome, ISP. We've just said the room channel has a particular topic and you're not on it, and we need to get onto it if you want to remain and have a discussion. We're not going to just talk generally about you not trusting anyone. No one gives a shit. We're talking about reality here.
It's obvious you guys give a shit because of, so
No, we
I
don't care
believe,
about your rambling.
I believe that I don't know how the world is shaped. And I believe that people have lied. And they've
Why do you
lied.
think they've lied? What makes you think that they've lied about the Earth being a ball?
Well, now I'm really going to expose you guys for what you really believe.
Oh, really?
The people that lied about the nature of physics and physical reality are actually engaged in a battle against their theological enemies. And they are, in particular, undermining the cosmology that underpins the theology of their enemies.
Yeah, we wouldn't necessarily disagree with that assessment. A lot of people wouldn't here. So we maybe have more in common than you think. Don't freak out. That's all we're saying.
Well, I mean, I just haven't felt welcomed.
Well, welcome. There you go. Better?
Thank you. Thank you for
There
that.
you go. You're welcome.
I'll say I think that was a well-stated point. And I think that was a bit of an olive branch. Brother, welcome to the community. And this is a place based on truth, observable reality. We don't appeal to authorities outside of what we can make ourselves the authority of what we observe.
Fuck those authorities, man. Those authorities are Satanists. But I'm operating theologically. So maybe you guys aren't, but I am. They lie. Look, there was an MMA guy. I've got I've got a friend of mine from New Zealand. He's a Jesse Lee Peterson fan, who's sort of like a mean Christian guy. Anyway, he interviewed a mixed martial arts guy, and I don't even remember the guy's name. I'm not into that fighting stuff. But this guy was cold-blooded. He wasn't cold-blooded because that's sort of that's a nasty way of looking at it. He was hardcore Christian, but somehow combined flat Earth into his worldview. I just watched it yesterday.
It's probably Eddie Bravo.
No, that's not the guy.
Well, yeah, a lot of Christians are flat earthers because in the Bible it describes a flat, motionless earth.
Right. But his general skepticism related to the lies that that science has used as a vehicle to weaken theological claims, and I don't know if you guys place value in theological or cosmological value and how that operates downstream into philosophy and how we think and how we decipher categories and downstream of that, of course, is what is right and what is wrong, what is good, what is just, and what is good and evil, and just and unjust. So if you want to harm somebody, you threaten them at that level. It feels like value, especially if you make a claim that, well, you love that cell phone, don't you? Well, all you have to do is to have faith in the physical principles related to that cell phone. All you have to do is realize that the God of your father and father's father and his father before him was a fairy tale. And this presupposition that in order to be a competent physicist or scientist or doctor, in order to be a competent scientist, you have to be an atheist and have these grand cosmological beliefs related to the nature of the universe, how old the universe is, did it have a beginning, is time infinite? And then by extension, my general observation about the flat earth types, where a lot of the apologetics types and a lot of the, just basically people where you guys are asking about the nature of the earth, other people are asking about the nature of the universe, including Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas by extension. But what I witnessed on Jesse Lee Peterson with this MMA fighter was a hardcore Christian and also a hardcore flat earther. And what I saw there was that he was arguing via the flat earth, where people have argued about the universe had a beginning. Because if the universe has a beginning, it necessitates a creator. Aristotle described that as an unmoved mover. Versus, this is the one observation that I've had even before I became a Christian 4 years ago, is that for some reason, atheists in the West all have the cosmology, not related to the flat earth, but related to the nature of, did the universe have a beginning? They all have the cosmology of Buddhists for some reason. The universe has always existed. How'd you do that? So I stopped asking people political questions and I started asking them, did the universe have a beginning? Because if it had a beginning, it necessitates an unmoved mover, and the attributes necessary for that creator, number one, it necessitates a creator, and that creator has attributes, or call them Marvel superpowers, that must be ultimate. Therefore, the supernatural claims of monotheistic theology are reasonable. This is an interesting thing. Reasonable? So anyway, I'm just trying to learn. I think because here's my hypothesis is that the flat earth movement in part is a cosmological critique. But where you guys are focused on the nature of the earth, certainly Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle, and a lot of the where I am, it's part of the reason why I became a Christian, is that I'm looking at the nature of the universe, and you guys are looking at the nature of the earth. Could be. I don't know. We'll find out. So that's my long speech.
How do you define Earth?
It's something that I'm standing on right now.
So to kind of take cosmology, my understanding of scripture, and what we do here in this place, how are the two not coming together for you?
Well, no, it's not. I don't have a critique about. Well, here's the thing. You have cosmology related to the nature of the universe, and it's whether it had a beginning or it's always existed. And then you have heliocentrism, and then you have globe Earth. I think any one of those vehicles can be used to critique the post-industrial revelation, post-Cartesian. Man, dude, I'm just asking you to. I'm asking you to fly over many forests and not demand that I study the bark of your forest. You know, I'm from Fangorn. I'm not from your forest, but they still have trees there.
Yeah, the problem is there's a narrative that they're telling us, ISP. You don't realize this, right? So it doesn't matter what you think about it. I mean, the macro is everybody believes this idea that we live on an Earth that's a globe because of what we're being told. So I'm not saying you might not know this information. You maybe don't care. But the problem is we're faced with the reality that we're being told we live on an Earth that's a globe that spins in the vacuum of space. So that narrative is what's being pushed out here. So you or anybody else that comes into this room and has a discussion with us can't just act ignorant to that fact. Do you get what we're getting at?
I'm not acting ignorant to that fact because
I think it sounds you're a bit kind of like why are you asking me? Yeah, but
I'm sorry,
ISP, hold on.
because I talked about heliocentrism. By extension, I'm talking about Copernicus and Galileo.
I know that, but like,
and then I also invoked Aristotle and the prime mover, the unmoved mover.
That's great. That's great that you're talking about these ancient guys. But like what Cyclone was telling you, basically, it's not something that you're saying. Well, and your analogy was it's something that you're describing that's in your neck of the woods, and I don't know what you're talking about because I know what I'm talking about. That's not it. The thing that we're saying is we're being told this narrative, and all of us either accept or don't accept it. And we're asking you, do you accept it? Do you accept the narrative? You're being told that you live on an Earth that's a globe because of what they're presenting. Do you take that as a reality? That's the question.
Well, no, I have a wide strike zone related to scientific knowledge and physics and all of that. My wide strike zone is it's a mystery, but we are not forbidden for investigating it. So that's wide.
Can you kind of specify? That's a bit too broad, I guess, for us to even.
Yeah, I mean it is broad.
Well, what do you mean by
Dude,
like?
I just read the book of Genesis 3 days ago. Can you read that with me and not see
I just stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, man. You have a different perspective. That's still not answering the question. Do you believe that the narrative that's being told to you and being presented to you as the Earth as a globe, and all the videos and images and news media and every type of like way that the people can tell you that the Earth is a globe, do you believe in some way that the Earth is that? Like, let's not be cagey about it, right? Because I think you're kind of being a little bit, where we don't know where you're coming from. But I think it's better to be upfront and that we know your position.
Do you think I'm a potential enemy?
No, I think that you're
Do
just
you
being
think
cagey
I'm
because you
a
feel like
potential ideological enemy?
I think that you're hiding the fact. You're hiding the fact that you don't want to be forthcoming with telling us what your position is because you're afraid maybe of being held accountable to it.
Are you calling me a liar, you son of a bitch? What are you doing right now?
You're not being forthcoming with what your position is. So how do we know
I am
what
not
you
being
think about the Earth?
because I am deceiving you. Am I a deceiver?
No, you're not deceiving. I didn't say you were deceiving. I said you're not telling us what your position is. I didn't say you were deceiving us, sir. Are you listening to the words that I'm telling you?
My position is that Christianity and Christians can be competent scientists.
Yeah, that's great. That's still not answering the question about the nature of reality in which we all abide in. So do you believe, once again, I'm going to ask you again.
Nature of reality? Nature of reality. Oh, now we are talking about Aristotle.
Calm down, Linda. You're spiraling again.
Do you, I guess, because of the fact that you and the rest of the people who don't want to be held accountable to what they say about the Earth being a globe, because you know that in this room, you're going to have to answer some questions if you say, yes, I think that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you'd rather be dismissive.
Accountable by what force or body?
But the truth, sir. You're being held accountable by the truth of your claim. The claim that you're saying that whether or not you accept the narrative, they're telling you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, whether or not you accept that as truth, then you can't be held accountable if you're just agnostic, if you don't know. If you're just like, well, I don't know, maybe. The thing is, right, people don't like to be held accountable. That's it.
Held accountable by a necessary creator. Final judgment defined through Christian scripture? What do you mean by accountability?
Listen, when you say words, right, and if I tell you, do you think, and don't answer this because it's rhetorical, if you think you're a man, right, you could tell me the truth claim on that instance. If you think you're a man, you could say, yeah, I think I'm a man, whatever. But the fact is, if you are saying that you think the Earth is a globe based on the narrative that you've been told, presented to you by those who educated you probably, then is this the reality that you think you exist in right now? That's what we're trying to get to. You're not answering for I don't know what reason, and that's all we're asking. Can you just answer that simple question that I posed to you in about 4 different ways?
The nature of existence? Is that the simple question? Because that's
man. Do you think you live on a ball? A ball, sir.
The answer is I don't know.
Oh, sake, dude. Agnostic, in other words, right, is what I said before. You think you're just going to escape the accountability factor? Yeah, bullshit. You don't know, dude. You and the rest of
knowledge related to this, and this is where I have a fear that you guys are edging into a form of heresy called Gnosticism.
See, you're the one that's Gnostic, dude. We're not Gnostic. You are. This is what we're telling you. We have a position.
I'm sorry. Do you have knowledge that is secret to me?
No, you have knowledge that is secret to the world because obviously you don't think what the Earth is according to what you've been told, or you don't think what the Earth is according to what in reality.
Do you know the true nature of ultimate reality?
Hold on. ISP, IPS, whatever your name is. Listen, it's not secret that the Earth is flat and motionless. You can experience that, and you do experience that every single day. It's not a secret. You understand?
I don't think he gets it, but maybe he will.
Yeah, I mean, I
He's
don't
very
really know if there's much chance at a coherent conversation here, but
he's
Well,
elusive. He's elusive.
The Earth only moves when. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And
yeah,
that's
so you
why I
What?
say.
experience flat motion
That's
with Earth,
why I say.
Okay.
basically.
You know, one of my usernames on Telegram was 12th century illiterate blacksmith.
We don't care.
And
God.
well, hold on, because I'm dealing with cosmological people, and it, a
Remember you said you
12th
read
century
Genesis
illiterate
a couple of days
blacksmith, a
ago?
12th
You said you
century.
read.
Hold on, let me just say this. Come on,
Cat
a 12th
cyclone
century.
again. So
A 12th century illiterate blacksmith is not a stupid man. A 12th
Yeah,
century
we're not
illiterate
saying he is,
blacksmith
bro. We're not
is
saying he is.
illiterate,
We're not saying he
but
is.
a
Yeah, we're not saying he
necessary
is.
prerequisite to knowledge of
Yes, we're on the same page
knowledge
here.
of
We
the
don't
truth.
believe credentials. We don't believe credentials are the be all and end all. We understand that anyone can have good ideas, true ideas,
Well, I
false
can say
ideas.
12th century illiterate
We're on the
drunk,
same
and that
page
would
there.
actually
Fine, fine, fine. So you know
be
you
a
said you read
closer
Genesis the other day.
approximation
You
of
said you
myself right now.
you said you
Although
read
I am
Genesis the
literate
other
and
day.
I do have
he's on a
letters.
diatribe cyclone. He's not going to hear you, bro.
Bro, can you hear me? ISP?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so you said you read Genesis for the first time the other day.
I didn't say for the first time.
Right, okay, so you just said you read Genesis the other day.
No, I read it again.
Okay, so you read Genesis again the other day. How did Genesis describe the earth?
Well, I was
What does it say about it?
in particular. I was looking at the cause and effect. What was created first, and I was looking for the animals were created before men. So I had some.
Well, it doesn't say the earth is a ball, does it?
We were dealing with evolution stuff, evolutionary
Well,
claims.
we're talking about
We're off the
nature of
beaten
whether it's
path.
a globe or not.
We're
I
not
know
on,
we are, but he's
we're
going
not
off
off the
the path.
beaten path.
It's
I
going to
mean,
be
what do you want to
get him
do?
off
I
the
mean,
path.
do you want to use physics or not?
Yeah, empirical evidence. What we can observe, what we can measure, what we can test. That's what we're interested in.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And
All
in
right,
that
so,
way, cosmology.
So we can observe and measure a flat, motionless Earth. That's it. Not a curved, spinning Earth.
Well, I mean, they've lied about everything else. Why would I believe them about that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you shouldn't. You should go and figure it out.
I'm open. Hey, I'm totally open to it because
Right. Well, then, if you listen and answer the
tell me
questions that we're
things that
asking
are.
you, we will teach you it. We will teach you what we're talking about if you listen and
Man,
answer the
dude,
questions.
that's exactly what a Gnostic would say. Listen,
Dudes, don't give
you need
Don't give us
to
that
have a
shit.
little bit of humility here.
Bro,
that's
how
like
else can you
someone
know
would
our
say.
position if you don't hear us, man? How else can you know
Because
our position?
this is
You come
why
here to
I
learn
want
what we're talking
you
about.
people to be humble.
Yeah,
Or
bro,
have
telling you
humility
that this
before
is our
me,
position when you've said, I
because
would like to learn what you are saying, telling us
this
this is
may be
what
the
we're saying.
first time. Now, listen, this may be the first time that you guys have ever heard that the flat Earth movement is a cosmological movement, and
You're not
cosmology.
going to be telling us anything we haven't heard before.
Cosmology is an old game. So you guys are focusing. You're myopic. You're tunnel vision. And
Bro,
in
you don't
the
know what
nature
we're
of
even talking about because you're too
Is that
busy
what we're doing
talking
now?
to listen
I
to what's
think
being
that's what's
discussed.
happening here because the
Listen, you're
universe
talking about
exists.
being humble. ISP, you're talking about being humble. You've come into a
Does the
space with a
universe
group of people who've
exist?
been... No, I'm going to mute you because you can't stop talking through people. You've come into a space about a particular topic in a room full of people who have been researching for about a decade, more than a decade combined, on a particular topic. And you are trying to tell us what we think and what we're talking about when you have no idea. So take your own advice, be humble. You've stepped into a space about a topic that you're not researched on and other people are. So you should listen. Stop trying to tell people what they actually think. Okay? Be humble.
kicked my ass, man. That guy is just giving his like feeble critique at what we do here just because he doesn't want to be held accountable. It's just bullshit, dude.
Nonsense.
Hey, look,
If you
man.
can't be,
All
if
I
you can't
know,
take a teaching,
based upon that
just go.
engagement, is that I was muted for asking the
Yeah, for
question,
talking
"Does the
through,
universe
talking through people.
exist?"
No, that's not why you were
You're
muted.
taking
I
you're
was
taking it into
I
another
was
direction.
muted.
That
I was
no,
muted when
no,
I asked the
dude,
question, "Does the universe exist?"
No, you were
no.
muted for
But
talking through me, you fool.
yeah, you were talking through him quite a bit.
I was expecting somebody to ask me, "What does the universe mean?"
Yeah,
We're not
well, you're
talking
asking
about that
stupid
question.
questions.
Why is it about your
We're not
questions?
talking
Why?
about the universe.
No, your questions are it's taking us into another direction that we don't want to go. So we're redirecting you back to where we're telling you what should be discussed. Not what you think, what we're telling you. Because that's what's going to get us to the bottom of what you can think and how we can give you information. Otherwise, we're going to be waxing philosophical with your horse shit. We don't want to do that. Got it? Fuck's sake, dude. We want to speak directly to you about the nature of reality as it is, not what you think or your ponderings on it. We don't care about that. Who cares? What do you see outside when you walk outside? Plain as day. Earth is flat. It's not moving. Yeah? It's what we all see. But if you can't understand that's what we want to talk about and you want to meander with some other conversation, then we're going to redirect you, possibly mute you, so that you can understand what we want to focus on. The important thing. Yeah?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro. I mean, I just spoke about empiricism, and you said, yes, that's what I like, empiricism. Then you immediately go off into philosophy.
Hey, Dip.
No, he dipped like
Good.
a donut.
Good. That was a waste of time.
He dipped like a Dorito chip.
He was just, okay, so he assumed his position based on the fact that they lied. And that's the absolute worst place to be. And we're trying to, again, like you guys are trying to bring him to the point of observable reality, right? Make it objective versus this whimsical, subjective appeal. Horrible.
I don't know. Some people just can't do it. Some people just cannot discuss reality. That's what's become apparent. It's like a version of what agoraphobia or something. You know, folk have agoraphobia and they can't go outside. It's like a similar thing. They just can't think about outside. They can't think about physical reality. It hurts too much, apparently.
And it is that, and from my perspective anyways, because we've talked about how it affects people psychologically, it is one of those things that takes a toll on the mind after you think about it for such a long time and you presented this information that contradicts your ideology of what the world is. So it's kind of like the mind's trying to grapple with that information and it doesn't know how. So the only way that it can find its way out is to burn down every single possibility, which is to be an agnostic about everything. I don't know what the earth is. I don't have a position. Really? That's bullshit. You and I both know that. You do have a position. You think the earth is a globe. Because you don't think it's flat for obvious reasons. You're in this room asking questions. So that position is never one that people can actually say they take, because they're either thinking that the earth is a globe on their way to looking at flat earth, or they're already a flat earth. Like there's a concave and other shit, but like there's the position that everybody comes from is that we've all been hammered with the idea that the earth is a globe. Everybody has been like, doesn't matter who you are, we've all been told that in some way. So I'm just like, I just want people, if he was like someone who said, let's get real, that, yeah, I get it, yeah, I've been told, the conversation would have shifted. It would have been different. But when people are cagey, you don't know where their position is. That's somebody that's withholding accountability from you. They don't want to be held accountable for any claims that they make, because if they do, they're going to have to answer how they know. And that's scary. To some people, it's scary. And it's To deal with psychology,
people,
man.
even when they've got some good ideas or they're correct about some things, if they've got this kind of personality that is just so disagreeable that they're like, I'm only going to talk about this one thing. Anything else, I'm just going to obfuscate away from, complain, and spaz out. It just makes it impossible to have a conversation with them.
Again, you sound like an ex-wife, man, talking about personalities. We're talking about the universe. We're talking about cosmology. We talk about the universe. We talk about the stars.
Well, we were
We talk
trying
about
to, but
the
you
sun.
couldn't.
We talk about the earth.
But you couldn't. We were trying to, but you
Well,
couldn't
I mean,
do it.
if you don't mind, I think Aristotle should be recognized as
For what?
someone who
He needed to
has.
prove what the globe was. No, but that's philosophy, right? This is the difference. When you're talking about
Why are
the
you
nature of the
so
universe
narrowly
and its
focused on the
creation,
nature of the earth?
I told you,
And
Cyclone.
that's why you muted me. That's why I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. That's why you muted me when I asked you the question,
He's in
what is
pain,
the
Cyclone.
universe?
He's in pain. You can tell he's in pain.
Examining the physical and natural world is how
It's
we
more
figure out if the
ex-wife. It's
globe
more
is real or
feminine,
not. ISP, shut the fuck up.
rhetorical negotiation. I
Shut
mean,
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Listen, because examining the
why
natural
are you
world is how we can figure out.
psychopathologizing your
We examine the
rhetorical
natural
opponent?
world. That's how we figure out if the Earth is a ball or not. ISP. Don't know if the
Well,
Earth is a ball
I
or not.
would
You said
like
that.
to hear what your
Oh my
comments
God,
are
would
on
you?
the
Would you
nature
like
of the
to hear it?
universe. And if you say the
Talking about
nature
the
of the
Earth.
universe
No,
is,
let's start with the Earth. Let's start with the Earth. Is the Earth a ball or not? You said you don't know, right?
look, man, is the Earth the universe
And
or
is
not?
the Earth a ball or not? That's what we're trying to figure out first. No, because if you don't know what the Earth is, how are you going to figure out what the whole fucking universe is, you pillow?
Well, I mean, what is the universe?
What's beneath your feet? If you can't figure
am
out
I-
what's directly beneath your feet, how are you going to figure out what's beyond all of your perception?
Get him, Cyclone.
How about this? Has the Earth always
tell me
existed?
that. You don't know what's beneath your feet. How do you know what's beyond all
Did
your
he mute
physical
me
perception?
again? I guess I got muted again.
No, you're still
Has
talking.
the
You're
Earth?
rambling
Has the
away,
Earth?
avoiding the question.
I just want this guy to answer this question. Has the Earth always existed, and by extension, is time infinite?
Why are you asking those questions? How are you going to answer that? How are you going to verify either of those
Cyclone, your
fucking
cam's on.
questions?
I mean, it's not an unreasonable question.
Yeah, it is.
Am I not allowed to ask that question inside of a flat Earth room?
We're interested in what can be verified to be true, not your fucking 6th grade philosophical wonderings.
Is it a 6th grade question?
Yes. How did this all get here? What are we doing here? Yes, very understandable questions, but not ones that you can actually answer.
Lord! I mean, this guy's an atheistic, scientific type. I bet you he's an individualist as well.
See, this is how you expose yourself, ISP. You're such a bad listener. You're such a bad judge of people that you actually are going to come in here accusing us of being atheists. This is how backwards and stuck your own head up your asses. You're clueless. And the reason you're clueless, ISP, is because you're determined to force your own philosophical worldview, which you say you don't know what it is, you're confused. You're determined to continually spout that instead of actually listening to what we're talking about here, even though you claim that you came here to understand what we're talking about. No, you came here to get on your fucking soapbox and give us your half out philosophy picked up a few years ago, right? So spare us this fucking, oh, woe is me. You're not listening to me. You're a bunch of atheists. Spare the bullshit. We're tired of it. Actually, get on the fucking train and get on board with what we're talking about, which is what is the Earth? What does this tell us about reality? Or shut the fuck up. No. Tell us now so we can skip wasting 20, 30 minutes more on you.
Anyway, there's an older Q&A and debate in human societies.
Are you going to be on topic or not?
Yeah, it's going to be on topic, but I have no doubt in my mind that you will use all of your social capital to stop this conversation. But there's an old conversation about now you have a conversation about the nature of the Earth.
Correct. That's what we're talking
There's
about.
an older conversation that represents itself in philosophy and theology related to the nation of the universe, which includes the Earth.
Wait a minute. You're telling me people have pondered the nature of reality before in the past? Oh my God,
Yeah,
this is brand new information, ISP. None of us were aware of that. Thank you for
okay,
filling us in.
but when
Now,
I
can we
ask
get back to the topic?
I'm sorry, when I ask questions about the nature of the universe,
You don't know what the universe is. You don't know what the universe is. What do you think the universe is?
I don't know.
Well, then shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? You're literally
Why did you interrupt me in the middle of? Why did you interrupt me?
Because you're rambling again off topic. You're trying to avoid our topic and drag it to this. I asked you, what is it? You said you don't know. About this? About what? Anyone else in this? Wait. Are we wasting our time here? Stay on mute. Okay, now. Who's alpaca mass grave? That sounds ominous.
Oh, that's me.
What's up, alpaca mass grave? Please tell me you can hold some kind of cogent conversation more than this other guy.
I usually just listen in, but
that's perfect. That's better than what this guy is doing. Please tell us anything that you know or think about the Earth.
What do I know about the Earth?
Or think about it. I'm just starting as broad as possible, because otherwise it seems to trip people up. What do you think the Earth is?
The planet that we're on.
Okay. Like a ball?
Yeah. Well, it's spherical, yeah.
Oh, damn. What's made you think that?
Why do I think that?
Yeah.
Well, we have astronauts who go to outer space and have images of a spherical Earth. We have boats that when they go out to ocean, as they go out, they go down, which would be indicative of a curved planet.
Okay. So those are two good points, two very common points. So let me just ask you this before we get into them. Have you heard why people who don't believe the Earth is a ball don't accept those arguments? Or have you never heard a response?
I need to turn you up 1 sec, sorry.
Yeah, my mic's probably a bit low. I'm using my headphones, so they're probably a bit shit.
Sorry, can you ask that question again? Sorry.
Yeah, so I was asking, have you ever heard believe in the globe respond to those arguments? Like, do you know why we don't accept those as proof that Earth's a ball?
I don't know.
Or can you imagine why?
Can you tell me?
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you the brief answer to, I guess, both of them. You won't like either of them, I'm sure. But the first one is essentially that all the stuff that they are showing us, where they claim to be in a place called space, right, a vacuum beyond the sky, that's all Hollywood, basically. Special effects.
It's all what? Sorry?
Hollywood. You know Hollywood?
Oh, Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah. And, I mean, we can show you hours and hours of blooper footage from NASA where you can see harnesses, green screen, blue screen, chroma key, all kinds of special effects. Like, that's the more modern stuff. You look at the old Apollo stuff, and it's the contemporary special effects that you see in 60s, 70s movies, right? Scale models, stop motion, all this kind of stuff. So that's one point on the claim of space flight. Another aspect of that is that the physical medium of space, a vacuum existing next to a gas pressure system, just can't work. That's a violation of natural law. The gas pressure on Earth would flow into the lower pressure space of the vacuum. That's what was occurring.
Hi, Scott McNally.
So that's the images and stories from space. But at the end of the day, even if you don't think that or don't accept any of those arguments, you would have to accept that those would just be claims, really, rather than evidence. Like an astronaut or a man has claimed he's gone into a space vacuum on a rocket ship, and NASA have claimed that they've produced an image that's showing something real. That's not actually evidence in and of itself, because we can't verify those claims, you and I, members of the public, right? So I'd be hesitant to pin my worldview on claims that can't be verified. Hearsay stories, images, videos. I mean, you'll know yourself, you can make images and videos of anything, right? Essentially. As for the boats going off over the horizon, we've actually debunked the notion of a geometric horizon that boats are going over by testing it, right? Observing horizons and the distance that they are and comparing it to the globe model prediction. The mathematics underpins the globe. And we find that the horizon doesn't match where it's supposed to be according to the globe model. And we can see it 10 times further on occasion than the actual curvature as it's claimed to be. And if you're interested in that, we can show you these observations and show you how you could test it yourself, which is what we recommend you do.
Yeah, actually, keep it in the side chat.
Yeah, can someone post the black swan?
So I got a question for you. This will sound like a tangent, but I'm curious. Do you believe that the Holocaust happened?
That is a tangent. It's not really the topic of the room.
Oh, but it's relevant. Do you believe that it happened, as it said?
What's relevant about it?
Well, because if you believe the Holocaust happened, and
we don't have access to the Holocaust. I'm afraid we can't time travel. Yeah,
but we do have evidence that it occurred. I mean, we have witness testimony. We have records. Right? You would agree with that, right?
Well, you've got witness testimony of apparently, but how do you verify it?
Well, you would verify it by having corroborating testimony.
No.
So
more unverifiable testimony doesn't verify the existing unverifiable testimony. You understand that?
If you have,
like, if I say I've got a Ferrari in my garage, and then one of the other guys here says it's true, he's got a Ferrari in his garage, that's not proof that I've got a Ferrari in my garage.
But if you have 40 people who don't know each other all corroborating that you have Ferrari in your garage, the chance that you have a Ferrari in your garage is exceptionally high.
No, not necessarily. She's got random people just saying whatever. No, you would need to be able to verify the Ferrari for you to pin your worldview on me having a Ferrari. Unless you're happy pinning your worldview on hearsay, which is up to you, that's your prerogative. But the difference is that we're interested in empirical evidence, right? So what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be tested, what can be repeated. That's what we're interested in. If we have to just rely on some government agency telling us this is the situation, that's not good enough. You see?
You think that all the plane captains and ship captains in the world are flying and sailing along fake geodesics?
No, they treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
Uh-huh.
So, no. They're not lying. They readily admit they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. I mean, they'd have to, because that's what it is. Unless one of you guys has a measurement or something that shows that it's not
You think that the continents are arranged as they're arranged in like the Mercator projection? Do you think that's accurate but flat?
I don't know. I've not observed all the continents together at one time. I don't know how you would get that view.
So, like, you know, is Japan close to America or not? Like, was Pearl Harbor, like, how did Pearl Harbor happen if Japan is not, in fact, you know what I mean?
Well, they had
aircraft
carriers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, come on, though. No. They had to fly their planes.
What do you mean, come on, no?
Yeah, that's what aircraft carriers do. They're boats with planes on them.
So if Japan and America are, like, here and here, respectively, the Earth's not flat, so they can't go this way.
No. The Earth
went to Hawaii.
That's how it's.
The Earth is flat, so they can't go this way. They have to say,
Like, I mean, listen, the question
India,
of whether the Earth's surface or not is flat is not answered by speculating on a story from history. It's geometry of the surface.
All of history doesn't make sense. All of it, global, at least.
All of history. Okay, so who in history measured the surface? So who in history measured the surface to be curved?
Well, no, it's just like anything involving, I guess not all of history, but like in the last couple of centuries, anything involving large like maritime action kind of doesn't make sense unless the Earth is...
Okay, so which of them measured the Earth's surface to be curved?
It's not that they measured it to be curved. They've measured that there are...
flat.
Okay, fine, but there are periodic boundary conditions on the oceans, so that if you go east for long enough, you end up emerging from the west.
Nah, see, this is where you're going to go wrong. This is where you're going to go wrong, because you're going to start talking conceptually about things that you've never experienced. Like, if I sail in a ship in this direction, no, I'm not speculating on long-distance travel.
I'm saying if the Japanese sailed in ships. I'm saying if the Japanese...
We can verify the nature of water, yeah? We can understand the physical nature of water, yeah?
Water.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, I got a really good piece of advice for you. Gather around like 6 of your closest friends, right? Say, hey, gather around. Let's have some water. What harm can water do? Let's have some water.
Have you got any water with you there that you can have a look at?
What color's your Bugatti? Give me a glass of water.
The surface is level. I know you guys are going to spiral out now. That's okay. But listen, you'll be okay. We're just discussing the physical properties of water. Yes?
That's right.
So,
one friend, when he takes a sip of the bubbly... When your friend takes a sip of the sparkling water, the one friend...
Surface, water finds its level, right? Water finds its level. Use a water level. Is water level? You know.
Is water... No.
Level.
Water is water. You know, water
out, Skepta. Yeah, you fucked up already, bro. You don't know what water is.
Today, Junior.
You've hit me in my Achilles heel. I do not know what water is.
Level. Is the sea level level?
Is the sea level level? For the sea level to be level, you'd have to get a bevel, and they.
Yeah, you failing already, bro?
You're a Wiener.
Come on, bro. You came in here, you're like, hey, let's go dunk on the flat earthers, and now he doesn't know if water's level.
Wait, you talking to me still?
No, I don't know. This guy
might as well be.
I think he was planning something, but he just realized, oh shit, yeah, water is level, so how can the earth be a giant cartoon?
I'm confused what you mean.
Like my government's told me.
Well, water's also...
Come on, guys. All right, so we're back to how
do tides work, though?
If we don't measure the Earth to be curved, how can it be a ball? Someone answer that.
How do tides work?
How do tides work? What do you mean?
On a flat Earth, how do tides work, and why do ships disappear over horizons on a flat Earth?
Well, just on Earth. It's not on a flat Earth. On Earth, the sea and the water is level.
There's a better discussion to have. There's a better discussion. Yeah. No, there's a much better discussion than this kind of tedium. Why are we lied to about the Earth being flat in your mind?
Why would the government lie to you? You don't know why the government
For
lies to you?
globe sales.
You don't
Yeah,
know
of
why
course
the
I know why
government
they
lies
lie
to you?
about like defense capabilities and
Oh, why do they lie about that? Why do they lie about that?
because they have to protect national security, and if they were to
Protect
tell us
national
the truth,
security. Okay, maybe they're protecting national security, bro. Maybe they think, hey, if all these fucking retards found out that the Earth's actually flat, they'd come and hang us for telling them that it's been a ball for fucking 100 years.
But why did they tell us it was a ball for 100 years in the first place?
Dude, because they realize they're governing a bunch of naive doofuses. They know you're fragile.
Guys are so fucking retarded. They believe that we're putting.
But if they can
cars
convince
in
you of
space.
something so massive, so comprehensively, then they're pretty much omnipotent. Like, I don't see what they need to prove or do.
Exactly. So they can tell you any old shit, and you will believe it. There you go.
But you're on the same side of a different coin, man. Like, you believe everything that some fucking guy in front of a green screen has told you on the internet.
Hey, no. Listen, we don't need the government to tell us that water is level. You can just fill up a fucking bathtub. Go to a lake. Go to the ocean. You can observe it. We don't need the government to say, hey, the ground isn't
They're not telling
spinning
you
at
it's not
1,000
level,
miles
though.
an
They're
hour.
not telling you it's not locally level. Nothing they're saying about that contradicts your
Yeah, they're
experience.
telling you it's a giant spinning ball, bro.
Yeah.
They're telling you it's a ball, and then they're telling you, hey, ionized gas, we know you only ever experience a flat, motionless Earth, but trust us, we're going to this place that you can't go to, and we can see that it's a giant spinning ball. Trust us, bros. And you're like, oh, who are these idiots who don't trust the government?
How did Pearl Harbor happen, guys?
Come on. Why would the government lie to us?
Like, I'm trying to understand, if you think the Earth is flat, how do you think it's laid out? Like, what model of how it's laid out? Do you think there are other countries and continents? Like, where are they?
So are you agreeing? Are you agreeing? You agree that it's flat now?
No, I'm not. I'm for the sake of the argument.
Well, then show us the proof that it's a ball. Then no. Why would we entertain? No. Why would we go down this road with you if you fundamentally don't even agree?
You have this schizoid fucking opinion to defend, bro.
What would be the point in that? What would be the point in that?
Where are the countries relative to each other?
No, why would we waste our time if it's not true?
Relative to each other.
Just tell us the proof.
Where do the countries go?
Just tell us the proof that it's a ball,
I don't care about that. I care about where are the countries relative to each other.
So you don't know.
Where they are relative to each other.
Where they are. Scotland's north of England. There you go.
Okay, well, hold on. What's north without the top of a sphere or something? Without the poles? Like, how do we define north even? It's like flat on a grid, right? Like, defining it like north is always rectilinear.
Well, yeah, it's all
so there's not a north pole. You believe there's a converging. You don't believe in these converging geodesics. You believe it's like a grid that's like rectilinear, right? So north is a direction.
No, I'm not saying. Well, I don't know what you're saying there, but we're saying it's not a curved pole.
Because it's basic Euclidean geometry, which you should be well versed in if you're a flat earther, right?
Oh, well, that'd be flat then.
So, like, what I mean is, where's Japan relative to the United States? If we draw, do you know what the Mercator projection?
Why are you asking that? How's that going to tell you what the Earth is?
Because you
don't actually want to know. You're kind of scared at the moment.
No, I'm not scared at all. Like, if the Earth's listen,
then you'll address
this guy's asking about Pearl Harbor, and he doesn't know where Japan is.
I know where Japan is in my mind.
Hawaii's in the middle of California and Japan.
I think that California and Japan are relatively close, but if you believe in a flat Earth,
and Hawaii's in the middle.
Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah. But are you a flat Earther, sir?
Well, does water not seek its level? Do you find that controversial?
No, but it's
model. Oh, welcome. You're a flat earther too.
Yeah, well, flat earther.
You just flat smacked yourself.
Chuckle.
You guys chuckle about it.
The problem is you're not wanting to address the crux. You're not wanting to address the crux.
It's like I'm totally open to the Earth being flat. Like, I'm not ideologically attached to it being.
Well,
flat,
then stop spazzing.
That's good.
Not spazzing.
You're
instant rationalizing. Relax.
Hold on. You're in luck then. You're in luck then. You're in luck then. Because
you still didn't tell me where Japan is relative to America. Let me get a picture.
Spaz again.
Yeah, that's what you need. Bro, what you need is curvature, not the location of Japan in relation to America.
But like, things may or may not make sense in lieu of that in terms of historical.
You don't think aircraft carriers make sense?
Of course,
You're
they make
skipping the
sense. It's just that
fundamentals.
you don't typically, the
So
reason Japan
mystery
was
solved.
yield
The Pearl
is they
Harbor
were
mystery is solved.
because of the local proximity. They were low on oil, for example, so they couldn't just go. If Japan could not have gone, sorry, I was going to say around the whole.
Were they low on rice too?
Could have traveled thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to attack the U.S.
Listen, bro, follow me on this logic. Follow me in this logic.
They went to Hawaii.
If the Earth's surface has no curvature, it doesn't matter where Japan is in relation to America. That's not going to make the Earth a ball because there's still no curvature. You agree with that?
Yes, but I need you to tell me what
there
your
you go,
specific. You need to specify a layout of all the lands.
We don't need to nope. You don't need to specify a layout to know whether or not
So
there's
you
a
don't,
curvature
are you
of the
saying that
surface.
you don't know? You're saying you don't know?
Yeah, I'm not claiming. I'm not claiming to know. I'm not claiming to have seen the entirety of the Earth.
That's absurd. Well, that's absurd.
Are you?
The only thing in contention,
When you've seen the entirety of the Earth, then have you?
Well, I've seen the entirety of the so-called round Earth, which I'm told is fake in this chat. But
You haven't seen the entirety of the Earth anywhere. What are you talking about?
Well, okay, but you haven't seen anything. Everything has been interpreted by your visual cortex for you. Okay, sure, be a solipsist.
That's what seeing is. No, we're not the solipsist.
No,
we see the flat motion of Earth every day.
You're not seeing me right now, but you're probably fairly confident that this room behind me.
You've got your camera on, don't you?
Yes, but a camera is interfacing between
then we
you
can
and
see you. So then we can see you.
Yes, but that's
Come on, bro.
Your
This is remedial
senses are being
stuff.
extended. Your senses are being extended by the camera in the same way that you complain that my senses are extended when I look at Google Earth or I look at satellite photographs or whatever, right? The other thing is that we had the mapping of the so-called round Earth before we had anything supposedly in space. We had, because people like Magellan sailed.
Okay. So you're saying someone measured a ball? Someone measured this Earth to be a ball? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I think the ancient Greeks did it as well, didn't they? They had stakes and
how did they do that?
And they looked at the shadow that the sun cast and calculated the angles using trigonometry.
So how would that tell them? How would sticks in the ground tell them that the Earth is a ball?
Because if you go a big enough distance apart and it's on a curved surface, then the sticks do this, and so they're at different angles.
How did they know it was a curved surface? How did they know it was a curved surface?
They didn't. They determined it was curved.
So they assumed it.
The curvature. No. If the surface was flat, then you would do the same thing, but you would find that the two shadows were identical, because at the same time, that is. You see, but
that's not true.
Measurements.
No, that's not true. You've got that all fucked up.
Got no idea what I'm talking about.
You can find Neil deGrasse Tyson online telling you that Eratosthenes works on both flat and curved surface, depending on what you assume.
Yes, of course it does. But it told them that it was curved.
Right, so he didn't measure the globe then? No, he didn't. No, that's the whole point. It doesn't tell you.
What do you mean? What does measurement mean to you? What do you think a measurement is? What does that mean to you? What is a measurement?
Well, you usually would take a tool that's applying some kind of known unit of measurement or standard that we've agreed as a convention as humans, and you compare the two.
So I have to physically apply a physical thing with markings on it against something to be able to measure.
So if I asked you, if we have a table in a room,
it's not possible to measure. So in principle, you're telling me I can't measure something that is on the scale of what the Earth is purported to be if it's round. That's just something that's fundamentally not measurable in this universe as it exists.
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm asking you, has someone measured it to be a ball? You're telling me.
Yes, but your definition of measure is absurd. So by your definition, of course.
So if I say let's measure this table, how are we going to measure a table if it's flat or curved? Can we do that?
Yes, but you'll need to define your curvature. You'll have to use a protractor or something to get the angle or
protractor.
Or
an angle of what?
Well, the curvature is the rate of change of the rate of change of the gradient. Is the rate of change of the gradient, right? That's what curvature is.
So do you know what the rate of curvature is that they claim exists on the Earth? Do you know how much curvature they claim exists?
Well, it depends what you. Well, hold on. It depends what you mean by.
Let's say over 10 miles.
The size. Well, I know that the diameter of the Earth is supposed to be 12,000 miles, right? And it's roughly a sphere. So
did anyone measure that? Was that measured or was that assumed? Is that measured or assumed?
It was measured by looking at the shadows cast from the sun, which is assumed to be an almost parallel light source.
That's not a measurement of the Earth, though. If you're measuring shadows, that's not measuring the Earth.
You're measuring the shadows cast onto the Earth by fixtures on the Earth that you've stuck in the Earth. That's why it's a measurement
Your
of the Earth.
shadows are being your shadow, though the length of it. You're only observing that on a flat surface. You don't observe curved shadows on a surface.
Yes, but you're observing the projection at the same time in two different locations on a supposedly on a curved or flat surface. And if the surface is curved and therefore at a different angle to the sun at the same time, then you can back calculate what the degree of what the angle between those two stakes is. Like if it was a flat Earth, then they'd be exactly parallel. If it's curved, then there's an angle between them. And
Are you assuming that the sun's rays are parallel?
And you combining that angle and the distance between them, you can get your curvature. You can normalize it to the size of the.
No. Well, hold on. Think about this. So what the story is, right? The sun is.
The thing is, like, I'm sure you've seen.
Hold on. I'm going to explain it.
I can't explain it better than those with my hands in a video.
You don't need to. We explain this a million times a day. We're the ones explaining it to you, right?
No.
So they say there's the sun is
12,000 kilometers old, host. I meant kilometers. Sorry, I get confused.
So the sun's directly above this well. So there's no shadow cast at one point, and then there's a shadow cast at another point. That's basically what's happening, yeah?
Someone posted it in the chat?
Yeah, so you get so the sun's directly overhead at one point, no shadow cast, and then at a distance somewhere else there's a shadow cast.
No,
and the argument is that means it's a ball.
It is a ball, bro. It's just a ball, but it doesn't
but
matter.
You can do that exact same principle.
The thing is, like, what is
different?
different?
You can do that exact same principle on a flat surface. You could put a bottle underneath a light source.
But if you did,
it would have no shadow, and then you move it to the side, and it would have a shadow. It would have a shadow. So that works on a flat surface.
If you do the measurement over a small enough distance on the Earth, relatively, like over just a kilometer, you will observe the Earth is supposedly flat because you will not see.
Well, the Chinese did this as well back in the day. The Chinese did it, and they got a flat Earth
in the shadow direction enough that you can then make good predictions.
So you're confused. You're confused because you acknowledge that he assumed the globe. So you're crystal clear that he assumed that the Earth was a globe. He didn't actually measure curvature. You're clear on that?
Oh, you're such a retard, bro. 1 second.
Oh, wait, so you are or you're not clear on that? You think he did?
I'm going to look up the method because I can't remember off by heart. How did the Greeks...
Yeah, okay, well, I can refresh your mind. He assumed the Earth was a ball. And he assumed parallel light rays. Yes. Read up.
Right. Okay. Well, of course they did. Yeah. So, do you believe the sun is not a distant thing? Then, do you believe that it? Oh, I see. That's what you're not accepting. You don't think the sun is far enough away that you can assume the light rays are.
How did Eratosthenes know how far away the sun was?
Well, I don't suppose he had a way of directly knowing because.
So he assumed that as well.
Yeah, but we know now by other means. I guess if you want to go and
okay.
Are you denying?
Has anyone since the BCs measured the Earth to be a ball? Let's ask that then.
Yeah, I was about to go there. How could we measure it nowadays with modern tech? How would we do it now to confirm?
Not how would we.
I'm not responding if I get muted. If you mute me.
No, stop complaining. You said we did.
Yeah, who did?
No, I'm going full bad faith if I get muted, bro. It's simple as that.
You're already going bad faith. Come on, you can steal yourself.
No, I'm much more deference than most people.
Well, listen. Who since the BCs has measured the Earth to be a ball? Since that was an assumption, not a measurement of a ball. Or is it just a story of a guy with sticks in the BCs that we're supposed to go with for our entire worldview?
What's that, bro? Ball? I got muted.
Yeah,
I've already given you what
He's spurging out.
So no one. So you're literally
spurging out.
Your argument. Hold on. So your argument then is there's a guy apparently in 2,000 years ago who used sticks. He assumed a ball and he assumed a distance to the sun, and that's as good as it gets. We don't have any actual measurement of this ball.
Fine, bro. I'll take your word for it. The Earth's flat, but then why are they lying to us? You still didn't answer that. That's the weakest part of your argument. The thing is, like,
okay, well, I don't. Well, as long as you're
I think that well, let me finish a second,
you
please.
Believe it.
Let me finish a second. Like, you keep interrupting me as well, which is very rude and annoying. I'll just speak for a second. So, like I believe the Earth is round because there's, the usual. I'm sure you've heard this a lot. Like the number of people who would have to lie to me constantly, and efficiently, and without ever slipping up, is too large for it to be seeming possible. Yeah, it really is, though.
Not really.
Then
Your
secondly,
teacher wasn't lying to you.
What's the I've never heard flat earthers say. I thought you said I was spurging it. I thought this guy said I was spurging it a second ago.
That was my impersonation of you.
Yeah, but it was a very spurgy impersonation on your part.
All right. Okay,
Yeah,
we
back
get
to
it.
it. Back to it. So you guys have never like motivated why people would go to the length. Like you need to have a more clear chain of motivation for why they're lying.
Right.
When did they start?
Again, see, this is lying. Okay. Let me be fair to you. It's not unreasonable that you have this curiosity as to why they've lied.
It's not curiosity. It's the most important thing. It's the most important part.
It's the
most important question to answer.
No. The question of whether or not they have lied.
Hold on. I'm talking more abstract now. If they're lying to you about something so massive, that should be the most important question. As why and for what purpose? That should be the only question that matters until it's answered. And then you figure out.
It's an important question. It is an important question. And I would say to you, it's because they don't want you to realize that you're in a created environment.
Okay. In what sense exactly do you mean that? A created environment? Do you mean like a simulation or just in a kind of. I know I'm in a physical environment.
Like a physical construct that didn't come about by a big bang or natural processes alone.
Okay.
There was agency behind its creation.
And for what purpose? Are we in a farm?
That's a different question. Well, yeah, but
it's not though. It's the same
question. Well, why was it created is a different question from was it created.
Do you see how you have like a completely underdetermined theory here? Like you're stipulating a reality.
We're not talking about theories. I'm not talking about theories. We're talking about physical.
Well, then you need to be able to express on how you know about how you know.
No. See, this is where your logic is falling apart because we do not need to pose a speculation as to the motives of people who told us this story to measure a lake and see that it doesn't curve. Those two are separate. This is why you're getting confused. Because you're so pinned on the sociological side of things. Hold on, no. I'm in the middle of talking.
Claim about the lake,
said you were getting interrupted, and it's so annoying that you're getting interrupted. Maybe you would take that advice yourself and show the same courtesy to others.
Jesus, bro.
Yeah.
Hurry up with your point. I was brief though. So hurry up. Yeah, hurry up.
I'm brief as well. Yeah, Earth measures flat, so it doesn't matter why they lied or who lied. It's flat.
Yeah, so
your incredulity doesn't change that.
The lie. Okay, I will adopt your language, even though I don't believe it. Right. The lie about the Earth being curved is not incompatible with your experience that a lake is flat, because a lake is so tiny compared to the supposed curvature of the Earth.
It's incompatible with a surface that has no curvature.
If the Earth was curved, as it is claimed to be by the evil people running the world. It is curved at such a scale. The measurement devices you could use to measure the flatness of a lake would not reveal it to be curved because the curvature would be so tiny.
So
that's not going to tell you either way. That doesn't answer anything either way.
Let's address that directly then. Let's say we've got a lake.
The disturbances on the surface because of the wind would be larger than the change.
Hold on. So let's say we've got a 10-mile lake from one side to the other. Do you know how much curvature drop they claim? It's from A to B.
I don't off the top of my head know what that. I don't.
Okay, you just said that would be immeasurable. So why don't you have a guess? How can you say it's immeasurable?
Well, frankly, I don't believe your measurements because if you're going to tell me that
we're not talking about our measurements yet, we're talking about their claim. You don't even know what their claim is. So how can you say it's immeasurable?
Whose claim are you talking about? Which side?
The ball.
Yeah, so their claim is that, especially in your experience, which is what you're most chiefly concerned with, of course you're going to experience it as flat because it's locally flat.
So what do they claim the geometric drop will be over 10 miles due to curvature?
I can't remember. I don't know that number off the top of my head. So tell me.
Okay, it's claimed to be 66 feet.
66 feet for 10 miles. Wow, that's more than I thought. Let me
So
check.
is that immeasurable? Okay, yeah, you check it.
Yeah. Yep, 66.69 feet. So that must be measurable then. Then they must have measured that.
That must
surely.
be. But
Are you going to tell me? So there will be measurements. So if there are measurements of that, are you telling me that those are just?
You would think
so. How
so,
are those
but no,
faked?
no one's ever measured.
Tell me how
that.
those are faked. Tell me how those are faked.
What's
then.
fake?
Those that
They haven't faked it. They've never measured it.
They've just never measured that.
Never been measured.
So why haven't you tried to measure it then to prove them wrong? Why hasn't anyone who's a flat earther tried to measure?
Yeah, this is
such a. No, seriously,
how do you think they became flat earthers? Yeah, how do you think they became flat earthers?
Okay, then link me to where this is published and looked over.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, like link me to that. And I have to imagine that
Okay,
the evil regime.
I'll send you a link to. I'll send you the server where we've got.
Yeah, and I don't want some other bullshit. I will link to this thing specifically.
Yeah, you can go. I'll link you to our server, which has laser tests, long distance observations. You can go and watch them, and then you can do it yourself. You live in the UK. There's plenty of coastlines. There's
I hope
plenty
you don't mean your
of
Discord.
lakes.
I don't want to join your Discord. If you could just send me the relevant material relative to this specifically.
It's all saved here. It's all saved here. All you have to do is scroll to the channel, and you can see dozens of them. I'm just sending it to your DMs.
Yes, do that.
What
So
about
when you
FE4? There's a laser test
scroll down.
You can look through.
Yeah. We can. Well, that's in the laser test channel. So when you join the server,
it's too much.
scroll down to the additional information sections, and look under L for laser test, and you can see a bunch of the laser tests. You can also look at the long distance observations channel. You can see that.
I
And
don't want to
people are trying
through your
to
fucking
find
server, bro.
the
Just send me.
66 feet.
No, for the sake of convincing me. For the sake of convincing me.
I don't care about convincing you.
Send me one single text.
No,
why would send me one single text? Thank you. No, someone sent me. No. Someone sent me. If somebody sent me a Google Drive instead, I'll use that. Thank you for the Google Drive. Right. This is much better. This is much better.
Okay,
Very
bro.
long
If you're scared
PDF
about going to a server, I mean, this just shows how emotional you are. You're just showing
not
how
emotional. I have a PhD to write. I'm not. No,
so
because what I mean is, I'm not.
You said, "Show me the resources of this," and I said, "Here you go. Here's the resources." No,
I'm not joining your stupid server, bro.
I'm not joining your stupid server. Bro.
You told me to join your server and scroll through all of the shit. I'm not doing that.
No, I told you exactly where you could go. I told you exactly where to go. It would have taken you less than a minute if you're not totally fucking retarded. Right? So this is just showing your emotional immaturity. I'm not going to your stupid server, bro. We've just been educating you. You didn't even know how much drop over distance there was supposed to be.
Yeah, because normal people don't have those facts in their head.
And you're still trying to persevere with this childish notion you have that we must be retarded because we don't believe in the spinning globe fantasy cartoon.
You're not retarded because you believe the Earth is.
Okay, I'm retarded. That must be the case. So, what's the claimed radius of the globe?
Hold on, I've got to mute you for that. I'm muting you for that. You're not...
Okay. See you later then.
Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the lakes where they did the experiments. You can look through that.
No, he won't. He's too scared. Aren't you, guys?
I'm scrolling through it now. Yeah, I'm having a look.
Okay.
Which page?
Okay, look at it.
Page 18.
Have you tried to publish this?
17.
Have you tried to publish this in a journal ever?
Shut up. It's not my experiment.
Just read it first before you start spazzing out, Mr. PhD.
There's too much read here for doing this live though.
Come on, bro. We just educated you on your own globe religion. 66 feet. You didn't know that.
Bro, there's 100 pages. Do you expect me to read this in front of you and then back in this one chat?
Do you expect me to click this link and read the thing that I asked you?
Do you expect me to read? No.
Do you expect me to read after I asked you for a resource?
Like, no, listen.
Do any kind of research at all? No, we don't, because obviously you're emotional little pussy, so you're just going to try and find any way you can to avoid the topic.
I had you muted. I had you muted. The entire time I was muted, you were muted as well.
Okay, well, I'll have you muted. There you go. How's that?
If this guy gets a fucking PhD, man, we're in trouble. People like that,
yeah,
highest
amazing.
levels of fucking academia. My God.
Well, it just shows you how you can still be a total anti-intellectual pussy and get a PhD. PhD means literally nothing other than you were too scared to leave academia and go into the real world. It's like a kid who wants to stay on elementary school all his life.
It's funny, I always thought it meant poor, hopeless, and desperate. But maybe it's just because I'm retarded, right?
Anyway, he was a jump-in. We were speaking to Alpaca before. Alpaca, you still there? What happened? All Glovers get scared off?
Yeah, they see a wolf coming for them.
Send me that information. Here you go. I'm not going to look at your information. Very brave. Very logical. No wonder he's a PhD. I think the PhDs must be the people most sensitive to having their ideas challenged. If anything, it makes you...
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.